Miami, 2 years ago. James, darkness isn't what it used to be. Not to me. It's too much of a regular in my life now. Every day, dark. Every thought, dark. Every action, dark. It used to be scary, unwelcomed. Now, I am the dark. And before me, a dark river. Blackness. Not even the moonlight is illuminating it, the dense clouds blocking any chance of light. I stand on the edge, staring across the still water, waiting for the adrenaline to subside, for my shakes to leave, for my mind to clear. Calm. I need calm before I end a man's life. I need to be stable, composed, seen. I reach up and pull off my balaclava, breathing in the chilly nighttime air and filling my lungs with something clean. The banging coming from the car is starting to irritate the gosh out of me. I look over my shoulder. Shut the really up, I growl, my jaw in spasm. I should find his pleas for mercy humorous. He actually thinks I might change my mind, that his dribbling, pitiful prayers might alter his fate. Unlucky for him, it only fuels my rage. Changing his fate is about as likely as bringing me back into the light. Zero possibility. I take one last drag of my cigarette and flick it into the river before turning and pacing back to the car. I yank open the door. My victim stills, halting his squirming across the back seat. The bag over his head starts to inflate and deflate from the force of his heavy breathing. Time to die, I whisper, grabbing his arm and manhandling him out onto the gravel. No, no, please, whatever you want, I'll make it happen. Even his Irish accent grates on me, and I used to be a sucker for an Irish lilt. Now, people simply talking aggravates me because no one in this world seems to have anything useful to say. No truths, only lies. I crouch down before him, where he's squirming on his front, rubbing into the cutting stones, his hands bound. I tug off the bag, and he stills, blinking into the ground. He can't see me, and that won't do. I rise and push my boot into his side, forcing him to his back. He looks up at me, fear embedded into every pore of his pitted face, his eyes wide. "Who are you? Who sent you?" he blabbers. I pull a blade out of my pocket and slowly turn it, catching the moonlight, making it sparkle prettily. I look up. The clouds have floated past, revealing the moon. Perfect timing. Scene. No one sent me. I crouch again, my eyes refocused on the blade. And who I am is irrelevant. I turn my stare onto him. You're still going to die. I flick the knife out accurately, slicing across his mouth, so that when he squeals in pain, his cheeks rip. The piercing, blood-curdling sound goes straight through me, inflames the anger more. I pull out my gun and casually attach the silencer, taking my time while my prey writhes and wails in the dust and dirt, begging for mercy. There will be no mercy, not for me and not for him. I push it into his groin. "No, please," he screams, blood pouring from his mouth. "You want to know who I am?" I ask, and he stills for a moment. No one knows who I am. Realization finds him. No, yes. I slowly squeeze the trigger, and the whoosh of the bullet leaving the chamber brings a smile to my face, as does his scream. Enough, Kel. I look over my shoulder, seeing the shadow of one of the only people I like. Come to spoil my fun? Finish it, I sigh, swapping my pistol for my blade. Fine. And I drag it slowly across his throat. Deep, straight, dead. And then I cut out his tongue before rising, using the bag from his head to wipe the knife clean. I pat his pockets down and pull out a burner phone, tossing it to Goldie. "Get into it," I say, grabbing my victim's legs and dragging him to the edge of the river. I nudge him in with my boot, the sound of his body hitting the water echoing in the nighttime air. I watch him sink. I feel much better, I say to the water. As always, I'm happy for you. Yes, I feel better, but we both know I need more than the kill. The peace, the satisfaction. I pull out my phone and send a message to Beth, organizing the rest of my evening. I'll need some privacy, I say, stalking away, the thrill of my recent kill fading fast. I look up to the sky. The clouds are back. The moonlight blocked. Familiar. I've spent so much time in darkness. I have become the darkness. I arrive back at my apartment and light the candles around my desk before taking my chair and resting back, breathing in and out, calm and controlled. My heart is steady again, slow enough for me not to be able to feel the beats. I need to feel the beats. Where in the really is she? I mutter as I rest my elbows on the edge of the glass and stare at one of the flickering flames, mesmerized by the tiny blaze. My hand extends of its own volition, and I hover above the small fire, feeling the instant, intense heat. I stare. I feel. Ding! I snatch my hand away and look up at my office door, hearing the familiar sound of heels clinking the floor. I blow out the candles and make my way to the stairs, coming to a stop at the top. I see Beth down below, helping herself to some water. I observe her, wondering what makes her tick. I know why I do what I do. I do it because I'm invisible in every aspect of my life. And this, I'm seen. I'll be in the shower, I say, and she looks up. Join me in 10 minutes. I leave to go wash off my kill and get ready for more relief. But first, I go back to my office and collect a phone from the drawer, dialing FBI agent Jazz Haley as I perch on the edge of my desk. She answers quickly, always does. You'll find one in the river, I say coolly. I believe they call him the snake. For really sake, she breathes, you need to stop. Never. Then I'll stop you. Don't make me kill you, Jazz, I warn. I'm beginning to like you. I switch on the bank of TVs on the wall and scroll through the faces of dozens of men. I imagine Jazz Haley has a similar list, except hers will have a special place on it for me, probably at the top. Such a shame she doesn't know my name, what I look like, who I am. Really you, she hisses. I smile. What are your plans for tonight? A light laugh indicates how exasperating she finds me. Frustrating. Decorating my new place with my daughter, picking out bridesmaids' dresses for her wedding. But you already know that, don't you? She's getting married, I muse, as if I didn't actually know that. You'll want to be around to see that. Don't threaten me, she warns, and my small smile widens. James, she adds casually. My amusement vanishes in a heartbeat at the mention of my name. Or, at least, one of them. What in the really? And how in the really? I know this woman is a talented FBI agent. She aced her tests and powered up the ranks, but she's not a really clairvoyant. James Kelly. She adds my surname for extra punch to ensure I know she's not really about. I prefer the enigma, I say quietly. Or Kellen James. I can't conceal my inhale, and I can't ask how she knows. I refuse to give her that much satisfaction when she details the journey to her discovery. But, really? How in the really does she know? Won't your ego allow you to ask? She says, knowing what I'm thinking. She always does. It's that sixth really sense. Jazz Haley moving into Miami from New York City has been more than a pain in my rear. Let me walk you through it, she goes on. So I got to thinking, who could want to get to the bear so desperately? Who could want to mess with him? Kill his men? Kill him? A fellow trafficker? No. This just feels a little more like revenge. So I started digging a bit deeper. I see where you're going with this. Impressed? I mean, I'm impressed with myself. My digging took me all the way to London, James. It took me to the estate where Spencer James' family was burned alive, all presumed dead. But what if one survived? Not the showman that was Spencer James. You sound too young. But maybe one of his offspring. Who could want revenge more than one of them? She laughs a little, satisfied, and my teeth grate. You're his son, and you want to kill the bear because he wiped out your family, she adds, and I flinch. Shame no one knows who the bear is. I'll find out, she hums. I'll keep this information as security along with a few other things, if you know what I mean. A few other things? Like? I refuse to ask. I know exactly what she means. She's going to make a rat out of me. What are you saying, Agent Haley? I'm saying you're cornered. My blood simmers with a rage that's dangerous. Cornered? I can't be at someone's mercy like that. Stay safe, Agent Haley. I grate in warning, hanging up, my fist clenching around the phone. Really? I throw it with enough power to shatter the glass door of my office. Beau. I push my way out of the station and take in the clean air as I hold the wall, leaning down to pull off my boots. My feet are screaming, my head ringing after a 12-hour shift. I look up and down the street, searching for Mom. Whatever possessed me to agree to her painting party tonight, I'll never know. Once my feet are free from the constraints of my boots, I perch on the wall and pull out my phone, calling Ollie. It goes straight to voicemail, and I peek down at my watch, checking the time. He's already started his shift. Hey, I say, looking up, seeing Mom pulling into the street. My shift ran over. Another body pulled out of the cove near Byron Bay. I'm just reminding you that I'm going over to Mom's to help her decorate her new place and browse bridesmaids' dresses. I'll probably stay over since you're on duty all night. See you in the morning. Love you. I creak my way to standing and take the steps to the sidewalk as Mom pulls up. I jump in and slump back in the seat. That kind of shift? She asks, smiling across at me. Brutal. I drop my boots and wriggle my toes, leaning over to kiss her cheek. How's your day been? Brutal. She smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. Never does these days, not since Dad really messed us over. Plenty of men to keep me busy. I laugh at her candid humor. Why brutal? Really, Danny Black, she mutters, pulling away from the curb. Danny Black? I mimic. The Brit? He's dead. Has been for over a year. Yeah, and now every corrupt criminal person on the planet has seen a green light to move in on Miami. Oh. I popped into Hardee's and got supplies. She thumbs over her shoulder to the back seat, and I crane my neck to find paint. Lots of it. I sigh, and she pouts. It's relaxing, she says, and I scoff at Mom's form of winding down. Humor me. Where's the wine? Gosh, she mutters, smacking the wheel. Wine. I knew I was missing something important. I smile, but it's unsure. She's missing many things these days. Really, my father. Well, stop at a store, I say, as my phone rings. Speak of the devil. I quickly reject the call, turning it face down in my lap. Mom gives me a side eye. You can't ignore him forever, she says gently. He's your father. I won't ignore him forever, just until he finds his senses. Put your seatbelt on, she orders, and I do as I'm bid. What if he doesn't want to find his senses? How could he not? He and Mom have been together for over 30 years. Then he's not the man I thought he was. We were happy in New York City. She looks across the car at me. You didn't have to come to Miami. I give her a tired roll of my eyes. Uncle Lawrence met Dexter and moved here. You and Dad moved here. There was nothing left in the city for me. She knows that, and she knows I could never be in a different state to her. My father, yes, but not Mom. Well, everything happens for a reason. You wouldn't have met Ollie. Yes, my life is moving forward, but Mom's has gone back 30 years. Are you saying I should be thanking Dad? She shrugs noncommittedly. He's a narcissistic jerk who's become pumped up on power and wealth. I don't recognize him anymore. Did I say that out loud? Regardless, conversation over. At least with Mom it is. In my head, I'm having many mental arguments with my father over his transgressions. The respected businessman. The respected businessman who's been involved with another woman, moved her into the marital home, paraded her around town like some status symbol? She's younger than me, for really sake. I'm not sure I do either. Mom sighs. It's his birthday tomorrow. I'll be sure to gosh in his card. Come on, Beau. She shakes her head to herself, and I see with painful clarity the internal battle she's having. She hates him. My father humiliated her, betrayed her. She's a powerful woman, taking men down daily. Every criminal in the state of Florida must have winced when they got word of Agent Jazz Haley transferring from New York City. And yet, she refuses to accept me hating him. What wine do you want? I ask, seeing the store up ahead. Enough about Dad. Even talking about him makes my stomach turn. I unclip my seatbelt before she stops the car, and am scowled at as a result. Sorry, Agent Haley, I quip, and she smacks my arm. Speaking of which, she looks at me out of the corner of her eye. She has my attention, and she knows it. Did you get inside information on the results? Her smile says it all. Top of the class, she says proudly. Really, Beau? You got top 5% in the country? She pulls into a parking space and turns in her seat to face me. I'm struck dumb. Top 5? I'm feeling a little emotional. The FBI Phase 1 test has consumed me, drained me, sent me very crazy. Well done, sweetheart. She reaches for my cheek and wipes away a stray tear. I'm so glad I'm more like you than Dad, I say over a hiccup, going in for a hug. I feel her chuckling against me. Thanks, Mom. There's no question, without her support, help, and maybe her genes, there's no way I would have gotten through the past few years. Enough now. She breaks our hug and brushes herself down. You're in your blues, no hugging allowed. And when I'm in plain clothes, she laughs lightly. Hold your horses, Miss Croft. Phase 1 is only the first hurdle. Will you not call me that? I mutter as she pulls something out from beneath her seat. A congrats present. She flashes a Lara Croft mug under my nose, and I narrow my eyes on the image of the character I've been dubbed by my colleagues. I'm so glad I vetoed your father's idea of sending you to ballet, she quips. So you sent me to karate instead, I laugh, taking the mug. And now you're going to be as good an agent as your mom, but younger and fitter and bendier. Her nose wrinkles. Go get that wine. We should open the bottle of Krug you got when you graduated. She's kept it in its presentation box for years, dusting it weekly, admiring it, not letting anyone else near it. Never go near the Krug. She grabs my cheeks and squeezes, looking deadly serious. Only if your life depends on it. I roll my eyes and bat her away, reaching down to pull on my boots. You've got to drink it one day. Maybe, she muses, looking down at her cell when it rings. Her eyebrows high, she returns to face the wheel. You go. I've got to take this. I don't ask who it is, never do. She's technically off duty, but she's never really off duty. I leave her to take the call, and it's not until I'm in the store that I realize I have the mug still in my grasp. A Miami cop wandering around a store holding a Lara Croft mug? I get a few odd looks, to be expected, as I head for the alcohol section, claiming a bottle of red and white. We're celebrating, I declare to myself, going to the checkout. I pay and stuff the bottles into a bag with my mug, wandering back out of the store, trying to find some enthusiasm for the night of painting ahead. As I approach Mom's car, I see she's still talking, and my pace slows when I detect her expression. My usually cool mother looks troubled. She forces a smile when she spots me, and it drops a second later. Then I see something I haven't seen on Mom before. Dread. I pick up my pace, rushing toward her as her eyes get progressively wider, her face more fearful. Her hand comes up, as if to stop me in my tracks. Of course, it naturally increases my pace. What's going on? No, Beau! She screams. I drop my bag, her terror-filled yell slicing through me. But my feet don't stop moving. My heart sprints. Nothing could prevent me getting to her. And then, the world lights up. My eardrums feel like they've burst. My skin burns. I'm thrown skyward, and blackness falls. Miami, present day, James. I stand under the spray, motionless, my body heavy, the hot water pelting my back. It would hurt, burn, if I hadn't survived an inferno before. I look down at my bare feet, at the last of the blood-stained water slipping down the drain. Clean. I step out and wrap a towel around my waist, collecting the oil off the vanity unit and tipping some into my hand. I massage it between my palms as I stare at my reflection in the mirror. The adrenaline has gone already. It's vanished, abandoned me, leaving nothing but a fresh thirst for another kill. I'm running low on targets. Then what? I can only hope and pray that the peace I need is there to greet me at the end of this road of blood and death. I can no longer exist in this world without vengeance. And without vengeance, peace. If I have neither, I'm as good as dead. I take my hand over my shoulder and start massaging the oil into the top of my back, feeling the burning of my flesh all over again. Years later, it's still hurting, tormenting. There's a knock at my bathroom door, and I turn my eyes onto it. What? Goldie appears. She watches me rubbing at my back before checking my facial expression. She clearly doesn't like what she sees, but she says nothing. The man driving away from the scene, his name's Spittle. Apparently, he got bored in retirement. Interesting, I say, starting to work on the other side of my back. And what would a former FBI agent be doing with a contact of the bear? His number. She holds out a piece of paper as she moves to the side, and I take it as I pass her, heading to my office. I settle at my desk and pull a phone from my drawer, punching in the digits and settling back. Agent Spittle, I say quietly when he answers. Or ex-agent, I should say. Who's this? We need to talk about your whereabouts tonight. I smile when he inhales, and I point my remote control at the bank of screens before me, directing the cursor to the send icon on the video displayed on the center TV. A video of him walking away from a man, Adrian Wallace, who I know has contacts in drug trafficking and was recently in touch with the Bear's men. Spittle has a briefcase in his grasp. He gets in his car outside a derelict warehouse and drives away. Another inhale. Oh, you've not seen the best of it yet, I taunt, just as a gunshot sounds and Adrian Wallace, also known as the Eagle, drops like a sack of mess. That bit, I muse thoughtfully, it's my favorite part of this movie. He's dead? Spittle breathes, undoubtedly dripping beads of sweat all over his phone as he stares at Wallace's lifeless body. I'd say so, but his body has yet to be discovered. I've got to say, it doesn't look all too good on you, Spittle. So what were you doing meeting a man known to have associations with drug dealers? Feeding a personal habit? Really? Really? He breathes. Who are you? I'm the beginning of your end. I kill the screen and bring up Adrian Wallace's mugshot, tapping out deceased across his file. Or I could be the beginning of your beginning. Up to you. You're British. I can see how you made it in the FBI. What a jerk. Is my nationality a problem, or do you only bend for certain ethnicity groups? He laughs, and it's nervous. Well, you British have a habit of leaving a lasting impression around here. So I've heard. He's talking about the Brit, the angel-faced assassin, savage, merciless, dead. What do you want? Spittle asks. I'm not sure yet, but be on standby. I hang up and roll my shoulders, feeling the tightness there. Not of my muscles, but my skin. There's probably no good time to tell you this, Goldie says, and I shoot my stare to her at the doorway. Beau Haley has appealed the ruling into her mother's death. I breathe out, old ghosts coming back to haunt me, and new ones, it seems. I can feel Goldie watching me, monitoring me, wondering what I'm really thinking. What are you really thinking? She asks, coming over and taking a seat on the other side of my desk. I hate that look on you. I cut my chin, feeling the roughness as I mold into it with my fingertips. James? I give her a moment of my eyes, my mind whirling, and then I reach for the phone again, calling Spittle back. Find out how the appeal into Jazz Haley's death is going. Jazz? What do you want with Jazz? You're not here to ask questions, you're here to answer them. The appeal is being rejected, he says quietly. And the daughter? What about her? She doesn't know yet. Yet, I murmur, reaching for my temple and rubbing away the tension. She's not going to give up until she gets justice for her mother. And of all people, I know there is no justice in this world. My back tingles, as if to reinforce it, and images of my family, my whole family, parade through my mind. I quickly push those thoughts away and refocus on the problem at hand. Beau Haley. For goodness sake, does the woman want to die? I would say that was a stupid question if I didn't know her medical history since her mom's death. And I can relate. Been there, done that, wanted to die over and over again. Like I said, there is no justice in this world, so I learned to make justice my way. Send me her number. Whose number? Spittle asks, confused. Beau Haley's. Why? Did you just ask another question? No. He sighs, sounding as defeated as a man could be. Jesus, I'm tired. Me too. Exhausted. Exhausted of really waiting. Tell me who you are. Get me Beau Haley's number. I hang up and toss the phone back in the drawer, breathing out my frustration. What are you going to do? Goldie asks. Call her and ask her nicely to back off? I turn my eyes onto her, but I say nothing. I don't need to. My face must say it all. Go away, you sarcastic, difficult person. Goldie tilts her head. It's been 2 years. You got Jazz's phone records, nothing on them. I've checked all records on safety deposit boxes, nothing. If she shared or hid information on you, your name, anything, you'd know by now. I have a bad feeling. I get up and head for the sauna. I need to sweat out some of this stress. I need to burn and know I won't die. I strip off, leaving my clothes in a pile at the door. The heat hits me like a brick, and I look at the thermometer on the back wall. 180. I sit on the top bench and collect some water from the bucket, throwing it on the unit, and steam billows up and shrouds the space. Not seen. Leaning back against the wood, I close my eyes. I hear the screams instantly. Screams that can only be associated with death. The screams of my mom, of my dad, of my sister, all burning alive. I open my eyes to darkness and lean forward, putting my hand over the grill of the steam unit, the hot coals only an inch from my palm. I hold still, absorb the pain, the heat, because I won't die. This fire won't kill me. Clenching my hand into a fist, I squeeze away the burn and lie down, reaching up and turning the sand timer. 15 minutes. I'll turn it another 4 times before I'll allow myself to leave this inferno. It will never be enough. Miami, present day, Beau. A person's ability to escape depends on their ability to imagine. I've lost my imagination. Lost everything. I'm trapped. Trapped in a world that doesn't make sense to me anymore. Trapped in a body I can't even look at. Trapped with thoughts I want to physically rip from my head. Trapped with feelings that blur and blend into nothing. Happiness is a forgotten emotion. It's safer to feel nothing, to ignore that I'm a mess up, to disregard the fact that I'm beyond help. Except I am alone. Give up on hoping. Hoping I can ever be normal again. Because without hope, there can be no disappointment. Have you thought of ending your life, Beau? Doctor? Fletcher asks, and I blink, looking up from my lap, woken up from my daze. All the time? Never, I say coolly, aware that the alternative answer will have me sent swiftly to a psychiatric hospital. Not again. Her eyes fall to my wrists, and mine fall with them. I clear my throat and pull the sleeve of my shirt down, holding the cuff in my palm with my fingertips. Tell me what you did today, she goes on, and I smile to myself. Is something amusing? I force myself to look at her. This woman, who is so together, so calm and serene, I could easily punch her in the face and not feel an ounce of guilt. Nothing is amusing. Not anymore. Not in my life. You smiled. She crosses one leg over the other, her slender, perfect, untarnished limbs like a horrible torture. A reminder that I am anything but untarnished. Anything but perfect. She shouldn't be a therapist, Dr. Fletcher. It's so flawless, it's enough to send even the sanest person over the edge. A person smiling suggests they are amused, she adds. I'm amused that I'm here, I say, honestly. I'm here, and I don't want to be. She knows I'm not talking about my sessions with various therapists that have cost a small fortune and done nothing to chase away my hatred or my demons in the past 2 years. I'm talking about this world, this life. And yet, each time I've convinced myself that there is a way out, that small, infuriating part of my brain surfaces and warns me away from the blade, from the rope, from the pills, the voice of my mom. The buzzer sounds, and I breathe in, rising from the chair. It's been a pleasure, Dr. Fletcher. I smile, and she huffs a small, disbelieving puff of laughter. I'm sure it's unprofessional, but I can't blame her. She's endured me for 6 months now, 6 whole, pointless months, and I'll keep on coming. The alternative is a hospital. I'm not game. I work really hard every day trying to make sure everyone around me thinks I'm okay. My act doesn't wash with Dr. Fletcher. I'm ill, no question, poisoned by hatred and bitterness. I'm used to it now, comfortable with it, accepting. I'll see you next week, Beau. Dr. Fletcher unravels her long legs and stands, placing her journal on the glossy wooden table between the couches. It would be lovely to hear if you'd tried something new. Like? I ask as I swing my purse onto my shoulder. dinner in a restaurant, drinks in a bar, maybe even seeing your aunt perform in one of her shows. I thought you'd learned to manage your expectations. I give her a wry smile, and she gives me a bright one. It's dazzling. I can't remember the last time I smiled so wide my face hurt. It makes me want to punch her more. It was with Mom. The last time I smiled that brightly, it was with Mom. "I won't give up on you, Beau," she says. Isn't that what every therapist should say to their patient? That's sweet, if wasted. Goodbye. I leave her office and make my way down the stairs, and the moment I burst out of the door, I take in air urgently, as if I could have been holding my breath for the past 45 minutes. Sad truth is, I feel like I've been holding my breath every minute of every day for 2 years. I can't remember what it feels like to breathe easy, to not have to think about each inhale and every exhale just to make sure I'm actually alive. And then the inevitable sinking of my heart when I realize I am. It's a vicious cycle, a continuous, torturous, dizzying merry-go-round I can't get off. Misery. Bang! I jump out of my skin despite expecting the ear-piercing boom as I pull up at the back of Hardy's hardware store. I have to take a few moments for my heart to settle down. Every damn time. I push back the impending flashback and open my eyes, finding an elderly lady with a hand on her chest. "Sorry," I smile mildly as I shut off the engine of my dilapidated Mustang and get out. I don't bother locking my car, never do, and wander into the store. The smell. I take a moment to breathe it in. Paint, metal, wood, a heady mixture that never fails to ease me. I spot Mr. Hardy behind the counter, winding rope around his hand, his coveralls decorated with years' worth of service to downtown Miami. His gray, wiry hair is in his eyes, his beard looking like it needs a good groom. When he looks up, his eyes shine, and I make my way over and lean on the counter, forcing myself to not look at the rope, and instead helping myself to one of the mints he keeps in a jar by the ancient cash register. "Beau," he says, his southern accent heavy, "how much oil is that old jalopy of yours going to spill on the road outside my store today?" I crunch into the mint, making him wince. "My car cries, Mr. Hardy. It cries because everyone is mean to it." He chuckles and sets aside his wound rope before claiming a mint for himself, though he doesn't crunch into it, his false teeth preventing him. "How's business, Beau?" "Slow," I admit, blasé. "I'm not worried. Something will come up soon." "Then why are you here?" "Aunt Zinnia wants me to redecorate her bedroom." I reach for one of the paint samples and start flicking through. It doesn't need decorating. I only did it a few months ago, but apparently she's bored of the canary yellow and turquoise stripes. It has nothing to do with the fact that she's trying to keep me busy. My specification? In sumptuous and sexy. Mr. Hardy laughs and leans over to scan the colors with me. "I'd expect nothing less from your Aunt Zinnia." "What about that one?" He points to a deep pink that's right up Zinnia Street. I cock my head, considering what I could match it with. "Midnight blue," I say, turning the samples in search of a suitable hue. I spot it in a heartbeat, the perfect shade. I'll have a gallon of each. On an agreeable nod, Mr. Hardy makes his way to the paint mixing machine and starts to load it up, while I head to the first aisle to collect a new brush, the same type of brush I've always used, the brush Mom insisted on, the brush that helped make me a half-decent decorator. But the space where it should be is bare. "Mr. Hardy," I poke my head around the end of the aisle. "Where are the 2-inch natural bristled brushes?" "Ah." He looks up as he slips a tin of white base into the mixing machine. "Discontinued? What? Is that panic rising in me? It's my signature brush, the only brush I can use to cut in to achieve a perfect straight line. Mom tried plenty of others. None compare. They can't discontinue our brush." "I'll let them know," he replies sardonically, shutting the door of the mixing machine and settling in front of the computer, tapping in the codes for the shades I've ordered. My shoulders drop, and I go back to the shelf, frowning as I finger through a few other brushes. I pull down a lame alternative and make a mental note to search Google when I get home. A pang of guilt grabs me as I pick up some new paint trays and roller covers before making my way down the aisle. I shouldn't be resorting to the internet. It feels like a betrayal. Mr. Hardy's store has been nestled in between two old factories downtown for over 40 years. It's the only place I use to buy my decorating supplies. Support your locals, as Mom taught me. Plus, it's calming in here, and it's never crowded. But he doesn't have our brush, Mom, I say quietly, browsing the shelves, as if I don't know what's on each and every one. I stop in front of the utility knives, my head tilting. Keep walking. A few paces more, I come to the rope section. Rope of various thicknesses, various colors, various strengths. I reach forward and pull at one of the thickest options, the strongest option. Keep walking. I make haste to the front of the store and place my replacement brush on the counter with a little pout as the paint mixing machine starts jolting around and the store is filled with the whirling and banging sounds. I suppose this one will have to do, I shout over the noise. Broaden your horizons, Beau, Mr. Hardy replies, frowning at the machine as it jumps toward me. That machine has been on its last legs for as long as I can remember, but since I'm the only one who ever requires paint mixing, Mr. Hardy, understandably, is reluctant to replace it. Mr. Hardy, when are you going to retire? He must be in his mid-70s by now, and I know for a fact his business limps along. I'm his best customer. I could be his only customer. I never see anyone else in here. And do what? He asks, shutting the machine off and swinging the door open. Relax. Take up a hobby. He lifts another tub of white base into the machine and taps a few more buttons on the computer before shutting the door and turning it on. My hobby is working. He lifts the lid of the first tub, and we're blinded by the brightness of the pink. Perfect, we say in unison. While Mr. Hardy sees to the rest of my paint, I help myself to a bag and load my buys in and then flick through a local newspaper that's sitting with a pile of others on the counter. My scanning eyes stop flitting when an article catches my attention, and I zoom in on the mugshot of a man I recognize. Gosh, I whisper, laying out the paper so I can read the report. Oh yes, Mr. Hardy pipes in, and I look up to see he's looking at the mugshot too. They dragged his body out of the river. The snake. Mom was tracking him for years, I say quietly, swallowing hard. He always managed to slip through her fingers. Mr. Hardy smiles sympathetically. Well, whoever sliced his throat before they tossed him in the river certainly didn't let him slip through their fingers. Sliced throat? I ask, going back to the report. Yes, and the tongue that ordered all those deaths? Cut out. They reckon he's been at the bottom of the river for a couple of years at least. Nice. Indeed, another sympathetic smile. I know what's coming, but before I can stop him, he asks, "What do you think Jazz would have made of it?" He flicks his head in the direction of the newspaper, and I look at the image again. I think she would have been pissed off that someone killed him before she could put him before a judge and jury. Actually, I don't think, I know. Mom always said justice wasn't served by death. It was served by being locked up until death. It was served by being in fear of your life on the inside, where there were endless bloodthirsty inmates just waiting to put you below them in the pecking order, mark their territory, wield their power. Justice was served with legal justice. Once upon a time, I would have agreed. Now I don't believe in justice at all. What do you have in that bag? Mr. Hardy asks as he makes his way back with my second color. I start to fold the newspaper, but something else catches my eye. Another report, one about a local businessman. My father. My lip naturally curls. There he is, all suited and booted, standing outside a brand new building down on South Beach looking proud. A building he built. I read the article with a scowl, the journalist harping on about my dad's charity donations and service to the community, making my eyes roll. He's just trying to crush his guilt, redeem himself, lessen the chances of him going to hell by doing all these good deeds. Is that your dad, Beau? Yeah, that's my father, I breathe, shutting the paper on his face. Or St. Thomas, if you prefer. I place it back on the pile as Mr. Hardy chuckles and pulls his pocket knife from his coveralls, levering off the lid of my second color. Very nice. I crane my neck to see. She'll love it. I pull my credit card from my bag. I have 2 large trays, 2 roller covers, and 2 non-Beau Jazz brushes. I smile sweetly as he rings it through the till. $74 on the dot, but we'll call it 70 for the inconvenience. He reaches for his beard and starts his customary stroking as I pay and claim my buys. Good to see you, Beau. And you, Mr. Hardy. Don't work too hard. He laughs as I leave, the bell on the door dinging loudly. I load my things into the back seat of my car, yanking the driver's seat into place with a loud huff. It bangs, I wince, it clicks into place. I sigh. Jumping in, I turn the key in the ignition and start my usual chanting mantra. Come on, Dolly, you can do it. Come on, come on, come on. Bang! She roars to life, and I chug off down the road, calling Nath to let him know I'm on my way. I pull up behind Nath's car at the backstreet diner, and the moment Dolly declares her arrival with another bang, he gets out of his BMW and starts shaking his head. It makes no sense that you have that car, he says as I wander over, pulling my sleeve farther down my arm until I'm able to grip it with my fingers pressed into my palm. My move doesn't escape Nath's notice. I know it's sentimental and all, but the damn thing scares the gosh out of you every time you start the engine. I'm used to it, I lie. I'll never get used to the bangs, but I'll also never get rid of Dolly. How are you? I reach up and kiss his cheek, and his arm comes around my back, rubbing me in that friendly way he does. Chasing my tail with numerous cases. He pulls his phone out and checks it before sliding it back into his inside pocket. It looks busy today, he says, tilting his head toward the diner. You want to sit outside? I look through the window and see the space crowded with people around most tables. Yeah, I reply, taking a seat in the less busy space on the sidewalk. Usual? He asks, heading inside. Because he knows I won't. I nod, pulling up the parking app on my phone and paying for 30 minutes on my car. Nath is back with our drinks by the time I'm done. So come on, he prompts, stirring 3 sugars into his coffee. I know you weren't aching to see my face. I purse my lips. I would ask myself if I'm that transparent, but with Nath, I know I am. Any news on the appeal? I ask. My stomach flips in anticipation of his answer. Always does. No news, Beau. I could have told you that over the phone. My shoulders drop. I was aching to see your face, I say, and he laughs a little. How long could it possibly take to give a straight yes or no? Yes, your appeal has been accepted. No, it hasn't. You know it's all political in the force. The red tape is never ending. One person says yes, the next overrules them. He leans forward, and I see that dreaded sympathy veil his features. Don't look at me like that, I warn. Like what? Like you're about to tell me not to hold out hope? He sighs. It was cut and dry. My teeth clench. It was a really cover-up, Nath. That's what it was. Cars just spontaneously combust on their own, do they? The tank was leaking, Beau. Forensics proved it. On a 1-year-old government-issued Audi? Come on, Nath. And she was smoking in the vehicle. So it's Mom's fault? I grate, my fingers aching. I look down and find my knuckles white from my grip on the cup, and I loosen it, circulating some blood. I honestly can't recall seeing her smoking in the car that night. All I remember is the terror emblazoned across her face. She knew something was about to happen. I didn't say that. Nath sighs again. Beau, you've got to let this lie, or you'll drive yourself crazy. Been there, I mumble despondently, and he reaches over, taking my hand. Don't go there again. The empathy on his face serves only to anger me, and that's not fair on Nath. He was a great friend of Mom's, the best partner. Jazz would have wanted you to live. She'd want you back on the force. Nath, I lean over the table. Something isn't right. Really? Gosh, since when did you become a conspiracy theorist? Choose your battles, Beau. I retreat and finger my cup of coffee, admitting defeat. Just for now. I heard you finally tracked down the snake. Yeah, at the bottom of the river. Someone obviously didn't get the memo that he was wanted alive or alive. Someone obviously wanted him dead more than the police wanted him alive. I raise an eyebrow, and Nath laughs under his breath. He didn't slither away from whoever murdered him, eh? I go on. So who do you think killed him before Mom caught him? You know I can't discuss that. Pretend I'm Mom. I lean in. Was it the bear? Did he turn on him? Or did the enigma? Your mom is dead, Beau. Nath breathes, and I wince. Gosh, I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. I smile, and it takes every bit of effort. I guess it never leaves you, huh? Once a cop, always a cop. He smiles and tests his coffee before downing it and pulling out his cell. Break time's up. He groans, standing and making his way to my side. He dips and kisses my cheek before resting a light palm over my wrist. He always does that, like he can rub away the aftermath. Ollie says hi. I roll my eyes. Anything else to add that might cheer me up? He's still not over you. That was a rhetorical question. I know. Noth answers his phone and strides off, jumping in his car and pulling away fast. I don't hang around to let my thoughts wander to my ex-fiancé. I leave my coffee practically untouched and head for Dolly, sliding in and starting her up. "Come on," I say quietly as she coughs and splutters. "Come on, come on, come on." I stop forcing her to life when smoke starts to billow from beneath the hood. Smoke. So much smoke. An ear-piercing bang, and then smoke. I inhale, swallow, push my fist into the side of my head. I can't breathe, can't see, can't get to Mom. Beau! My body slams back into the seat, my breathing quick, and I physically shake myself away from the flashback, glancing around, checking my surroundings, checking the sleeve of my shirt isn't melting or my flesh isn't burning. Jesus, I breathe, taking a moment to gather myself. When will these flashbacks stop haunting me? I get out, wiping away the sheen of sweat from my brow, forcing myself back to the present. As I've been told, I take deep breaths with my eyes closed, trying to find my center. Breathe. Just breathe. I wait until the shaking stops and I can inhale without shuddering. I open my eyes and frown. Well, that doesn't look good. I know this car inside out. I know when it's going to shout, splutter, cough, jerk, but this smoke, that's new. On a sigh, I pull out my cell and go to my contacts, then favorites. He's at the top, Red the rescue truck. He answers in 2 rings. "Where are you?" "Downtown. Fred's Diner?" "Yep." I'm not embarrassed. That stopped the 4th time Reg rescued me. Now Reg and I are firm friends. I'm at the Starbucks drive-thru, a few minutes away. "Vanilla latte?" I drop into the driver's seat. He doesn't even tell me I need to get rid of Dolly anymore. Love one. I hang up and turn on the radio, sighing when David Bowie's Heroes joins me. Granted, he's a bit fuzzy, and the crackly reception would be annoying for many, but crackly and fuzzy is my life these days. I relax back, glancing at my phone when it starts vibrating in my hand. I frown at the unfamiliar number and quieten Bowie. "Hello?" "Hi, it's me," a man says. I cock my head. "Who's me?" "Me." I pull my phone away from my ear and look down at the number again. Definitely not familiar. And as for the British accent, never heard it. Again, "Who's me?" I ask. There's silence for a few moments, the man probably checking his cell too. "Wrong number?" I ask. "Well, I don't know." He throws his glasses on the table. "You're standing there with your bra around your waist, one hairy leg in your pantyhose, and your intimate wear in disarray. Who are you right now?" I purse my lips, finding my wine and filling my mouth. The rules are clear, so I have no clue how Dexter really messed up so monumentally. If the wig is on, it's Zinnia. And the wig is on, albeit wonky. I can't remember when my uncle went from being an uncle to an uncle and an aunt all wrapped up into one. But I remember the mess it created in the family. My father, the prejudiced jerk, kept me and my mother away like his brother was contagious. And yet, even now, all these years later and a pile of further crimes marked against my father's name, Zinnia never badmouths him. Dexter, on the other hand, shares my contempt. Good. I need someone to remind me of what a jerk he is whenever I'm feeling weak. "And you can keep your big mouth shut," Zinnia snaps, slapping my shoulder. I cough over my mouthful, spraying the table. "I didn't say a word." "You didn't need to." Zinnia finishes getting her stocking on and her bra into place before perfecting her makeup in the mirror at the table with us. And I watch her, fascinated, as she smiles her way through her task. How easy she finds it to smile. How hard, I do. "Done," she says, smacking her painted lips. "Now I must dress." Standing from the table, she clasps the side of her kimono and breezes out of the room. "Oh, I nearly forgot," she says, pausing at the door and holding the frame as she looks back. She's still smiling, but this one has a hint of something I'm wary of. "Your father called." I return to my wine immediately, sensing the suddenly thick atmosphere. I say nothing, looking up when I feel Baxter's eyes on me. I sip my wine, giving him a what look. "He would love to see you," Zinnia goes on, clearly cautious. "He's been trying to call you." I close my eyes and breathe out slowly. Yes, I know. I've been purposely ignoring him. I can't be around him and that child he calls a girlfriend, I say, braving facing Zinnia again. "Nothing's changed for me. Time has changed, my darling." She smiles mildly, desperate for me to make amends with him. "And maybe with it, your father has. He called me, for God's sake. Your father. He even asked how I was." I hate the elation she's so obviously feeling. Like me, Zinnia shouldn't be giving him the time of day. I don't understand her motives. Or maybe I do. "Live and let live," she says. "Shake out the negativity." "He must want something," I mutter. "Yes, your forgiveness." My forgiveness? He'll never get that. He can continue trying to find redemption in charity work and being the consummate businessman, but he'll never get freedom from my contempt. I finish my wine and drag myself up, heading past Zinnia to the front door. I stop and kiss her cheek. I'm going to see Mom. She pulls me back when I break away, giving me a hug. "Send my love." I will. She releases me, and I head for the door. "Beau, my darling?" I look back, and she smiles lightly. "Let it be, I beg you. Just let it be. The upset with your father, my darling, it's the last demon you need to be rid of." I say nothing, just return her smile and close the front door behind me. Zinnia and Dexter have worked so hard to stabilize me. I can't let on that I feel far from stable. Can't let them know of the demons that still haunt me. And my father is undisputably one of them. I wrestle with the dilapidated iron gate, wincing when the metal scrapes along the concrete beneath it. How it hasn't fallen off its hinges yet, I don't know. The pathway isn't much better. The slabs uneven, every single one broken, weeds bursting up from between the cracks. I tread carefully, avoiding the stinging nettles. "It's like dicing with death coming to see you, Mom," I say to myself, making it to her relatively unscathed. I settle on the overgrown grass and put the bunch of tulips down beside me. "Hi." I inhale, my heart turning in my chest, as I stare at her headstone. Jasmine, Jazz, Haley, 1965 to 2019. Gone, but never forgotten. I'm fine, I assure her, but Aunt Zinnia is definitely getting soft in her old age. She sends her love, by the way. I get to my knees and pull the stone vase free of the holder, plucking out the limp roses and emptying the old water. I take the bottle of Avion from my bag and top up the vase, arranging the tulips just so. They're Mom's favorite. Mine, too. She always said they were a sign of brighter, sunnier, longer days. Nothing is bright and sunny anymore, and longer days are crueler days. "Perfect," I say, placing the vase back and tweaking the stems. Then I get myself comfortable, lying on the grass beside her grave, watching the clouds roll through the sky. Aunt Zinnia taught me how to control my thoughts, how to channel my anger, how to shake out the negativity, how to find peace amid tragedy. It's something I never really got the hang of, a lesson I struggle to remember each day. Life is unpredictable, and death even more so. The only guarantee is that it will happen. Sometimes too soon, sometimes too late, but it will happen. "I'm thinking about buying my own place," I say, pulling at the blades of grass beside me. Aunt Zinnia would never say, but I'm sure she must think I've long outstayed my welcome. I point to the sky. "Oh, look, the Eiffel Tower." I watch as the tall, tapering cloud drifts over us, losing its shape as it goes. I said it was for a month. I drop my head to the side. That was nearly 2 years ago. I'm 30. I have the money. I even have the desire. But there's that tiny part of me that's scared to leave Zinnia's sanctuary. A tiny part that knows it would be stupid. And seeing my father? No, that's a surefire way to send me spiraling further. I can't come to terms with the fact he's still living and my mom's not. I haven't even got my head around the fact that I am still here. Fear. It's one of the things Aunt Zinnia has worked so hard to push out of me. I haven't the heart to tell her it hasn't worked. I don't fear death anymore, but I fear life. I fear I'll never be rid of this bitterness, never be rid of the pain, never be able to keep my mind clean, never be able to look in the mirror and like what I see. It's such an effort, an everyday struggle, and the answer to my problems is always haunting me. Everywhere I look, I see a way out. Zinnia is my crutch. I can't bring myself to leave my crutch. She was Mom's crutch too, and the object of my father's scorn. I breathe out and return my eyes to the clouds, feeling around on the grass beside me when I hear my cell. I look up at the screen, rolling my eyes at the strange number that I've become familiar with today. "Isn't the party doing it for you? You mentioned you paint," he says, seeming to completely miss my quip. My smile is hesitant. I did. I'm looking for a painter. He doesn't sound too sure about that. In fact, he sounds agitated. "What do you want painted?" "My bedroom." "Is it worn out from all the parties?" "How much?" This is getting plain weird. I'd need to take a look in order to quote. "Tonight?" "Tonight?" I'm visiting my mother. There's a long silence, and once again, I'm checking to see if he's still on the line. He is. "Tomorrow night?" he eventually says. I nibble my lip, wondering how to approach this. Work is sparse. I'm not concerned. It's not like I need the money. Just the distraction, the calm I find in painting, the closeness to my mom. I'm a bit busy at the moment. I'm being instinctively wary, naturally. This is all quite odd. His calls, the conversation, I should hang up. Is that a no? No. But instead, I leave an opening because my curiosity is raging. I scold the part of me that hasn't yet got the memo that I'm no longer a cop. "So when can you look?" "Let me just check my calendar," I say, pulling my cell away from my ear for a few seconds, rolling my eyes at myself. I look across to Mom. I know, pathetic. "Monday evening?" I ask once I've left it long enough to check my empty schedule. 8, he says, but it isn't a question. He's not suggesting. He's telling me. And that gets my back up. 7, "I'll need your name and address." 8, "I'll text it to you." He hangs up, and I stare at the screen of my phone, slightly stunned. "Okay then," I say to myself, frowning at the sky, ignoring the part of my brain that's asking me what on earth I'm doing. The bigger part of my brain is too enthralled and distracted. "Oh, look," I whisper, lifting my cell and pointing it at the sky. "That one looks like the shape of Britain." James' suicide it is then. My skin tingles. I know what that means. Danger. Goldie wanders into my office and clocks my mobile resting on my cheek. "What are you really playing at?" She knows. Of course she knows. Since the moment I ripped a bloke off her at the back of a London boozer and battered the person, she's not left my side. That was 6 years ago. She never went back into the Marines. Their loss. My gain. I get up, tossing my mobile on the desk and rounding it, unbuttoning my shirt as I go. "Have you eaten?" I ask, my way of telling her that this isn't up for debate. Because how am I really going to explain it to her when I haven't got a clue at all what I'm doing myself? No. Answer me. That woman was the next exciting thing to come out of the academy. She really flew through her phase 1, for goodness sake, just like her mother. "They called her Lara Croft," I murmur. I know. Goldie's nostrils flare. "So what are you going to do? Kill her?" She snaps her mouth shut quickly, her eyes unusually wide. "Wait, don't tell me you're worried about her?" I scowl as I pick up my feet, passing her. I don't worry about people. I kill people. But the truth is, if Beau Haley doesn't give up on her relentless need for justice, she could be opening a whole new can of worms I can't be really to deal with. She could also end up dead. I'm ensuring my immunity. I need Beau Haley to stop digging, and I haven't a freaking clue how to achieve that. "Where are you going?" "Out." I swipe up my car keys and march out of my office, willing myself to get my head on straight quickly before I send everything I've worked for to mess. I get in my elevator, the doors close, and I stare at myself in the reflection. I see them clearly. The devil on one shoulder, an angel on the other. The devil speaks louder. The angel never made it. I blink, looking away from the man staring back at me, the stranger, yet the person I know best in this world. The doors open, and I see Otto look up from the desk in the lobby. As I pass, I glance at the bank of screens before him, footage from every angle of my building. Every empty floor, watched. Every entrance, watched. The roof, watched. I'm expecting someone on Monday evening. Beau Haley. Send her straight up. Yep, straight up suicide. Beau. Otto fades off, catching his tongue. But the tone in which he spoke her name was loaded with concern. No problem. By the time I've made it to the garage, I've still found no sense. I get in my car, start the engine, and tap in Beau Haley's address into the sat-nav. And by the time I pull into her street, still no freaking sense. I park up across the road and turn off the engine, resting my elbow on the door, my eyes lasers on the house. An hour passes with no signs of life. Nothing, not even a shred of sensibility for me. And then there's something. A taxi pulls into the street, and I sink lower in my seat. Lower still when it pulls into the space directly in front of me. She's in the back, literally meters away. She could look into my car and see me clearly. Scene. I watch her, tense, once again wondering what the gosh I'm playing at as she stares at the house for what seems like days. What is she doing? Eventually, she gets out and stands motionless by the side of the cab for a few minutes. Then she gets back in, and the taxi pulls out quickly. I breathe for the first time in minutes, scrubbing my hands down my face. Don't follow her, I warn myself, starting the engine, looking in the rearview mirror at the taillights getting farther away. A quick three-point turn has me facing the wrong direction, and only seconds after that, I'm 2 cars behind the cab. I follow it to the supermarket where it drops her at the store entrance. I get out and jog across the car park. Stop, turn around to go back to my car. Turn back. Gosh, I breathe, following her in. I take a basket and tail her as she wanders aimlessly up and down every aisle in the quiet supermarket. But I keep a safe distance. Safe? Being in the same country as this woman isn't safe. Leave, I order myself, studying her browsing the aisles. But she puts nothing in her basket. She doesn't seem to be here for anything in particular. Unlike me, I'm here for something. Damage control. And yet, I feel like I'm losing my grip on all control. Beau. On Monday evening at 8, I push my way through the glass doors into the lobby of James' house, a space-age, ultra-modern 20-story building on the east side of town. Am immediately alarmed by the number of mirrors I'm confronted with. Every wall, every door, even the elevator. The concierge glances up. Can I help you? He's a giant, with a startling number of piercings on his face and an impressive beard. Is he the concierge? Security? None of the above? I'm here to see James Kelly. My name's Beau. He said to send you straight up. He heads toward the elevator as I follow, avoiding all of the mirrors, and I peek at the desk as I pass, seeing dozens of screens. Security cameras. Everywhere. It isn't odd, but so many? He swipes a card through a reader and the doors ping open. I'm faced with more mirrors. Stepping inside, he punches a few buttons on the panel. It goes straight to the top floor. He holds the doors for me to enter. Thank you. He nods pensively, the doors close, and I'm confronted by my reflection. I squint, stepping forward, looking closely at my eyes. Usually empty eyes that are now overflowing with curiosity. What are you doing, Beau? I ask quietly. Leave. I rake a hand through my loose, dark blonde hair, combing through the long ends with my fingers, pulling the masses over one shoulder. It's wavy, unmanageable. I sigh and pull it up into a messy ponytail, pulling the sleeves of my oversized shirt down and tying the tails into a knot. The doors of the elevator open, along with my mouth. Jesus, I whisper, staring at the wall of glass across the room. The skyline of Miami lies beyond, majestic as the sun sets. It's breathtaking, mesmerizing. I step out and look around, fascinated by how the glass stretches around 3 walls. I'm in a giant glass box, one huge room. Literally every wall is glass. So, what the heck is there to paint? Hello? I call, hovering by the elevator. A staircase lines the far right wall. That's glass too, with white treads on each floating step. There are candles everywhere, all lit, all flickering, intensifying the already intense space. I shudder and look down at my cell. 8 on the dock. Hello? I call again, this time louder. Nothing. I dial him rather than venture any farther into his glass box, and it rings and rings until it eventually goes to an automated voicemail. Hi, it's me. I'm here, and you're not. I'm standing outside your elevator on the threshold of your glass box. I feel uneasy. I hang up and stand there, a little lost, waiting for him to appear, while I run through everything I know about James Kelly, which isn't much. He's not on any social media, and this address threw up nothing on Google, except an old real estate advertisement marketing it for sale 5 years ago. 10 minutes pass, no sight, no sound. Come on, I say to myself, checking my cell again. I look back at the elevator doors, which are now closed, at the panel on the wall that requires a key card, and I mentally see the collection of buttons inside that require a code. I'm stuck. Amazing, I whisper, turning and facing the glass box again. I didn't get the name of the guy downstairs. He wasn't in uniform, therefore there was no company shirt to enlighten me on who he works for. Gosh, real smart Beau. I venture farther in, cautious, slow, gazing around. Mr. Kelly, I call, still getting no reply. It's Beau Haley. I'm here to look at your bedroom. I reach the bottom of the staircase and gaze up. Mr. Kelly? I hear something. Music. That would explain why he can't hear me, wherever he is. Where is he? I kick off my flip-flops without thought and start taking the steps slowly, one by one, finding a whole new space at the top. A large space with a round table in the center and more glass walls, although these are frosted glass with frosted glass doors leading off, 6 in total, and still no walls to paint. The music is louder now, coming from one of the rooms to the right. Paradise Circle. Massive attack. A few chills glide up my spine as I approach the door. Knock it? Mr. Kelly? I call through the glass. Nothing. I don't know what possesses me. I should turn and leave, but instead, my body takes on a mind of its own. I grip the handle, turn it gently, and push the door open a fraction. Oh my gosh. My ability to speak is stripped from me, and I suck back my words as I squeeze the handle, my body becoming a statue. I'm wide-eyed, open-mouthed. My tangled, shocked mind is trying to piece together the scene in the colossal room before me. There's so much to take in, but the one thing that holds me completely wrapped? His profile. I stare. I just stare. The scene before me was deeply shocking and inappropriate. I flex my hand on the door handle, screaming at myself to go. Close the door. Leave. But then something else caught my attention, tucked away in the corner of the room. Another man. He was also present. Gosh, I step back and pull the door closed, struggling to breathe, struggling to find instruction. I stare at the frosted glass, bringing my cell to my mouth and nibbling on the edge, glancing over my shoulder to the stairs. What the hell am I supposed to do? He's obviously forgotten about our meeting. I pull up on that thought. No, the guy in the lobby, occupation to be determined, said he was expecting me. My head starts to ache, my eyes going back and forth between the door and the stairs. He was expecting me. He didn't forget. Of course he wouldn't anticipate me snooping around his apartment, because I can't even comprehend the possibility that he wouldn't care if I saw that. So I'm left to reach the only other explanation. He's got carried away, lost himself in ecstasy. But then our telephone conversation is suddenly trampling through my mind. Social gathering. Jesus Christ. I head downstairs to the elevator, slipping my flip-flops back on. Oh my God, this is horrific. I squeeze my eyes closed, struggling to rid my mind of what I saw, struggling to clear my ears of the sounds, the music, which is still playing. I go to the keypad and stare at it for a few seconds. The building. Call the building. I pull up Google, type in the name of the building, and search for a phone number. There's nothing. I'm going nowhere. I close my eyes, breathing in, and accept my fate. My unthinkable, awful fate sliding down to my ass by the elevator. He looked nowhere near done. It's all I can see in my mind. That scene. I reach up to my forehead and press my palm into it, trying in vain to suppress my thoughts. Her moans, the sounds, the music, his power. I look to the ceiling, my cheeks inflating from my exhale, and I cringe, thinking back to our telephone conversation again. Oh, Beau, I breathe, squirming harder. I can still hear the very music. It's not helping, my brain off on a tangent, wondering what's happening up there. The man in the chair. Has he joined them? My cell rings, and I jump out of my skin. Gosh, I swipe to answer, grateful for the distraction. Any distraction. Hello? Beau? Hi, Reg. My eyes glue themselves to the top of the stairs. How's Dolly? Dead. I recoil. Break it to me gently, why don't you? He laughs. You and I both know she's been on her deathbed for a while, Beau. I'm surprised you haven't come to terms with it. I pout. Is there nothing we can do? Aside from replacing the engine, no. Why can't we do that? Reg falters. It'll cost more than replacing the car, Beau. With parts and labor, we're talking thousands of dollars. I don't mind how much it costs. I really don't. Truth be told, with all the money I've spent on Dolly over the years, I probably could have bought myself a shiny, new, reliable, top-of-the-range Mercedes. But I don't want a shiny, new Mercedes. I want Dolly. She's sentimental, Reg, I say, but he already knows that. I hear him sigh. I'll see if I can find a bargain engine somewhere. I'd smile if I could. It's a struggle to have this simple conversation with Reg. Thanks, Reg. He doesn't say goodbye, just hangs up, and I blink, my eyes burning from staring at the same spot at the top of the staircase for so long. What on earth shall I say when he finally finds me here? I don't have time to ponder that. I hear a door open, and my back straightens. The music stops. I hear voices. Oh, God. I scramble to my feet and mess with the thread of a rip in the thigh of my jeans as he rounds the corner at the top of the stairs, pulling on a t-shirt as he takes the steps. Oh, my God, I whisper, my eyes following him down the stairs. Don't choke, Beau. His face. He's brutally handsome, and yet almost callous. His dark hair is falling around his ears and across his eyes, wet and wavy. His rough, square jaw is tense. His body looks powerful, hard and powerful, every muscle on his tall physique sharp. I rip my eyes away from his bare chest, seeing the woman, now fully dressed in a business suit, following him, and behind her, the man from the chair. My mind blesses me with a quick, detailed recap of what I walked in on, although the people heading down the stairs toward me now look different, composed, dressed. I wait to be spotted, feeling so really awkward. It was nice to see you, James, the woman says. Sure. His reply is simple and flat, and with absolutely no hint that he feels the same. Yeah, really nice, the man adds. James halts, pulling his t-shirt down his torso, coming to an abrupt stop halfway down the stairs, forcing the man and woman to stop too. His hands remain motionless, still holding on to the material around his chest, his eyes laser beams. On me. I swallow. Beau Haley, he murmurs, as the man and woman regard me with interest. My ability to talk has escaped me, gone. I swallow, shift, and look away from him, needing a break from his penetrating eyes. I eventually locate some words. They're not the words I need, but all the words I can find. James Kelly, I whisper, willing myself to look at him, face him. It's a task. I exhale, my shoulders dropping with the air that leaves me. Thanks for waiting, he says quietly, his tone flat. I dig deep for the woman who always remained cool and unaffected in the face of uncertainty. No problem. I look past him to the two silent people in the background, and he glances over his shoulder. I'll see you out. He continues down the stairs, his naked feet padding toward me, the hem of his frayed jeans dragging the floor. He hits the call button on the wall, and the doors open. I move back, out of their way, managing a small, awkward smile to the man and woman as they pass me. Beth, Darren, good evening, James says. The doors close. And silence. A horrible, screaming silence. I look up at him. He's biting the corner of his lip, his chiseled jaw ticking. He's thinking. What is he thinking? He steps back, away from me. His eyes are crystal clear pits of blue, sharp like his jaw, intense like his persona, and his eyebrows are heavy, making him appear as unfriendly as he feels. His wavy hair's darkened by sweat. He's stupidly stunning. I ran over on my meeting. His words are quiet, rough. I can't look at him. His eyes are too astute, his lazy gaze potent. I feel like he's tapping in on my thoughts. I called, but you obviously couldn't hear me, because you were lost in some pretty intense-looking kink. I would have left. I motioned back to the elevator, but I don't have a key card or a code. He points to the button above the slot for the card. You don't need a card or a code to leave, just to enter. Oh, I inwardly shake my head to myself. I could have left? I could have spared us both this embarrassment? Yet, as I look at him, he doesn't look very embarrassed. He just looks inconvenienced. You know, if now's not a good time, I could come back. Now's fine. He turns on his bare feet and heads to the open kitchen on the other side of the room. Would you like a drink? I'm good, thanks. I follow him, glancing around again. More glass. Nice place. Thanks. He opens a tall glass-fronted fridge and pulls out a beer, twisting the cap off and resting back on the countertop as he takes a slug. I don't know what it is, but I just can't look him in the eye, so I take another pointless peek around his apartment. Do you struggle with eye contact? He asks, and I dart my stare back to his. He regards me as he takes another swig of his beer. Or is it just me? I laugh on the inside. Only when I've unexpectedly stumbled upon your orgy and then have to pretend I've not seen your gloriously naked body pounding relentlessly into a woman. Holding his eyes, if only to make a point, I scratch through my mind for what to say. This guy is dark. How dark is yet to be determined, but my intuition tells me very dark. I've been submerged in enough darkness in my time to recognize a damaged soul, to sense someone's anger, to feel their pain. I'm a walking, talking example. What's his story? It's like he's purposely trying to make me feel uncomfortable, and I hate him for succeeding. What I was faced with before isn't helping, of course, but he doesn't know I saw. Or does he? He cocks his head, and I cock mine right back as he watches me. You know, I think I will have that drink. Give me all the alcohol for the love of God. He nods mildly, pulling the fridge open, eyes still on me. Beer? He's goading me, and that pisses me off. Please, I'll feel like I've failed if I look away, so like a stubborn fool, I maintain our eye contact, refusing to let him win. I will not give him that power. He sets his bottle aside to unscrew the cap of mine, and then hands it to me. It's all I can do not to scowl as I accept it and take a sip. Eyes. Still. On me. I'm beginning to think he knows I saw what was going on upstairs. The way he's being, this staring. Gosh, he really is trying to make me feel uncomfortable. Why? I am Jazz Haley's daughter. I absolutely will not break, and as if he's read my mind, I see the tiniest of smirks crack the straightness of his lips. And then he looks away, running a hand through his messy, tousled waves. Let me show you my office. He pushes himself off the countertop and heads for the stairs, and I stare at his wide shoulders as he goes. Your office? I call, and he stops, his foot on the first step, looking back. You're here to paint, aren't you? Yes, but you mentioned your bedroom. Why the hell would I point that out? I don't want to step foot in his bedroom. I did? He questions. I meant my office. But all I've seen is glass. His eyebrows lazily rise, and I die on the inside, looking away. But you've not seen upstairs. Oh God, Beau, just leave. Go. Put yourself out of this misery. But I don't. Instead, I say nothing and follow, kicking my flip-flops off again at the bottom of the stairs before climbing them, my eyes nailed to the backs of his thighs. We round the corner at the top and, naturally, my focus lands on a particular door. "Do you live alone?" I ask, making idle chit-chat in an attempt to break the ice. I've never met a man so cold. He passes the first door, and looks back at me. "Yes. Are you always this hospitable?" It just falls out, my mind all over the place, no matter how hard I'm trying to convince him otherwise. My job as a police officer taught me how to be calm in the face of seriously fraught situations, how to maintain my cool. It's all lost on me now. "I'm very hospitable," he replies, and I laugh under my breath without thought as he comes to a stop at another door, looking back at me. Good grief, his eyes are like bottomless pits of sinfulness, magnets. He takes the handle, but he doesn't open it. "Are you sensing a bit of tension between us?" he asks huskily. "Yes. I don't lie. I'm too old to play games." "Why do you think that is?" "I don't know. You tell me." "Are you usually so awkward?" "No, never. I'm really not, and I just unwittingly admitted that I'm feeling uncomfortable. So it really is just me?" "Yes, it's you." I give him a sarcastic smile. "Does that make you happy?" I sense it does. "No, it makes me curious." "Why?" His eyes fall down my body, and he takes his time taking me in. "It makes me curious," he whispers, returning his eyes to mine. I'm immediately hypnotized by him, spellbound, because I can't figure out if you dislike me. A beat, a blatant beat for impact.
Or want to be close to me? My lips part, a little in shock and, God help me, a lot with desire. And I can't figure out if you're purposely trying to make me feel uncomfortable or whether you're a natural jerk. He smiles. That's wicked too. A bit of both. I cock my head, entranced, as he opens the door and gestures me inside. I force my feet to move, passing him, feeling his shrewd stare follow me into the room. More floor-to-ceiling glass, though only on one wall. The couch could seat 8 people with ease. The small kitchen in the corner is equipped with a glass fridge, a Nespresso machine, and glass-fronted cupboards with matching glass cups and saucers. His desk is more a conference table, again, glass, and his chair sits between that and the window. One of the 3 walls is covered in dozens of TVs. You could live in his office, and it tells me all I need to know about James Kelly. He's a workaholic. It's no wonder he's fairly antisocial. I bet he's holed up in here most of the time when he's not at work, or performing an extraordinary intimate act for some man to watch. I take in the 2 plastered walls, large walls, and look to the ceiling. It's scattered with dozens of tiny spotlights. I grimace. That'll be very difficult to paint. "What's the verdict?" he asks, cocking a leg and sitting on the conference table. "It's a week's work." I wander over to one of the walls and run my palm across the paint. Smooth. Only a couple of holes to fill from where picture hooks have been. The ceiling will be a pain with all those lights to cut in around. I look up, as does he. 1,000. "No, I think there's only 200, he replies, his eyes dancing across the spotlights. I smile to myself, admiring his throat. "Dollars, I clarify, excluding paint." His head drops. 1,000? To paint 2 walls and a ceiling? They're big walls and a very annoying ceiling. I'll have a seriously bad neck by the time I'm done intricately cutting in around all those lights. $100 will probably be spent on a chiropractor, plus my inner mind is probably trying to put him off, trying to lose the job. I shouldn't spend any more time here than I have to, and I don't need to spend a minute. Then why are you still here? Clearly because I'm too really curious, or bored. James shakes his head. "You're ripping me off. I could do it myself on a weekend." I take a sip of my beer and hold it out to him. He takes it, if a little tentatively. "Then enjoy," I say, turning on my bare feet and leaving his office, feeling the pressure of his presence lifting from my shoulders the farther I walk away from him.
I take the stairs, slipping my flip-flops on as I hit the bottom. I don't think I could spend another minute in this glass box with that glass man, let alone a whole week. He's sharp, cutting, transparent. I wander into the elevator when the doors open and turn, slowly lifting my eyes. He's made it to the bottom of the stairs, and he just stares at me. And despite wanting to look away, his eyes refuse to release me from their hold. His teeth latch onto his bottom lip. His hands go to the hem of his t-shirt, and he turns, pulling it up as he pads on bare feet to the kitchen. I swallow and rest my weight on a hand against the mirror, my eyes darting across the vast expanse of his sharp back, and the angry, deep, monstrous scar that blankets every inch of it. James, what really am I thinking? I slump down on the couch, my eyes rooted on the elevator, my beer discarded and replaced with something hard. I neck the straight vodka and gasp. I knew what I was doing. When I arranged for some company prior to Beau arriving, I knew exactly what I was doing. I was creating an obstacle, making sure she hates me because she should. But with each update Goldie sends me on Beau, my intrigue grows. And those calls, her voice, something inside of me kicked, and I was really in trouble if I could ignore it. Damaged, broken, hopeless. Everything I once was is emblazoned over every inch of that woman. And my attraction? That caught me off guard. Her clear, fair complexion, her messy blonde waves, her dark, dark eyes. She moves with grace and purpose, and yet I've never seen someone look so obviously heavy and lost before. Contempt for life. I've never seen demons displayed so clearly on someone's skin, except when I look in the mirror. Really, I murmur, rubbing at my forehead. I pull my mobile out and wake up the screen. Beau face fills it. Beautifully toxic. She doesn't want to be here anymore, and I can make that happen. Do us both a favor. Beau. I feel like I'm sleeping in a bottle of Pepto-Bismol, Dexter mutters as he drops his holster on the chaise that's adorned with regal peacocks. I dunk my brush in the can and load it with more paint, balancing on top of my ladder to reach the corner. She loves it. Of course she does. It looks like Barbie puked up all over it. Don't let her see you playing gymnastics like that. I'm as safe as houses. I swipe my brush with accuracy along the wall where it meets the ceiling, getting as perfect a line as I can with my new brush. Terrible, I mutter, pulling back and inspecting. Looks perfect to me. All done, I declare, jumping down and setting my can on the drop cloth. Perfect. What really is perfect anyway? They've discontinued my favorite brush. I've searched Google and come up with nothing. I curl my lip at my substitute brush as I toss it in the can of paint. Where is she? I ask, just as Aunt Zinnia bursts through the door looking harassed, her body encased in a floor-length red velvet gown. My wig, she cries. Has anyone seen my wig? Both Dexter and I cast our eyes around their bedroom, across all of the drop cloths and decorating equipment. All tidy up. I start transferring my tools into my box and wrap my brush and roller, ready to wash. Beau, sweetheart? I glance up. Aunt Zinnia seems to have lost her panic and is now looking at me in that way she does, with concern. Why don't you come to my show this evening? I don't answer, just look at her in the way I do and continue with my task of clearing their bedroom. A dark cavern of a club downtown on a Saturday night that's packed to the rafters with excited, loud fans is my worst kind of hell. She knows it, and yet each time she asks, I see new hope in her eyes. You look lovely, Dexter says, moving in for a swift change of subject. Anything to get Aunt Zinnia off my back. Why, thank you. She reaches for her hair to twiddle at a lock coyly. Her smile drops. My wig. And she's off around the bedroom like a whirlwind again, pulling sheets off furniture as she goes. You'll get paint on your dress, Dexter sighs. Go wait in the kitchen. I'll find it. He claims Zinnia and leads her from the room, and I start to collect up all of the sheets and fold them away. She's not okay, Zinnia motors, not for the first time this week. I'm sure she's fine. I can hear you, you know, I call tiredly, and they both stop at the door, looking back.
Uncle Lawrence is much quieter than Aunt Zinnia. If you're going to talk about me, do it when you're Lawrence. Dexter chuckles lightly, and Zinnia shrugs off his hold with an air of indignance, throwing him a dirty look before returning her attention to me. Let's meditate, she suggests, breezing across the room to me, holding up her dress. I look to Dexter for help. He shrugs. I don't need to meditate. You do. You haven't been yourself all week. Surely that's a good thing, I say over a laugh, getting my very own filthy look from Zinnia. I mean, your fake self. I get my amusement under control quickly, looking away from her probing eyes. She's right. I've been so wrapped up in controlling my wandering mind and stopping it from steering in a direction I know is totally the wrong way, I've neglected to remember to force my smiles, to make sure everyone thinks I'm okay. I even missed my therapy session. Distracted. I let Zinnia take my hand and pull me out onto the bohemian-inspired balcony.
A gigantic daybed is nestled under the canopy, the sheets adorned in elephants of every color of the rainbow, a few dozen cushions in clashing patterns scattered across it, wind chimes ding, dream catchers sway, candles flicker. It really is a sweet sanctuary, but I'd enjoy it far more if I wasn't always here under duress. You mustn't be late for your show, I say, knowing I'm fighting a losing battle. She positions me on the end of a vivid striped woven rug. Sit. I do as I'm bid and rest my bum on my heels, and Zinnia mirrors me, though with more difficulty in her velvet gown. Now, she says, her eyes like questioning probes on me. What's on your mind? James Kelly. Nothing. Gosh, I look away, breaking the ultimate rule. I hear Zinnia hum, as my mind once again tortures me with a rerun of my encounter with him on Monday. So many words dance on my lips, waiting for me to speak them, to get Zinnia's thoughts. There's no question, she's liberal enough to take it. She won't gasp in horror or judge. So why don't I tell her? Why don't I share? I finally admit to myself that my reluctance is more to do with what she'll conclude about me rather than a man she doesn't know. Why can't I get him off my mind? What is this curiosity? Why am I thinking about him all the very time? He was Arctic cold, unfriendly, spellbinding. Darkness entices darkness. Zinnia must see my mind reeling because she turns her hands so her palms are facing the sky. She closes her eyes. I follow. She breathes in. So do I. She starts to talk softly, words I've heard time and again, words meant to soothe me, to settle me, to chase away the demons. Is James Kelly a demon? My eyes squeeze tighter, and Paradise Circus invades my hearing, along with sounds of past intimacy, a montage of close moments. I feel my shoulders drop, my heart slows, my breathing becomes shallow. I mustn't think about him. I mustn't see him again. And then sirens screech, and I snap my eyes open, blinking into the darkness. Fire, darkness, sirens, heat. My hands start grappling at the floor beside me, searching for an anchor, anything to hold on to, anything to pull me up. It's too hot. I can't touch a thing. It's all too hot. Mom! Oh no, Zinnia breathes. Dexter! I start to choke, the smoke overwhelming me. I can't breathe, I wheeze, my mind now an abyss of unbearable memories, my throat feeling like it's clogged with smoke. Screams, cries, panic, fear, pain of unbearable levels. Beau, sweetheart, take it, breathe into it. I feel the crumpling of paper around my mouth, and I inhale deeply, drinking in the clean air. Clean, so clean, no smoke. I gasp, my hand clenching the bag like the lifeline it is. My mind empties, my heart settles. I'm alive. But Mom is not. I blink, finding Zinnia and Dexter before me, their faces a picture of worry. I can't bear it. I shake my head mildly, my way of telling them not to worry, that I'm fine. They won't buy it. I know that. It's been a while, Zinnia says, her body relaxing a smidge. Are you still going to tell me you're fine? Lawrence, Dexter warns gently, and this time Aunt Zinnia doesn't fly into a hissy fit. She simply sighs, defeated. I give Dexter an appreciative smile. You still keep these? I say, handing him back the paper bag once I know I've got a handle on my attack. I still pick up one or two when I'm at Trader Joe's. He shrugs. Habit. Habit? I've heard somewhere, I can't remember where, that you have to do something for an average of 66 days for it to become a habit. Dexter was collecting paper bags from Trader Joe's for a lot longer than 66 days, and I used them all. I look down at the decking, noticing I've pushed myself into a corner. I mustn't see him again. I blow out my cheeks and get to my feet, while Zinnia and Dexter remain on the floor looking up at me. The cop and the drag queen. The most wonderful pair. I'm going to Walmart, I declare. How? Zinnia asks. Dolly's in the repair shop. I'll walk. Slowly. But it's so late, Dexter says, looking at his Apple Watch. All the better, I reply, moving past them, wincing for speaking my thoughts. It'll only fuel their concern. To them, my nighttime trips to Walmart are a positive step toward freedom. To me, it's one of the only places I find comfort. The blinding lights, the calm of the few people doing late-night shopping in such a colossal space. The low buzz of noise that blankets the mild sound of people's voices. It's one of the few places on this earth that doesn't freak me out, and I need it now more than I felt I've needed it in years. A voice over the speakers tells me I have 15 minutes to finish my shopping before the store closes. I look down at the basket I'm tugging along. Empty. Coming to a stop at the fruit and veg aisle, I scan the shelves for the mangoes, frowning when I see none. Who sells out of mangoes? I stop a store worker, a young man with red spiky hair. Do you have any mangoes? I ask, pointing at the empty space between the pineapples and kiwis. No more fresh fruit until tomorrow. He doesn't even stop, no doubt keen to finish his shift and go meet his friends. I pout at his back, claiming my basket and tugging it along to the dairy aisle, dropping some milk into it. Because everyone needs milk. And chocolate. Everyone needs chocolate. I walk up and down every aisle to get to the candy aisle and stand for a few moments scanning the selection. My skin tingles. I look left, no one. I look right, no one. My cell rings, but I ignore it, drained of the energy needed to reassure Zinnia, Lawrence, or Dexter that I'm okay. Instead, I text her, knowing she'll be waiting to go on stage, and she won't settle until she hears from me. I'm okay. I snatch a Hershey bar, the biggest, and drop it in my basket. Next, wine. I trudge on, looking over my shoulder, rolling them as I do. No one. Another announcement comes over the speakers, telling me I have 10 minutes to find my wine and pay. It doesn't encourage me to rush, my feet heavy as I flip-flop along. My cell rings again. I ignore it. Again. I think someone wants to speak to you, somebody says, and I glance up at a man beside me, who's grabbing a bottle of expensive-looking Merlot. Is it good? I ask, motioning to his hand. He smiles. The best. I nod and reach for a bottle, my cell ringing off and immediately sounding again. I sigh, accepting that she won't settle until she actually speaks to me, my thumb going to answer. I falter, placing my wine in my basket, the number on my screen making my heart boom. And I stare. For an age, I just stare at it, delving deep to find the will I need to answer, at the same time wondering what on earth he could want. Because I can't figure out if you dislike me or want to be intimate with me. I can't figure that out either, James, I breathe, and let my thumb fall to the green icon that accepts the call. Hello? I don't say my greeting as a question. He knows I know who it is. Beau? James. Silence falls, and it's only broken when the speakers announce it's my last chance to grab the daily specials. I look at the ceiling, to all the bright, harsh light pouring down on me. It's a stark contrast to the darkness I'm feeling from down the line. Where are you? He asks, his question flat and without any curiosity, almost a demand. Walmart, I answer, quietly and hesitantly. At this time? It's less chaotic, less noisy, less busy, and it's light, so very light, and the risk of having the back of your legs rammed by a cart is reduced. Rammed? I blink, my vision clear. You don't like busy? Hate it, I answer, with no thought for what that might tell him about me. I start to wander toward the checkout, wondering, again, why he's calling me. Wondering why I'm indulging him. Me too, he whispers, almost to himself. Except in your bedroom. That was far more intense than it should have been. "Why are you calling me James?" I ask, starting to unload my few things onto the conveyor belt. "I don't know," he answers candidly, and my hand falters on its way back to the basket. "Lonely?" I ask. "Always."
Air catches in my throat, and it's beyond me why. Loneliness. It's a strange thing. You can be surrounded by many people, people who love you and shower you with attention, but still feel incredibly isolated. I'm testament to that. But James, I know nothing about him, apart from his intimate moments, of course, and that he's possibly made of glass. Me too, I say quietly, wanting him to hear me. More silence stretches as I move to the other end of the checkout, and the lady behind the counter starts scanning my things. "So, you called me because you're lonely?" I ask. "No, I called you because I need you to paint my office." I frown as I tap my card on the reader to pay. I'm too expensive, apparently, and apparently I'm terrible at painting. "You tried to do it yourself?" I can't imagine James painting. I can't imagine James doing anything other than brooding and being intimate. And there's part of my problem. I've imagined him being intimate more than is healthy. I can't get the image of his strained, incredible body or his intense face out of my very head. I collect my bag and make my way toward the exit as a 5-minute warning to the rest of the shoppers sounds. "You have 5 minutes, Beau," he whispers. "5 minutes for what? To decide whether you can bring yourself to be in my company again?" He hangs up, and I stare down at my cell, stunned. 5 minutes. I glance around me as if the empty store can help me. No one can. Help me. I walk out a little dazed and perch on a wall under a streetlight. The next 5 minutes feel like the longest of my life, my head overcrowded, leaving no space for me to actually decide whether I will take his offer, and only room to relive the last time I was in his apartment. And I admit to myself for the first time, I wanted to be that woman. Not so much because I want James to be intimate with me with that kind of ferocity, but because I want to feel as lost as she looked. Light, free, immune to thinking, immune to everything, except for the pleasure. I startle when my cell rings in my hand, and I stare at the screen for a few seconds before answering. I don't greet him, he doesn't greet me. We just breathe down the line at each other. Lonely? Always. "See you Monday," he finally says. Then he hangs up again. The house is quiet when I get home, and I flick on every light as I make my way to the kitchen at the very back of the house. I unpack my few items, wash my hands as I stare out into the dark yard, go up to my room, flicking on every light switch I pass. I drop my bag on my bed and wander to Mom's special bottle of Krug on my nightstand, brushing across the top of the box delicately. "I don't know what I'm doing, Mom," I whisper, stripping out of my clothes and leaving them in a pile by my bed. I go to my bathroom and turn on the shower before putting myself in front of the mirror, forcing my eyes to look at myself, at my arm, at my shoulder. The scars look especially red today, angry, ugly, alive. I draw a line down the length of my arm to my wrist, my lips twisting, the pain raw. Dead flesh, dead skin, a dead soul. Condensation starts to creep up the mirror, fogging it, until I disappear, invisible. And yet when James Kelly looked at me, I felt seen, completely bared. Beau. The next morning, the kitchen is silent as I go through the motions of making a morning coffee. Uncle Lawrence and Dexter quiet at the table behind me, no doubt tossing each other worried looks every now and then. I slowly stir half a sugar into my caffeine as I stare out of the window at the sun trying its hardest to push through the dense clouds. The front yard has trees and bushes that place shadows across the front of the house, but the backyard is bathed in natural light from the sun. Warm, light. "How was your show last night?" I ask the pane of glass, my tone lacking the interest I hope to find. I drop the spoon and turn, leaning against the counter and bringing my coffee to my lips. Lawrence's face is nothing short of insulted. I force a smile around the rim of my cup as Dexter nudges him under the table with his knee. The eye roll performed by my uncle is award-worthy. Good. It was good. Good, I mimic, heading out of the kitchen. I feel their eyes follow me until I'm in the hallway. What are you doing today? Lawrence calls. I was going to meet Nath for coffee, I reply, taking the stairs. But the case he's working has had a few developments he needs to look into. Truth be told, I suspect he simply doesn't want to face me and my probing about the appeal again. So what are you going to do? Probably be consumed by thoughts of James Kelly. Chill out, I call, closing my bedroom door and setting my coffee on the nightstand. And drive myself insane, I whispered to myself, moving the details of 1,000 apartments I'm not going to buy and collapsing on the bed. Tomorrow is Monday. I'll see you on Monday. Something deep and sensible is telling me that I absolutely shouldn't see him on Monday. And yet something deeper and more relentless is telling me I should. But what if you can't, Beau? I sink my teeth into my bottom lip and pull up the message from Reg that's telling me he can't get my car back to me as soon as he hoped. So it'll be more cabs in the day and more walking by night. Many of my tools are in my car tools. I haven't a hope of transporting without a vehicle. Sensibility grabs me for a moment and controls my movements, making me pull up my texts and send a message. I'm afraid I need to reschedule. No sooner have I clicked send, my cell rings. And for the first time, I wonder why I haven't saved his number. Not that I need to. I know it by heart. I've stared at it so much. I answer, but say nothing, waiting for what James might say instead. Why, is all I get. And although I have a perfectly good reason, I'll be very surprised if I can voice it, leaving a long, lingering, expectant silence. I asked why. I have travel issues, I say, trying to come across assertive, but sounding hesitant instead. It's not an issue. I have equipment issues. It's not an issue. I breathe out, reaching for my temple and massaging. I have James issues. And finally, we have the real issue, he whispers, and it doesn't escape my notice that he fails to claim this issue of mine isn't an issue. Is it an issue? I laugh on the inside. Of course it's an issue. My body and mind aren't my own around him. Lonely? Always. See you Monday, he finally says. Then he hangs up again. The house is quiet when I get home, and I flick on every light as I make my way to the kitchen at the very back of the house. I unpack my few items, wash my hands as I stare out into the dark yard, go up to my room, flicking on every light switch I pass. I drop my bag on my bed and wander to Mom's special bottle of Krug on my nightstand, brushing across the top of the box delicately. I don't know what I'm doing, Mom, I whisper, stripping out of my clothes and leaving them in a pile by my bed. I go to my bathroom and turn on the shower before putting myself in front of the mirror, forcing my eyes to look at myself, at my arm, at my shoulder. The scars look especially red today, angry, ugly, alive. I draw a line down the length of my arm to my wrist, my lips twisting, the pain raw. Dead flesh, dead skin, a dead soul. Condensation starts to creep up the mirror, fogging it until I disappear, invisible. And yet, when James Kelly looked at me, I felt seen, completely bared. Beau. The next morning, the kitchen is silent as I go through the motions of making a morning coffee. Uncle Lawrence and Dexter quiet at the table behind me, no doubt tossing each other worried looks every now and then. I slowly stir half a sugar into my caffeine as I stare out of the window at the sun trying its hardest to push through the dense clouds. The front yard has trees and bushes that place shadows across the front of the house, but the backyard is bathed in natural light from the sun. Warm, light. How was your show last night? I ask the pane of glass, my tone lacking the interest I hope to find. I drop the spoon and turn, leaning against the counter and bringing my coffee to my lips. Lawrence's face is nothing short of insulted. I force a smile around the rim of my cup as Dexter nudges him under the table with his knee. The eye roll performed by my uncle is award-worthy. Good. It was good. Good, I mimic, heading out of the kitchen. I feel their eyes follow me until I'm in the hallway. What are you doing today? Lawrence calls. I was going to meet Nath for coffee, I reply, taking the stairs, but the case he's working has had a few developments he needs to look into. Truth be told, I suspect he simply doesn't want to face me and my probing about the appeal again. So what are you going to do? Probably be consumed by thoughts of James Kelly. Chill out, I call, closing my bedroom door and setting my coffee on the nightstand. And drive myself insane, I whisper to myself, moving the details of 1,000 apartments I'm not going to buy and collapsing on the bed. Tomorrow is Monday. I'll see you on Monday. Something deep and sensible is telling me that I absolutely shouldn't see him on Monday, and yet something deeper and more relentless is telling me I should. But what if you can't, Beau? I sink my teeth into my bottom lip and pull up the message from Reg that's telling me he can't get my car back to me as soon as he hoped. So it'll be more cabs in the day and more walking by night. Many of my tools are in my car tools. I haven't a hope of transporting without a vehicle. Sensibility grabs me for a moment and controls my movements, making me pull up my texts and send a message. I'm afraid I need to reschedule. No sooner have I clicked send, my cell rings, and for the first time, I wonder why I haven't saved his number. Not that I need to. I know it by heart. I've stared at it so much. I answer, but say nothing, waiting for what James might say instead. Why, is all I get. And although I have a perfectly good reason, I'll be very surprised if I can voice it, leaving.
I wrestle thoughts of her away with conviction, resetting my attention on the man on the screen next to her, one of the Eagle's foot soldiers. I slide my knife off my desk and inspect the blade. He'll be at the old scrapyard off the Biscayne Bay docks in an hour, Goldie says from the doorway. Who was he meeting? A dealer from the streets. I blink back the glare from the metal blade reflecting off the spotlights. The bear's web of control is about to lose another key player on the drugs front. They replaced the snake yet? Not yet. They only just found his body in the river. It's been 2 years. MPD aren't exactly the fastest at finding dead men. Vince Roque was the obvious choice. With him locked up and the Eagle dead, who really knows who'll move up the ranks? Well, it won't be the man I'm killing tonight. I turn and face Goldie. I need you to collect Beau Haley tomorrow morning from her home address. Her face? I've seen various levels of annoyance, but this is something else. My expression dares her to challenge me. But I sometimes forget, Goldie loves a challenge. You desire her. I laugh under my breath. There's absolutely no humor in it. Yes, I desire her. I can't stop imagining that. Being intimate with her. Tying her up. Blinding her with something other than her mental pain. It's messed up on every level. But then again, I long ago accepted that I'm a whole new level of messed up. More than kill her? Goldie asks. I pull up, stalling from slipping my knife into its sleeve. That's a very fine question. And the answer, the true answer, is really frightening. No. I make tracks to my bedroom to collect my Beretta. You can go home now, I call, stuffing my balaclava into my back pocket as I go. Beau. On Monday morning, I call Reg while I'm eating a mango and loading the washing machine to let him know I'll be there soon to collect some things from Dolly. With my hair pulled into a low, messy bun and my body appropriately dressed in ripped, paint-splattered jeans and a signature long-sleeved, oversized shirt, I leave the house feeling a puzzling mix of trepidation and anticipation. My hand reaches for my tummy of its own volition, rubbing soothing circles as I dip and weave through the forest that is our front yard. I make it to the sidewalk with only a few snags on my clothes and come to a screaming halt when I'm confronted by a tall, formidable-looking woman in a masculine suit, her short blonde hair slickly tucked behind her ears. "Miss Haley," she says, her British accent strong, stoic as she motions to the Tesla behind her. I know my face must say what I'm thinking, and I'm thinking, who in the world are you? I work for Mr. Kelly. My eyebrows jump up so fast, I'm surprised they don't detach from my face and fall to the ground at my feet. I'm sorry? I question. Her impassive face remains blank. Mr. Kelly instructed me to collect you and deliver you to his home. Deliver? What in the world am I, a parcel? And how does Mr. Kelly know where I'm to be collected from? I ask, instinctively looking left and right. That I can't answer. Can't or won't. A small smile breaks the corners of her bare lips. Both. She sweeps her arm out toward the car again. Shall we? I laugh, unable to stop myself. You want me to get into that car with you when I have no idea who you are? Did he send a woman because he thought it might make this less really weird? I work for Mr. Kelly. That's lovely, but I don't even know Mr. Kelly, or what he really does. He could be a mass murderer for all I know. She eyes me with curiosity, her lips still hovering on the verge of a smile. No, but you will be getting to know him, yes? My shoulders straighten. What is that supposed to mean? I should ask, but instead, like I'm working on autopilot or idiocy, I step toward the car. For goodness sake, Beau, you're a cop. This goes against everything I know and believe in. I quickly swallow. No, not a cop. I was a cop, and by casting my badge aside, it seems I've also cast aside my sense. My name is Goldie, she says, opening the back door for me, in case knowing my name makes you feel better about accepting the ride. It doesn't, but thanks, I say, settling in the back seat. I'm stupid. Must be. And on that thought, as Goldie rounds the front of the car unfastening her black suit jacket, I send a quick text message to Neth telling him to report me missing if I don't contact him by this evening. She slips into the driver's seat. I have instructions to take you to collect your equipment. She looks up at the rearview mirror as I pull on my seatbelt. The old scrapyard by the docks, I tell her. I'll guide you. I know it, she replies, pulling away. You do? How could a pristine, suited woman driving a sparkly Tesla know of such a place? It's dire, cars piled 20 high, old tires forming mountains, the stench of gas dripping in the air. And then there's the landfill next door, which only adds to the ripe stench, turning it putrid. Every time I get into Reg's truck, the smell hits me like a brick to the face. Another glance in the mirror? I do. I nod mildly. Okay, I say quietly, looking down at my cell when Nath replies. Why? What are you doing? I reply, adding a smiley face just to ease his worry. Going on an adventure. I click send and drop my cell into my lap, focusing on the woman in the seat before me. What does Mr. James do? I ask. She merely peeks up at the mirror on a small smile. Okay, what do you do for Mr. James? Another glance. No answer. You're not very talkative, are you, Goldie? You seem like a smart woman, Miss Haley. Smart? I question. Then what am I doing in this car with you? I was wondering that myself, she says quietly, taking a left. My curiosity goes into record-breaking territory. But my fear? Where the really is that? After collecting my painting gear from Reg, Goldie drives me to James's apartment and has my equipment put onto a shiny gold trolley that wouldn't look out of place in a five-star hotel. I don't miss the wariness of the pierced, bearded guy who frequents the lobby as he eyes my paint-ridden equipment polluting the luggage trolley. He taps in a code, Goldie bids me farewell, and I ride up to James's glass box with the guy in silence. I look up at him. Concierge? Security? There's no rule book stating what a concierge should look like, but this dude here definitely doesn't fit. So, security? Where's his uniform? He looks out the corner of his eye at me, obviously sensing me staring, and he smiles. It's forced. A fake smile meant to assure me all is well. What do you do for Mr. Kelly? I ask. Saved by the ding of the elevator arriving, he pushes the cart out, offloads my things a little heavy-handedly, as if he's inconvenienced, and then leaves promptly before I can press him for an answer. Morning. James appears at the top of the stairs, his fingers working the buttons of his shirt. His hair is wet, his facial hair the perfect length. He looks deadly gorgeous, even without a smile, and I find myself looking away, my chest thrumming with something I'm less than familiar with. Morning. I turn my attention to my things, crouching to find what I need to get started. Have you decided what color you want your walls? Your two walls? White. I grab my pot of spackling, some drop cloth, and my filling knife. And I assume the same for the ceiling? Yes, he answers. I hear the sound of his shoes meeting the stairs as he makes his way down, and with every step he gets closer, my body tenses more until his shoes are in my downcast vision. Tea? No thanks. I stand, a bit too abruptly, not appreciating just how close he is, and collide with his unfathomably rigid physique. Gosh, I murmur, staggering a few paces, dropping my knife and spackling. He catches my arm and steadies me, and I look at his fingers gripping me over my shirt, over my scar. It tingles, and I turn my eyes up to his, finding him staring down at me, his face straight. The atmosphere is thick.
How did you know where I live? He doesn't answer, just stares at me, and I move back, out of his grip, rubbing at my arm. And I wait for an answer, wait for a break in his expression. I get nothing. Nothing except a laser stare that is so obviously meant to unease me. I should get on, have a good day at work, doing whatever it is you do. What do you do? I dip, collect my tools, and move past him, my eyes wide, my heart in my throat. Why? Why does he make me feel like this? It's a contradictory mix of exciting, because I'm feeling something other than unrelenting despair, and anxiousness, because I feel like I am way out of my depth. I make it to his office, albeit on annoyingly shaky legs, and glance around the impressive space, reacquainting myself with it. All of the screens on one wall have a different channel on, all news channels, and his desk is scattered with newspapers, his laptop open on the end. His chair looks like you could sleep in it. I wouldn't be surprised if he does sleep in it. I take in the walls and look up at the ceiling. It doesn't look like he's tried to paint anything. Frowning, I lay down the drop cloths in my working area and start stirring up the spackling until it's smooth and consistent as I go to the wall. I locate the holes and take my loaded filling knife to the first, pausing halfway there when he strolls in. He doesn't acknowledge me as he wanders to his desk, and my eyes follow him the whole way, my neck craning to see him. He moves a few things around and then tugs his trousers up at the knees and lowers to his chair, pulling his laptop forward. What? My arm starts to ache where it's held in midair, and I slowly turn toward him, staring at him in question. Either he's unaware or he doesn't care. Something tells me it's the latter. He eventually stops browsing his screen and looks across to me, tilting his head. "What are you doing?" I ask, pointing my filling knife at him. His eyes switch from mine to the knife, an undetectable smile at risk of showing. But he won't let it loose. He'll control it. Working. The fingertips of each hand meet, forming a steeple at his chin, and he rests back, looking comfortable. I'm anything but. Excuse me? His eyes dance. My freaking heart gallops. No, please tell me. I work from home. I swallow. Every day, he adds. Every day, I murmur, scanning his office once again, for what reason I couldn't tell you. So you're just going to be here? This close? All the time? Is that a problem? Yes, it's out fast, indignant, and unstoppable. I'll need to put drop cloths over everything when I start painting, I rush on. That wall is a good 30 feet away from me. If you manage to get paint on this table from there, I might question if I've got the right person doing the job. I can answer that for him. I'm the wrong person. He should have someone who can keep themselves together in his presence. I expect his options will be limited. And the ceiling? I ask, pointing up. His head drops back, taking in the dozens of tiny spotlights, as if they're new to him. His throat. The taut flesh of his throat. Gosh, this isn't going to work. The resistance I'll need not to admire him all day will kill me. "Why are you here, Beau?" he whispers. What? His laser eyes drop, but his head remains tilted back, as if he's aware of my battle to keep my eyes from that place, as if he knows I'm at risk of sinking my teeth into him. I can only imagine what he must taste like. Intoxicating. So bad, but so good. "Why are you here?" he repeats. I blindly indicate his office, and his eyes cast around the space before returning to me. "But I make you uncomfortable," he murmurs quietly, "so I'm still wondering why you're here." He holds my wide eyes for a long, long time before going back to his screen, and the moment I'm free from his fire stare, my body starts to convulse uncontrollably. I need some air, and I'm not likely to find it in this box of tension. I leave the room hastily, feeling his piercing eyes follow my fleeing form, and close the door behind me. And then I stand like an idiot on the other side, wondering which door I need. "Second on the left," he says, and I jump, swinging around. The door is still shut, James on the other side. I take backward steps, feeling his eyes on me, even with the frosted glass between us. "How did you know?" "I can hear your heart hammering." I close my eyes and apply pressure on my chest, feeling the uncontrollable pound. "I can still hear it," he whispers, and I breathe out shakily. "You didn't try to paint at all, did you?" I ask. "No. I don't know what that means, and I haven't the mental capacity to figure it out. Not now. Why am I here? Easy, because as really messed up as it is, I'm riveted, already addicted to the distraction. But why did James entice me here? Could it be for the same reasons? I turn and hurry to the bathroom, shutting the door, locking it, and glancing around. More glass. The tub, the sink, the tiles, and not a water drop on any of it, every square inch sparkling. He's one single man. How much space does he need? I go to the sink and wash my hands, reluctantly assessing myself in the mirror. I know what I must look like. I don't need my reflection to confirm it. But the mirrored tiles spanning all 3 walls isn't avoidable. My cheeks are pink, my eyes bright, if a little round. I glance back at the door. Who are you, James Kelly? And how can you hold me captive with curiosity I know is dangerous? I feel like every cop sense I have is dulling, and senses I never knew existed are heightening. I brace my hands on the sink and take some time to get my breathing under control. Then I retie my hair, use the toilet for the sake of it, and spend a good 5 minutes rubbing the sink clean with one of the luxury towels to rid it of water splashes. I finish. Swallow. Stare at the door that'll lead me back to the unknown. I leave the bathroom feeling no more settled than when I entered, making it back to his office in no time. I take a deep breath as my hand grips the handle hard, and I enter on my exhale. He looks up, pointing a remote control at one of the giant TVs on the wall. The screen goes blank, and I look from him to the TV a few times. "Would you like me to leave?" I ask. "No." Then why is he looking at me like I've just intruded? I wipe my palms down the front of my jeans and collect my filling knife, carrying on with what I'm here to do. Painting has been an unexpected savior over the past 2 years. Something I get so into, I forget everything else. Right now, I need to forget James Kelly is sitting behind me. Wouldn't that be nice? Yes. No. I'm debating that for the next hour as I work my way across the wall, filling in the holes and imperfections as I go. I finish up, replace the lid of the spackling, and leave the room for a welcomed break from him, heading downstairs to collect everything else I need. I gather my box of brushes, my pot of undercoat for the woodwork, some sugar soap, and my sandpaper. With my arms full, I turn to head back upstairs and crash right into something. Him. Everything falls from my arms. "Gosh," I murmur, stepping back, catching sight of something in his hand as he reaches behind his back. But when his hand appears again, it's empty. I look up at him. He looks pissed off. He has a nerve. My veins are throbbing, both in fright and because of his proximity. His eyes clear in a moment. "Let me help you," he says, crouching and gathering up my things. Taking a deep, needed breath, I join him on the floor. "You know, I'll get this finished much faster if you give me some space," I say, taking everything from his hands. Space to work, but also more space to breathe. I stand, my arms full, and he slowly unfolds his body from the floor. "Space," he says quietly. "I was just trying to help." "I don't need your help." I rip my stare from his and will my feet into action, and he lazily turns his body as I pass him. Goosebumps. Jesus, my skin is alive with them, every hair standing on end. The crazy pace of my heart isn't helping me as I take the stairs, the sheer bangs threatening to knock everything out of my hold. I make it to his office and take a few needed inhales. I'm all over the place, rickety,
unstable, but it's a different variation of unstable. I'm more warped than I ever thought possible to endure this, to tolerate the tense atmosphere, and worse, welcome it. It's a whole new level of messed up. I hold my foot out and release the roll of sandpaper from my grip, catching it on the toe of my Converse and lowering it to the floor. Then I lift my foot higher, releasing the pod of undercoat so it rests perfectly on the top of my foot. I lower that to the floor too, my balance, as always, faultless. With my hands now less crowded, I'm able to crouch and set everything else down, focus on work. I collect another drop cloth and flap it out, and it wafts into the air before drifting down and coming to rest on the floor. He's at the door, watching. This is getting plain uncomfortable. Did he just invite me here to make me feel awkward? What? He blinks. Nothing. Heading for his desk, he slides a palm onto his nape, rubbing a little. I'll leave you to get on. Yes, please do. And leave the room too. But he doesn't, and I'm left to do my thing, feeling like I'm in a glass display cabinet, which is ironic because I am, and everyone knows. People in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. The rest of the day passes by in a haze of constant and consistent unease as I preps, sanding, and wiping, ensuring all the surfaces are smooth and free from debris. I fight the urge to respond to him each time I feel him staring, and fail, which leaves endless occasions when we catch each other's eye. I always look away first, struggling with the intensity that he seems to laugh in the face of. By the end of the day, I'm mentally exhausted by his behavior, and also by the relentless questions circling my head. What does he do? Why all the security? Who on earth is he? I haven't achieved half as much work as I should have. I turn to face him where he's sitting at his glass desk, and he looks across to me. He appears as perfect now as he did first thing this morning. He reaches for the lid of his laptop and slowly shuts it, eyes on mine. I tilt my head, studying him. I'm a grown woman, and yet James is making me feel like a clueless little girl. I shake my head in despair and break our eye contact, pushing my things into the corner. Do you want me to move all this out of the room overnight? Leave them, he says, getting up, rising to his full, intimidating height, regarding me closely. Have you decided whether you hate me or want to be intimate with me? No, not yet, I lie, heading for the door. Oh, do you think you'll figure it out anytime soon? Why? Am I driving you as insane as you're driving me? I look back over my shoulder. You have no idea, he says quietly, his eyes dropping down the full length of my body. My skin beneath my clothes heats. Goldie will drive you home. I would rather walk. I tilt my head, clear my mind, warm up for my run tonight. Have a good evening, James. I will, he says quietly. I leave his glass paradise not certain of much, except James will certainly have a good evening, and I will spend mine wrestling with my sensibility. James. I watch her leave, reaching to the back of my trousers and pulling out my Beretta, laying it on my desk. What am I really getting myself into? I grab the remote control and bring up all the cameras on the screens, and I study her closely, making her escape from my apartment. I release air, inflating my cheeks, and rake a hand through my hair. I've done zero research today. At least, I've researched nothing I should be researching. Instead, I've trawled the internet and various restricted case files to find out anything I could about Beau Haley. Yes, she was in the vicinity when her mom's car exploded. No, I didn't feel particularly good about that. But in my world, there's no room for guilt or attachment. I only find out what I need to know. I didn't need to know much about Jazz Haley's daughter, just enough to make Jazz believe I knew a lot. But now I do know a lot. I know she's haunted, lonely, bereft, all because of her mother's death. The letter, breaking the news of Beau Haley's failed appeal, will land on her doorstep soon. And then what? What will she do? Who will she talk to? How deep will she dig? Like her mother, I get the feeling Beau Haley is like a dog with a bone, and like her mother, she will end up dead as a result. So why is she still breathing? She knows there is more to her mother's demise. It's that sixth sense in her, the same sixth sense her mother had. I don't need Beau Haley getting in my way. I don't need complications in my simple life. So, end it. I growl to myself and head downstairs to get a beer, pulling up my contacts as I go. I need something to take my mind off things, something to relax. I down a straight vodka and stare at the screen of my mobile where Beth's number glows. Then toss it on the worktop, head back to my office, and locate the footage from today. I stare at the moment I had my gun aimed at the back of Beau Haley's head, and the moment I bailed. I can't kill her. Don't want to kill her. Gosh. Beau. Tuesday plays out the same as Monday. I'm collected by Goldie, and when I arrive at James's, he hasn't found somewhere else to work. He looks up from his laptop when I enter his colossal office, stares at me. I stare right back, unable and unwilling to be the first to break our eye contact. What James Kelly should know is that I've faced demons far greater and scarier than him. I realized that last night while tossing and turning in bed. He's dark, but I'm darker. I bet he doesn't wrestle with black thoughts each day. I bet he doesn't have to spend every minute of his life correcting himself, reminding himself, pulling himself away from the easy way out, not needing to control his urges. I also came to terms with the reason I can't stay away, why I'm here, why I'm enduring these constant episodes of unbearable intensity. Escape. When I'm here, when I'm in his orbit, there is no darkness. Not mine anyway, because I don't have to pretend here. No veil. I'm fine. It's all his darkness, and it is addictive. So if he wants to play this game, I'm willing. He won't find a better opponent than me. My eyes begin to burn. They're so focused on him, but I refuse to blink, to look away, and I will endure the torture and thrill of his presence all day. I'm armored up. My war paint is on. I won't submit, I say evenly. His expression doesn't waver, and he settles back in his chair, getting comfortable, talking without talking. That is, until he speaks. "Why are you here, Beau?" he asks again. "I've spent all night wondering, and I've come up blank." "You tell me," I say quietly, held prisoner on the spot, his icy eyes darkening by the second. He hums, blinking slowly. My pulse quickens. "You're here to paint my office. Why else would you be here?" He stands and rounds his desk, passing me. "So, get on with it." My head turns, following him to the door. "Chirk," I breathe quietly. "You have no idea," he replies without looking back, shutting the door loudly. I bite my lip and approach the glass on light feet, coming to a stop only a foot away from the door. "I can hear you breathing," I say, my voice throaty, as I reach for the frosted pane and lay a palm on it. "And I feel your heat." My eyes dart before me, my mouth spewing words before my brain is engaging. "Does that mean you want to be intimate with me?" he asks, and suddenly, the door isn't frosted anymore, but crystal clear. And James is on the other side, a whisper away. I inhale and pull my hand back, truly feeling the burn. And I retreat, away from the door, away from the temptation, away from the danger. I don't need to answer him. I've never wanted anything more, and judging by his wicked half-smile as the glass frosts again, it's clearly written all over me. My body aches perfectly by the time I'm done undercoating the baseboards, and it feels so good. I rub the back of my neck as I look at the ceiling, studying the endless, tiny, awkward spotlights. I set up my ladder and take the steps, reaching for one of the spotlight encasements and wriggling it. It pops out, giving me just enough room to swipe my brush around it. I nod, satisfied, and lift one foot from the ladder, leaning back, pulling 3 of the 4 legs off the floor. And I spin it, letting the legs lower back down slowly by counterbalancing the weight with my body. I come to rest under the next spotlight and reach up to pop the encasement off before performing the same move to get me to the next spotlight. In just 10 minutes, I remove 1/4 of the spotlight encasements ready to paint around tomorrow. I descend the ladder and fold it up, propping it against the wall before crouching to tidy up, setting everything in the corner out of his way and folding up the sheets. I dust my hands off and stand, finding James perched on the edge of his desk, his palms wedged into the glass, his legs stretched out, crossed at the ankles. When did he come back? "What?" I ask. "What are you looking at, James?" "I'm not quite sure," he murmurs, sounding truly perplexed. "What was all that?" He motions to the ladder and then the ceiling. "Oh, he must have felt like he'd stepped into a circus. I didn't realize you were in here." "It's all I have."
Very Lara Croft, he whispers, and my eyes undeniably widen. I'll be downstairs. He pushes away from the desk and slowly wanders out of the room, pulling the door closed behind him. I stare at the glass, my brain bending. Lara Croft? I go after him, fueled by irritation, and find him in the kitchen. What was that? I ask, sounding hostile and uptight. He slowly lowers a glass of water to the countertop. What? I swallow, biting my lip. Do I even want to get into this? Explain? Could it be a coincidence? Nothing. I'm not risking it. I force my eyes from his and collect my handheld vac so I can clear up the last few bits of dust and debris. What are you doing? I hold up the vac, like, what on earth do you think I could be doing? I haven't got the same level of cleaning power as my friend here. I recoil in an instant. Where the freaking hell did that come from? I mean, I'm at a loss. His lip quirks as he turns, opening the fridge, and I roll my shoulders to rid them of the lingering goosebumps, my focus rooted on his shirt-covered back. Would you like a drink? He asks. No, thank you. He ignores me again and slides a bottle of beer toward me. Have one. Why? Why not? I could give him a million reasons why not. My brain just won't enlighten me as to what those reasons are right now. I'm blank, mute, melting under the pressure of his stare once again. I've never seen such sharp eyes before. They're hard, icy, piercing, completely freaking captivating. So, he's finished work for the day? You must have plans. Like what? He tosses back, his face willing me to go there. The more time I spend with him, the more I'm convinced he knows that I saw something private in his bedroom. I will not go there. I retreat before my mind can convince me to accept. Good night, James. I turn and walk away, and the elevator opens before I press the call button. Goldie steps out. Goldie, James says from the kitchen, can you drive Beau home? No, I pipe up, stepping into the elevator and pressing the button. I'll walk. I need the air. If you insist, I do. The doors close and I collapse, exhausted by another day battling enticement and curiosity. I can't believe I'm willingly putting myself through this. But the alternative is putting myself through something else. I'm beginning to wonder which is more torturous. I dial Reg. Please tell me Dolly's ready, I plead, needing my car back, if only so I don't have to endure more silent rides with Goldie. She'll be ready to collect in the morning. I've a few hours left on her. Thanks, Reg. I'll be there at 8. I hang up and head for Walmart. It's a long walk, 2 hours at least, so when I finally make it there, it's suitably empty. I roam up and down the aisles, tugging along the basket, tossing in random things. By the time the speakers announce my 5-minute warning, I have a mango, 6 rolls of toilet paper, a foot scrub, a nail file, and a nail polish in a new shade of gunmetal gray. I head for the checkout and unload. Beau? I freeze mid-lift of the nail file, my heart sinking, and I instinctively pull my shirt sleeve down to the palm of my hand. It takes every ounce of strength in me to turn and face him. Ollie, I breathe, coming face to face with my ex-fiancé. I haven't seen him since he visited me in hospital when I explicitly told him not to. He looks just as I remember. Clean cut, shaven, on the bulkier side of muscular. He's in plain clothes. Like me, Ollie aced his Phase 1 test. Unlike me, he made it into the FBI. He takes me in for a long while, and I hate it. I hate that he's assessing me, both physically and mentally. How are you? I ask, for the sake of it. I know, because Noth takes it upon himself to tell me. I take no pleasure in single-handedly humiliating this man by leaving him at the altar, not to mention breaking his heart. Guilt. So much freaking guilt. Working, he replies. A lot. I knew that too. He's buried himself in his career since I left him, while I've buried myself in loneliness. I smile. It's awkward, but I have no words for him. What do you say to the man you jilted? To a man you know loved you? To a man who promised to hold you up through your turmoil? He deserved more than I could offer. It's what I told myself to ease my guilt. Truth was, I had no energy to love. Still don't. And I couldn't marry a cop. I couldn't commit myself to a man who worked for a cause I didn't believe in anymore. It was good to see you, I say, turning and walking away. Beau, you don't have your shopping, Ollie calls. I walk faster, away from him, away from the memories, away from my past. Beau,
I make it to the door, to the fresh air, and drink in as much as I can, trying to keep the impending panic attack at bay. Beau. Ollie appears in front of me, and I look up through my watery eyes. Jesus, Beau, he whispers, stepping into me, and before I know what's happened, I'm in his arms, sobbing relentlessly. The onslaught of memories, of guilt, of sorrow, all too much. I'm sorry, I mumble mindlessly. I never meant to hurt you. I'm sorry. I should have apologized before. I should have found some strength through my self-pity to give Ollie the apologies he deserved. I forgave you long ago, Beau, he whispers. It's time to forgive yourself, for everything. He pulls away and holds me by the tops of my arms as I wipe at my soaked face. I don't know where that came from. I haven't cried for a long time. I'm all out of tears. Come on, he smiles, his thumbs stroking under each eye. Let's get a coffee. Where's your car? She's in the repair shop. I'm walking. His arm goes around my shoulders, and he leads me to his car. I don't stop him. I probably should, but I don't. He helps me in and drives, and I don't question where. The silence isn't uncomfortable, more peaceful. It's only when Ollie pulls off a main street that I seem to wake up and realize where we're heading. Our apartment, the apartment we shared. My heart starts beating double time. I know you don't like busy spaces, he says, pulling into the parking lot, so I thought this would be better. I look at the door I pass through millions of times. I see myself, coming and going, in uniform, dressed up, in my gym gear, happy. Gathering all the strength I can muster, I unclip my seatbelt and get out, forcing myself to face this. Because the alternative is to cause worry, to spike concerns. I'm stable. I'm okay. I approach the apartment block slowly, hearing the jingle of Ollie's keys. I step aside to let him pass, watching as he opens the door and gestures the way.
I make it to the apartment and stare at the wood as he opens the door, and the way for me. I swallow, bracing myself, and the moment I'm inside, my stomach starts twisting and rolling violently. I'll make us coffee, Ollie says, dropping his keys in the bowl on the table before heading to the kitchen. I stare at the bowl. Just one set of keys. Not two. Not my keys and his keys. Just his. I pass the living room and glance inside. I see Ollie and me curled up on the couch on one of our rare nights off together. I see Mom in the chair by the fireplace where she always sat when visiting. Oh, God. I shake my head and follow Ollie, entering the kitchen. It's spotless. Do you have a housekeeper? I ask, lowering to a chair at the table. My eyes root to the faded red wine stain in the center from the glass that was knocked over during a passionate after-dinner moment. This table, we've eaten at it, laughed at it, shared intimate moments on it. He laughs as he prepares 2 cups of coffee. He doesn't ask me how I like it. He wouldn't have forgotten that. Is it terrible that I have forgotten how he takes his? Sugar? No sugar? Cream? No cream? Self-preservation has meant trying to eradicate everything from my past, limiting the amount of things to feel sorry about. No housekeeper. He sets the mug on the table. The mug Mom bought me. The mug with a picture of Lara Croft on it. My mug, I say, my heart clenching. Very Lara Croft. There's a massive chip on the rim. This mug was the only thing that survived the explosion with minor injuries. Everything else? Ruined. Dead. Well, I didn't want to throw it away, and you didn't take anything when you left. His words and tone aren't accusing. It's just Ollie being Ollie. Factual. Maybe I thought you'd come back. He shrugs and joins me at the table. So, how have you been? You mean Nath hasn't given you every detail of each of our coffee dates? I don't see him much lately. He's working like a madman. Like you? There's a lot of dead bodies cropping up recently. He takes a sip of his coffee, and I have a fleeting moment of missing my old job. The adrenaline, the thrill, the brilliant people I used to work with. But that was destroyed. So, how are you? He presses again, as if he needs to ask. I blink myself back into the room. Good, I say, sounding as convincing as I meant. Really good, actually. And the new job? I enjoy it. I shrug, knowing many find it hard to understand. Although my current project isn't exactly enjoyable, more compulsory. He motions around the room. Anytime you feel like it, help yourself. I gaze around, seeing Mom up the ladder when we moved in, coating the kitchen walls with a vivid blue. It's no longer blue. It's an insipid shade of taupe. I see me at the counter, making coffee. Mom at the table, chatting to me as I did. Ollie tossing pasta in a pan, my friends drinking wine while I sat on the countertop, fastening the straps of my heels. I'll bear that in mind, I say, quietly, swallowing, blinking back the memories. All happy memories. Ollie's phone rings and he audibly sighs. Agent Burrows. He stands and takes his cup to the sink, tipping the rest away. On my way. He hangs up and turns an apologetic smile my way. He doesn't have to. I know the job, and I imagine it has only intensified since he joined the FBI. I've got to go. I stand. I never did congratulate you. I walk to him, reaching on my tiptoes to kiss his cheek. I'm proud of you. I know you always dreamed of joining the Bureau. Before I know it, I'm enveloped in his arms, being squeezed to his body. It's warm. It's Ollie. He inhales and exhales, and I deflate with him. Yes, pulling severed limbs out of a crushing machine is everything I dreamed of. I smile weakly and step back. Enjoy. You want a ride? He asks. I'm heading to the old scrapyard by the docks, so I'm passing Lawrence's. Or is he Zinnia today? He checks his watch. The scrapyard by the docks? That's Reg's place. Who's Reg? He's saved me and Dolly a few times. That's where Dolly is now. New engine. He said to collect her in the morning, but he should be done by now. I'll come with you. Afraid not, Beau. He rolls his eyes. You should know I can't take guests to a crime scene. I pout, and he shakes his head. I only want my car. I'll tell Reg you'll be there to collect it tomorrow, if it doesn't interfere with the investigation. He slips an arm around me and leads us toward the door, something he's probably done hundreds of times before. His presence is calming, but it doesn't feel right for him to offer me comfort. Anyone would think you've forgotten how to be a cop. I've tried, I admit, and immediately regret it. I can feel Ollie looking down at me with concern. I always noticed things other people wouldn't notice, saw things other people didn't see, unraveled irrelevant things and made them relevant. I achieved 98 in my Phase 1 test. That would have made me a pretty sharp agent. I've always prided myself on reading characters well, knowing when to trust and when not to, when to avoid danger. And yet, I've just spent 2 days with a man who seems dangerous. Oh, how the mighty, the once wise, have fallen. Beau. For the first time in as long as I can remember, I don't jump out of my skin when I start Dolly. She purrs, I say, smiling, and Reg laughs. She'll never purr, Beau, and it's only a secondhand engine, so don't expect any miracles. He walks off, his coveralls blending nicely with the oil-covered scrapyard. I heard you had company last night, I call. Swarming with cops, he yells back, throwing an arm in the air toward the end of the yard where police tape seals off the back end. Turned the crusher on yesterday, and the damn thing spat half an arm out. An arm. Don't do it, Beau. But before I can stop myself, I'm out of Dolly, leaving her running and walking across the uneven ground toward the back of Reg's scrapyard. I duck under the tape and round the corner, coming to a grinding halt when I'm intercepted by a uniformed officer. He doesn't get a chance to warn me away. He recognizes me, and his stern police face softens. Beau? Gosh, it's Lara Croft. Hi, Jed, I say on a forced smile, looking past him. A forensics van and endless police cars, marked and unmarked, swarm the area. How have you been? I ask mindlessly. Yeah, great. You? Good. I stare up at a hydraulic arm of a machine where blood stains the metal. My brain beginning to whirl, my old eyes searching for more. No, God, no. I turn and walk away. Great to see you, Jed, I say to the ground, refusing to relent to my curious mind, refusing to go there, refusing to be lured back by a very good mystery. It used to fuel me, inspire me, the unknown, my curiosity. But that's not where I can allow my head to go. I'm no longer a cop, no longer an upcoming FBI agent. I'm just a painter, and James Kelly is today's mystery. He's a safe bet for my attention. The FBI is not. I get out of Dolly and admire her for a few moments. Good old Reg. He's even polished her rusty paintwork. "If I could take your keys," the pierced, bearded guy says as he joins me on the sidewalk. "Why? You'll get a ticket there, Beau. I can put it in the parking garage." "There's a parking garage?" I ask, handing him my keys. "Underground." He slides into Dolly and starts her engine, her new, non-banging engine. "What's your name?" I ask, watching as he yanks and pulls at the stick shift. "Otto." "Thanks, Otto." I look up the face of the building to the very top. The glass box that's perched atop is hardly visible. Otto chugs off in Dolly, and I enter the lobby to find Goldie by the open elevator. "Waiting for me?" I ask as I approach her. She says nothing, holding the doors open, and the moment I'm inside the elevator, she keys in a code and sends me to the glass apartment. My cell chimes, and I look down to see a text from Ollie. Sounds about right that he's just gotten home from a call-out. "It was good to see you. Don't be a stranger, X." A stranger is exactly what I am. I'm not the Beau he met. In fact, I'm sure he would hate the woman I've become.
I don't reply, not wanting to fuel any lingering feelings he might have. Might? I shouldn't have accepted his offer of coffee. It was cruel and selfish, but in that moment, I was a robot, and I was happy to be stripped of all control. To not think, to have the long-lost feeling of a man's arms around me, and now I'll pay for it. More guilt. When the doors of the elevator open, I scan the space, bracing myself for another day suffocating in James Kelly's presence. I head up the stairs, past the bedrooms, and enter his office. He's already at his desk, every screen on the wall alive, a coffee in his hand. He gives me his eyes for a few moments before returning his gaze to the TVs. No hello, nothing. I'm good with that. I get my ladder out and set it up, climbing to the top and pulling off an encasement on another spotlight. I look across at him when I feel my skin being licked by the flames of his stare. He's lost interest in the TV. I descend the steps, move the ladder, climb back to the top, remove another encasement. I glance at him again. He's still watching. On an inhale, I descend, shift the ladder, climb back to the top, and remove another spotlight, my teeth now grating. Don't bite. We're adults playing a childish game of who can stand this tension for the longest. He's won. I admit it. He won days ago. Stop it, I breathe. Stop what? Looking. I take the steps back down and lean on the ladder, facing him. Stop looking at me. Why? Does it make you uncomfortable? My eyes narrow. No, it just annoys me. He smirks. I'm just wondering why you're going up and down that ladder like a yo-yo. He motions to the steps I'm leaning on when we both know you have a faster way to remove those spotlights. I scowl at him. His face remains impassive, thoughtful, accusing. It shouldn't be attractive, and yet here I am, attracted. Got any other tricks up your sleeve, Beau Haley? I was a champion gymnast until I was 18. It's the truth. I won't tell him that I also aced karate, judo, and kickboxing. Interesting, he muses. Why? Why is it interesting, James? I'm done. He's exhausted me, worn me down. I feel like I need a big argument with him to clear the air. He stands slowly and rounds his glass desk, coming toward me. I'd back away, but my body locks up. I'd breathe, but my lungs have shrunk. And then he's close, his dress shirt pushed into my chest, breathing down on me. I look up. I inhale. God, he smells so good. Spicy, creamy, manly. Why is it interesting? I ask, my words quiet but firm. He gives me a few moments of the warmth of his chest before he breaks away, retreating. Did you have a nice evening last night? His question comes out of the blue, and I'm really confused by it. Why does he care? Yes. Did you? Yes, it was enlightening. He wanders out of the room. I'll be in the steam room. Is that glass too? I call, my muscles relaxing with the growing distance. He looks over his shoulder. He doesn't answer. He doesn't need to. Of course it's glass. He pulls the door closed, and I eventually find the will to breathe. Enlightening? What in the world, James Kelly? I turn on the spot, taking in every inch of his office. Enlightening. He needs to share some of that enlightenment with me. By 6 o'clock, I've finished cutting in around all the spotlights on the ceiling and my neck is stiff. I spend the next half hour dividing my time between rubbing some life into my nape and tidying up. He's in the kitchen on his phone when I make it downstairs, a t-shirt draped around his neck and a pair of jeans gracing his long legs. He spots me and pulls the t-shirt off his shoulders. Thanks. He hangs up and starts to cover his chest. I blink my vision clear of the magnetic site and make my way to the elevator. Have a good evening, James, I say. A drink? He's asked every time. Anyone would think you don't want me to leave. I don't. I stop a few feet away from the doors, looking back. He's holding up a new beer. I eye it. And him. Have the drink, Beau, he says quietly. It's gotta be roaming the supermarket until it closes. I recoil, shocked, but he doesn't react to my stunned state. What? I whisper. How does he know that? Drink. He places it on the island, and my eyes jump from the bottle to James a few times, my mind vehemently denying my feet from taking me to the beer. To James. To the danger. I think I should leave, I say, regarding him closely. I think you should stay, he counters, resting back against the counter. It's a staring standoff, and I swallow down my nerves, my reckless side at war with my sensible side. Recklessness wins. I wander over, taking the beer, and rest on the stool when he indicates one. So, now what? We're going to sit here and chat? Pretend I've not spent the past few days burning in his company? Pretend he's not throwing statements at me that are twisting my mind and spiking this insane curiosity. Lara Croft, I murmur. Roaming the supermarket. What about it? How? I pause for thought, knowing I can't spike interest in him. Why did you say those things? Lara Croft? He asks. I nod. And the supermarket. How did you know I was in the supermarket last night? Because I saw you there, he replies. Simple as that. And you didn't stop to say hello? Why would I do that? You struggle to speak to me at the best of times. My jaw rolls. And the Lara Croft thing? Do you have something against her? Jesus, my head could explode. Never mind, I sigh, drinking some beer. What do you do, James? I ask again. His eyebrows arch. I'm assuming you mean business-wise. What else could I mean? I shouldn't have said that. You tell me. I look at him tiredly. Is this what's going to happen? A duel of words? Trying to decipher hidden meanings? Yes, in business. It's totally boring. He takes the stool next to me, a little too close for comfort, and I inch back a fraction, just to ensure our knees don't brush. He looks at the flesh of my thighs through the rips of my jeans. I'm in the cleansing business, he adds quietly. Cleansing? The world? Like the environment? Carbon footprints? That kind of thing? Oh, I say quietly, taken aback as I swig more beer. I guess that humanizes him. He wants to save the world. Admirable. How about saving me? I flinch at the wayward direction of my thoughts, and James doesn't miss it. I also work the stock market. I nod mildly, remembering the many screens in his office loaded with news channels. What do you do, Beau? He asks. You know what I do. I'm doing it in your glass box. Oh, you mean driving me to distraction? I withdraw. Me? I paint. Nothing more. Why? Why? Yes, why? Why all the really questions? I enjoy it. And you've always aspired to do this? Is this a therapy session? I don't know. Do you need therapy? That's debatable, I murmur, my mouth on autopilot. James's curious eyes fall to my hand still holding the beer at my lips, and he follows it slowly until I rest the bottle on the counter. His head tilts, thoughtful, and he tentatively reaches for the sleeve of my shirt and pushes it back. I'm powerless to stop him, caught in a trance, studying him closely. Every inch of his face is unreadable. Straight, emotional. My scar tingles as he traces a light fingertip over the edge, and I inhale. Seeing the ugliness that riddles my arm is exposed. Exposed. Jerking to life, I retract my arm, pulling the sleeve back down to my wrist as best I can while still holding my beer. I won't ask about yours if you don't ask about mine, he says softly. Something tells me he's being honest. He wouldn't mind. And I can't deny I'm dead curious about the beast of a scar marring his back. Too curious. But even if I asked, he didn't say he would tell me. This is getting too deep, too uncomfortable. I'm no longer appreciating the distraction, more resenting it. Because we're getting personal. There's too much talking. For the last 2 years, I've kept to my very small circle of people. I don't strike up conversations with strangers. I keep to myself and limit interaction because I don't want anyone asking questions I can't answer. I don't want to be known, to be seen. Invisible is safer. No one wants their lives dimmed by my shade. I can't bear the interest splattered all over his face. I knew this was a bad idea, not just the beer, but the job. I've not gained anything from taking on this project, only a ton of questions I shouldn't be asking, and many I don't want to answer. I swallow, placing my beer down and make to move, to leave, to escape. But he stops me, seizing my arm firmly but gently. "Sit down, Beau," he whispers hoarsely, and I freeze, my skin heating. His touch, his voice, the way he's looking at me. I slowly lower to the stool, mesmerized by him. He unhurriedly shifts his hold and pushes up my sleeve again, so lazily, like he's got all the time in the world. His gaze travels back and forth, from my arm to my eyes, watching how I'm responding, clearly taking pleasure from my useless form. Then he dips, eyes on me, and places his lips on the edge of the scar tissue. I convulse. "What are you doing?" I ask, hardly able to breathe. I reclaim my arm, and he definitely scowls. "What the gosh is going on here, James? Why the games?" "I don't play games, Beau." "This is a game," I assure him, "and I haven't got a really clue what the rules are." "You're absorbed. There's a lot to be absorbed by." I agree. His hand lands on my knee, and my stomach cartwheels. An awful lot. And I don't know what the rules are either. "Then why do you seem to be playing this game better than I am? Experience? Success? You're wrong." He releases my knee and gets up, walking casually to the fridge and getting a bottle of water. I stare at his back, and all I can see are the scars beneath his t-shirt. Thick, uneven, damaged skin. "You're playing the game far better than I ever could." "So there is a game." "How?" "Because I'm snookered," he says quietly, and I frown at his back. "You want to be invisible," he goes on. "Forgettable. Blend into the background." He turns and tips the bottle to his lips while I stare at him with my mouth slightly agape. "Problem is, Beau Haley," he whispers, coming closer. 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 I see you. My spine straightens, and despite knowing he can't possibly really see me, I'm wary. "You don't know me." "Don't I?" he replies, his head tilting. "Your jokes on the phone were a poor attempt to mask your misery. Your fake carefree attitude is a poor attempt to mask your hurt." I scoff, getting up and walking toward the elevator, which feels like really miles away. Is this why he wanted me to stay for a drink? So he can point out my shortcomings? Pretend to know me? "Really, you, James Kelly," I say under my breath. "Your anger now is a poor attempt to mask your craving." Outraged, I swing around. I don't know when this job went from being a job to a personal annihilation. Craving for what? Many things. Like, I yell, getting worked up, something that hasn't happened in a long, long time. I don't allow it. Can't allow it. Like revenge. He starts a leisurely pace toward me, and I lose my breath. Like escape. Like darkness. He arrives before me, his fierce, almost angry face close to mine. Like me. "I don't crave you," I breathe, avoiding that he's probably hit the nail on the head with each one of his other assessments. Revenge. That one word hits me hardest of all. His arm rises slowly, and he rests the tip of his thumb on my chest, making my chest concave. "Say it again. Tell me you don't crave me." I can't talk, can't see straight. He works his touch up to my throat and strokes me softly. "You're as clear as the glass you're surrounded by, Beau Haley." And, "What do you see?" I gasp, trying so hard not to lean into his touch. He smiles. It's almost a sick smile. "I see the woman you were. The woman you're trying to forget existed. The one with power. Unbridled strength." He releases me and steps back. "But I want you to find her. Show me who she is. Show me what she can do, how strong she is." It's not the first time I've lost my breath in the presence of this man. It won't be the last either. But it is the first time I think I understand him. He really has seen right through me. I have no room in my clustered mind to analyze how right now. No room to ask the questions I should be asking. There are too many sparks flying, and the prospect of more is too much to resist. This is a whole new world, and I'd be lying if I said I'm not getting a sick thrill from it. It's different, overwhelming, diverting. Let's get the inevitable over with, shall we? James's face seems to darken. He's serious. Show me. I step back. I see him brace himself. I should smile on the inside. He has no idea. But he asked for it. Show you? I lock, engaging muscles I haven't engaged for years. I load, filling my lungs with air and my legs with bounce. He stares hard, goading me, watching as I call upon the woman I used to be, the woman I need to be to take on this man, the woman with potent, limitless faith in her abilities. I launch into the air and spin, wrapping my legs around his neck and take him down to the floor. I land softly. He does not. Stress leaves me and something else fills me. I don't know what. I've never felt it before, but it feels electric. I look down my body to his head, now held firmly. I don't know what I expected. A smirk was not it. This is going to be way more fun than I ever imagined, he says, his voice gravelly. And it's not because I'm limiting the supply of oxygen to his head. Fun? I have not a moment to consider it. He twists suddenly, and I'm spun onto my front, a knee in my back, my arms restrained behind me. How? Disorientated, I blink, feeling warmth moving in on my ear. Oh, baby, you're gonna be fun to break. I snarl, throwing my head back and colliding with his nose. He hisses, and I spin over, jumping to my feet, breathing heavily. I'm already really broken, you stupid jerko. I'm caught off guard when his leg swipes out, taking me clean off my feet, and I land on my back with a thud and a cough. James is spread all over me in a second, panting down at me. Then we're both safe, he whispers, dipping to kiss the edge of my mouth. A volcano erupts inside of me. My want and craving break the scale, but I still fight him, trying to get my hands between us to push him away. I fail. So I sink my fingers into his t-shirt and yank hard, ripping it apart across his back. He growls, wrestling with me to win my hands, pinning them down over my head. He transfers my wrists into one hand, takes the other to my shirt, and yanks it, ripping every button off. Do you submit? He whispers, his palm moving down my torso, and a powerful sensation surged through me. Never. Good. He slams his lips over mine. I am gone. I don't know where, but I like it, need it, and I might not ever want to come back. I opened myself to him and attacked him with equal force, our tongues lashing dangerously, our kiss borderline psychotic. Let go of my hands, I pant, sinking my teeth into his lip, straining against him. No. His face plummets into my neck, and a wave of intense sensation swept over me. Scared of me? I ask, bowing my back, pushing my breasts into his chest. He bites at my throat, then sucks hard before rolling to his back fast, sending a stool flying across the kitchen. It clatters against the cupboards as I come to rest on his waist, my hands still held in one of his. He reaches up and pulls the cups of my bra down, and my chest felt exposed, aching. I lick my lips as I study him, his hair in disarray, his eyes pits of fire. His jaw ticks, enhancing every sharp inch of it. He is the most beautifully dark thing I have ever seen. I moved against him, and James hissed, swallowing hard. I'm not scared of you, Beau. He sits up, getting his face close to mine. I'm scared of us. He bites at my cheek, and my head falls back on an almighty moan as he takes my hands and places them over his shoulders.
The moment my palms come to rest on his skin, between the ripped material of his t-shirt, I feel the uneven flesh of his back. But I'm too drunk on lust to ask, and I can't bring myself to stall what's about to happen. Hold on, he whispers, lifting to his feet with ease, guiding my legs around his waist. He carries me like I'm nothing up the stairs, not looking where he's going, our eyes glued, the pressure multiplying. Want me to help you escape? He asks as we reach the top. I nod, not questioning him. It would be foolish. He's figured me out, and part of me is glad of that. You're about to disappear, Beau. Feel only what I make you feel. Hear only what I say. Disappear. It sounds amazing. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Afterwards, breathless. God, no! He blows air across my sensitive skin, and I feel the sensations slow to a manageable level, just for him to build them back up to an intense peak. Except he won't let me reach that peak. How many times will he do this? A light dash of wet, warm contact. His tongue. A lick. Really, save me from this addictive torture. Heat stretches across the insides of my thighs. His hands. His touch was intimate. Oh God, oh God, oh God. More air drenching my heated skin. His breath, cooling me. I mumble his name behind my gag, wrestling with my restraints as he adjusted my position again. Shall we try one more time? He asks, his voice groggy with desire. Can you take it, Beau? Can you stand it? He doesn't give me a chance to answer as he continued his intimate ministrations. I screamed, my body bowing brutally, my thighs squeezing him. The ropes cut into my skin, and unexpected emotion creeps up on me. The material covering my eyes becomes damp. I'm crying. Why am I crying when this is the best thing to happen to me in a long time? Because it's good, a relief, and because I know it can't be sustained. Gosh, no! I swallow hard, grit my teeth, and concentrate on keeping my relentless peak of sensation at bay. It's a pointless endeavor. Nothing could stop it. Only James. He pulls away again, and I go limp, exhausted. I can't take any more. I mumble my pleas, praying he deciphers them. He doesn't. Or if he does, he ignores them. More air. A little flick of his tongue. A few kisses on the insides of my thighs. I brace myself. And again, he whispers, his intimate touch continuing. Latching onto my sensitive skin, he moved with intensity. I choked, flinging my head back as the blood gathered again and rushed forward, my sensations regaining momentum. I try to stop it. With everything I have, I try to stop it. But all I feel right now is uncontrollable need. It brews, brims, very nearly bursts. And he pulls away again. No! I breathe in deeply through my nose, try to gather myself as my intense sensations subside, abandoning me. This is the best kind of pain imaginable. I'm suffering, but not suffering. Hurting, but loving it. Feeling and craving more of it. This really could be the best thing that's ever happened to me. And the worst. I go limp, unable to hold myself up, my full weight resting on his shoulders. It doesn't hinder him. James rises to standing, holding me with one hand on my lower back. I hear the clang of metal, and suddenly my arms are falling from the suspension rail, though my hands are still bound. No more? Another hand meets my back, and he walks a few paces, his face still close to my thighs. Softness meets my back, and then a firm presence meets my chest. Your peak of sensation is going to be so very powerful. I need my body to absorb it, not my mouth. He fiddles with my gag, and a moment later, it's gone. I swallow, trying to find some moisture. Here, he rasps, sharing his breath. And once my mouth is wet again, he kisses me deeply, moaning, pulling back, pushing forward time and again. I want to see you, I beg, not with any confidence that he'll grant my wish. Please, let me see you, he counters, pulling my blindfold up. I blink and squint, finding his blue eyes quickly. Let me see you, Beau. I stare at him. He's seen me. But let me see you, I counter softly, absorbing every inch of his complicated, beautiful face. His kink, his mood, his coldness, his other name. Who am I looking at? Who am I seeing? You will. Another kiss, this time delicate. I've no doubt about it. He scans my face. Do I need protection? No. Do I? His hips swivel, and they came together intimately, on a gruff ball, me on a broken cry, my neck cracking with the speed that I throw my head back. He moved with intensity, connecting deeply. The sensations were unfamiliar but comforting, a feeling I like. More, I cry, closing my eyes, absorbing his movements, smiling on the inside when his rhythm became harsher. More, I say again, and I hear him growl, moving harder still. It's agony. It's amazing. More, I whisper, disappearing into a never-ending abyss of pleasure. Sound becomes a muffled white noise, my body weightless, my heart light. I'm being jolted constantly. I'm overcome with sensation. More, I mumble, willing everything he has to give, rising to meet his drives, turning my head slowly to the other side, hiding my face in the crease of my raised arm. Every horrid woe leaves my mind one by one, until there is only this: him, me, our sweating bodies, his power, and my acceptance. "Beau!" he barks, and I'm snapped back into the room, my eyes springing open. He's looking down at me, his hair soaked and falling into his face, his skin glistening, his eyes crazy, not in control, wild, with me. "Stay with me, baby," he says more calmly, and I force my eyes to remain open and my head in the game. He pulls free, grabs my thighs, and adjusted my position, his arms braced against them. He moved back into me on another grunt, and I choked, the change of position sending him even deeper. "More?" he asks, steadying me as he withdraws slowly, the intimate connection gliding like ice. "More," I taunt, staring him down, egging him on, asking for it. He smiles and moved with intensity again on a yell. "More," I scream. I'm pinned to his bed, in an intimate position, taking his mercifulness, and I want more. So much, really more. Bang, more, bang, more, bang, more, I scream. Gosh, he releases my knees and spins me over into a new position, running a palm over my core, groaning at the heated skin he finds. Gosh, Beau Haley, you are a very surprise. He pushes a palm down in between my shoulder blades, forcing my face to the sheets, and with the most delicate of touches, he runs a fingertip down the length of my spine to the crease of my lower back. As I stare across the mattress, something appears in my field of vision. His hand, holding a leather paddle. "Kiss it," he orders, putting it in front of my mouth. I do as I'm bid, pushing my lips to the leather, as his thumb pushes against my sensitive skin. I tense without thought. "Relax," he commands, and with that one soft word, my entire being loosens. I'm praised, his thumb slipping intimately, and I moan, the leather paddle being dragged down my back, his thumb circling a sensitive area. I'm going to introduce something. I don't question what, I don't question where. I've handed all power over, and it's therapeutic. No worries, no concern, no pressure. His thumb is suddenly gone, and his hand appears again. Suck it. He pushes an intimate object past my lips, and I close my eyes, sucking the cold metal. It pops free, and he drags that down my spine too, until he reaches my lower back. I inhale, feeling it pushing against me, and swallow as it slips into me, my muscles gripping it hard. Then his fingers moved intimately inside me. "James," I breathe, feeling sensation overload. "What, baby? What's wrong?" "Wrong? Is this wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," I murmur, closing my eyes, floating away again. His fingers slip free, and he entered me. "Oh, God," I say over a sigh, my body shaking, my skin tingling, my core overwhelmed with sensation. He takes my hair and moved gently, and I feel the leather paddle smoothing over my bottom again. It leaves my skin. I brace myself. Slap. I jolt, the sting biting, but he continued his movements. Slap. I hiss, pushing my face into the mattress as blood floods to my head and my sensitive areas. Thwack. He moved deeply at the same time. "More," I beg, and he gives me more. His pace increases, and, with the increase of pace, comes more thrashes. My body is full, my skin blazing. I'm being overwhelmed full force in various ways, and I want more. I zone out, hypnotized by his ferocity, walking the path to nothingness. I go nowhere. I hear no words. I see no evil. I taste only freedom. My body quivers as the friction builds.
the intense sensations, the heat, the power. And then the telltale sign of a peak is within reach, and it brings me back into the room. I gasp, drinking in air, starving for it, my sensitive areas pulsing. My thighs tremble, and with each movement, each spank, each constriction of my muscles, it edges forward, almost prowls, creeps, giving me time to prepare for it. "Go on, Beau," James yells over the ear-piercing sound of our colliding bodies. "Let it bend you. Let it break you." It hits me with so much power, it makes my eyes water. My body surged with sensation. James' fingers dig into my hips, holding me tightly, and he continued, bringing my peak of sensation out of me. I screamed, my head spinning. I choke on nothing, gritting my teeth as bolts of pleasure tear through me like a monster, leaving limp, listless muscles in their wake. The sensitivity becomes too much, my jaw aching from the force of my clenched teeth. I really am utterly broken, unable to move, unable to speak, unable to even think. James pulls out and he helps me to my back. I can't see him. Even my vision has failed me. Once again, he adjusted my position, and I feel him watch me as his head moved intimately. His tongue met the sensitive area, holding the intimate object in place, and he circled it slowly, working his way up through my intimate regions as he pulled the plug free with his fingers. He releases my legs, kisses my navel, each breast, and then my lips. I force my heavy eyes to remain open, trying to clear my vision, trying to see him. He spreads himself all over me. My bound hands fall limply over my head, and he connected with me again, this time slowly. The fog leaves my sight, and there he is, looking out of this world, glistening, like he could have just stepped out of the shower. His pace now is meticulous and lazy. They came together in passion. Tension broke, and they gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Afterwards, breathless, he collapsed and blanketed her with his body, completely crowding her. I have to agree. I'm broken too, but this kind of new broken hurts so good. James, there's a fine line between want and need. Sometimes you can want something so much, you convince yourself you actually need it, or worse than that, think you're entitled to it. It makes the withdrawal symptoms more prevalent. I no longer allow myself to want something. I refuse to fall into the realms of need. I'm used to the misery, the darkness, the never-ending cycle of hate. Hate for the world, hate for my family's deaths, hate for every person on this planet living, hate for myself for surviving. Hate is easier to feel than love. It's a consistent, reliable form of self-torture I'm in full control of. Other emotions are not. With that tainted, unnamed emotion, someone else is in control. Someone else delivers the torture. I'm only capable of hate. But as I stare at the woman beside me, her skin still damp, the sounds of their intimacy still ringing in my ears, I feel no hate. I feel only purpose. I see a lost soul who's fighting to navigate this world. I see desperation to escape. I see an equal, diabolical, deep-seated need for vengeance. And her scar? I reach forward and stroke down the length of her arm, from her shoulder to her wrist. I see red. A mist of fury descends. It's unstoppable. I get up off the bed and stalk out, needing to walk it off before I wake her up and give her truths that unveil my darkness. No, not happening. I land at my desk and pull up the screens, loading the stock market and scanning the numbers. All numbers I like. There's nothing to take my mind off things here, so I pull up my inbox and reply to every email. And once I've done that, I call Otto to check on the burner phone he's been tracking for 2 years. Nothing. Then it's just me, my thoughts, and the darkness again. I close my eyes, and the first thing I see is our house, my family home in England. My father at the head of the table, smiling as the maid serves dinner to his wife, son, and daughter. As the butler pours wine and water. As his best man, Otto, gives him a nod that all is well. In that moment, it was well. The men were guarding the gate, ensuring we were safe. My father, the prolific Spencer James, lording it up on his country estate after finalizing a deal with the Serbians to supply London's richest with the finest cocaine. I was 22 years old, a master shooter, a fine gymnast, an unrivaled fencer, a genius mathematician, a university graduate. And my sister? An aspiring historian, beautiful like our mother, snart like our father. Nothing made Spencer James prouder than his multi-talented offspring. Nothing made my mother smile harder than her boy and her girl. That evening, my father declared world domination. He told us our future was bright and crime-free. And the same evening, our home was blown up by the men my father took from. My family lay in thousands of pieces amongst bricks and rubble. I dodged death, but watching Otto pull the teeth from my parents, my little sister, and our staff's cindered remains, and then forcing me to neck half a bottle of vodka before he took one of mine, made me want to die. And eventually, it made me want to kill. Beau. I open my eyes and stare at the ceiling, feeling James lying next to me. My breathing is still heavy, my wrists still bound. I turn my head on the pillow, finding him sprawled on his front, his eyes lightly closed, snoozing. His back. I use my stomach muscles to sit up, my body aching like it's never ached before. Not even when I was recuperating after being bedridden for weeks. Not even when I've run miles and miles. I get the full force of his injury. Every last millimeter of his flesh is scarred, uneven, and angry. It's a sobering sight. It puts my own scar to shame. The front of this man is perfect. His chest, his thighs, his unfathomably stunning face. Even his messy hair is perfect. But the back of him? I wince. It's gruesome. Ashamed of my thoughts, I divert my stare to my wrists, wriggling to loosen the rope, the sores beneath raw. I hiss, the burn painful, and give up. I don't want to wake him. He looks so peaceful. But I need to go home. I glance around the room, wondering how many people he's had in here. What has he done to them? And why does he do it? I look over my shoulder to his sleeping form. He looks too angelic, too perfect to be so. My eyes fall to his back again. Imperfection stares back at me. He's broken. Like me. Did he see right through me because he's the same as me? Feels the same as me? Hates like me? I'm distracted from my endless questions when I hear something in the distance. My cell phone. I shuffle to the edge of the bed and gingerly place my feet on the hard floor. I expect it to be cold. It's not. Naked, with my hands tied, I go to the door and negotiate the handle, pulling it open. The sound of my cell gets louder before ringing off, and I take the stairs at a safe pace, finding my purse in the kitchen. I flip my cell onto the counter and see missed calls from Lawrence. It's after 9 o'clock. I've vanished for 3 whole hours. I call him straight back, pressing the speaker icon and propping my elbows on the edge of the counter to get closer to my cell.
Hey, he says when he answers, with a ton of questions in his tone that he's trying so hard to disguise. Hey. My throat is dry, my voice hoarse. More? Everything okay? Yes, of course. It's just you're not home, and you usually are. Are you in Walmart again? I smile. It would be easy to say yes. I look down at my bound wrists. No. Oh, he's dying to ask where I am, but he won't. I'm not worried. I'm glad. He's lying through his teeth. Do you have a show tonight? I'm on in 5 minutes. Dexter just arrived. He said you still weren't home when he left. I just needed to check you're alive before I go on stage, else I'll fluff my words. I look across the kitchen, seeing the stool we sent flying still on the floor. We'll talk tomorrow. Why tomorrow? He asks. Because I'll be in bed by the time you're home. Oh, yes, of course. Uncle Lawrence? I say, despite knowing he's actually Zinnia at the moment. Yes? Ever wanted to disappear? He's silent for a moment, contemplative. Every day, sweetheart. But I have my coping mechanisms. I hope one day you'll find yours. I stare at the glass countertop, worried I already have found it.
See you in the morning. Be safe. Be careful. He hangs up as I assess the blisters on my wrists. They're sore, yes, but they have nothing on my old injuries. I wander into the middle of the room, circling on the spot. Darkness has fallen, the city illuminated by millions of lights, whether from buildings, streetlights, or monuments. I feel like I'm in a goldfish bowl, and at the same time, standing on top of the world looking down. Not closed in, not suffocated. Naked, physically and metaphorically. It's freeing, isn't it? I whirl around and find James standing at the top of the stairs. He's still naked too, unbothered, and as he slowly takes the glass steps, I get time to admire the perfect side of him, the undamaged side. His legs are so long, so defined, his shoulders the perfect width, his torso forms the perfect V. God was kind to him, yet somehow, I know that's not true. "Are you okay?" he asks as he approaches me, a small frown marring his perfect forehead. I immediately worry that he thinks I may have been snooping. I heard my cell ringing. I nod toward the kitchen area across the room, where my cell remains on the counter. It was a bit of a challenge finding and answering it. I lift my wrists, showing him why. Here. He steps into me and starts to unravel the rope, and I watch him with interest, his concentration sharp, his care great. When the ropes are gone, I flex my fingers and roll my wrists. "Does it hurt much?" he asks, taking one hand and checking the sores. "Not really." "And your legs?" "Achy." "Would you like a bath?" I step back, pulling my wrist out of his clasp as I do. "I can take a bath at home. I'd prefer it if you had one here." "Why?" He takes my hand and leads me toward the stairs. "It's all part of the service," he says quietly, and I can't help but laugh on the inside. He didn't bathe that woman I saw him being intimate with. He escorted her right out, along with the man. "Then we'll eat. Then you can go home." Be intimate with me, bathe me, and feed me. I don't need you to be all attentive, James. I asked for what I got. "Did you?" he replies, not looking back. I pull my hand from his when we reach the top of the stairs, but he doesn't stop, just carries on to the bathroom I used earlier. Not his bathroom. Not the bathroom in the room where we were just intimate. "Did I get what I asked for?" "Yes, I did." He stops, looks back. "Did you though, Beau?" He disappears through the door, leaving me standing naked at the top of the stairs, stumped. My other name. I pad slowly to the entrance, finding him sitting on the edge of the impressive egg-shaped glass tub as water pours from a waterfall faucet. I remember saying more, many times, I remind him. I goaded him, begged for it. "You did. You asked me to give you what I had, and I did," I go on. "You did." He tips a small bottle of oil into the water, and the waft of lavender is instant. Isn't lavender supposed to be calming? Does he think I need calming? "James?" I ask quietly, and he looks at me. His eyes aren't so cold now. They're sorrowful, and it throws me. "Are you okay?" "I don't know yet, Beau." He rises to his full 6'4" and eats up the distance between us with 3 strides of his long legs. His palms rest on my shoulders, and a few flexes nearly has me folding to the floor in pleasure, his firm fingers working deep into my screaming muscles. "What do you mean?" I ask. "I mean what I said. I'm yet to determine if I'm going to be okay." "Your scar," I breathe, compelled to touch it, feel it, show him that it doesn't bother me. "You think it's ugly?" I lift my arm. "This is ugly." He stares at my damaged skin, stroking my arm, his eyes flicking to mine. "You're yet to encounter ugly, Beau," he whispers, dipping and kissing my scar. I breathe in deeply, caught between enchantment, wonder, confusion, and lust. It's so much better than being caught in limbo, between life and death. My head falls back as James returns to working my muscles. Part of me wants him to leave them tight and painful. The ache will last a long time. The longer, the better. But his touch on my skin is like nothing else. He starts walking backward toward the tub, and I follow robotically, powered by his working fingers. "There," he says, flipping the faucet off and feeling the water. He takes me under my arms, lifts me from my feet, and places me in the water. Take as much time as you need. And then he turns and walks out, leaving me alone in the bathroom. I look at my naked body, at my scars, at the welts on my wrists. Need. Take as much time as you need. I don't need anything, especially not time, especially not to think. And I definitely don't want to lose the intense ache I'm feeling on every part of my body. It's masking things I've struggled so hard to mask for too long. I wash quickly, leaving my hair, and get out to dry myself with one of the crisp white Egyptian cotton towels. I go to the bedroom to find my clothes, snatching them up from the floor and tugging them on. I approach the mirror hanging on the wall. The whole of my front is exposed, my tattered shirt gaping open. I can't go out in public like this. I glance around the room, not holding out much hope of finding anything to wear. This isn't even his bedroom. It's his kink room, the room he brings many people to for intense encounters with an audience. Of their own volition, my teeth clench and I hate myself for letting foolish resentment cloud the serenity. I spot a closet across the room and, desperate, I go to it, pulling the doors open. I'm presented with another room, a walk-in closet. Floor-to-ceiling rails and various width door units span the circumference, and an enormous snuggle chair sits on an angle in the center. His closet. This is his bedroom? I look back over my shoulder to the various contraptions attached to the walls, the cabinet full of toys, the leather chase in the window. Clothes. I work my way through the rails trying to find something suitable, an old t-shirt or something. All I can see are suits, dress shirts, and jeans. I can't go waltzing down in any of those. Gosh, I mutter, starting on the drawers. I yank the first open. Boxers. The second. Socks. The third. Watches? I murmur, casting my eye across dozens of timepieces resting in cushions. I slam it shut. Where does he keep his plain old t-shirts? I turn, seeing another unit of drawers. Wider drawers. I hurry over and pull the first open, being presented with a perfect pile of perfectly folded, crisp black t-shirts. There must be a dozen, all the same style. I grab one, discard my shirt, and pull it over my head as I make my way downstairs. As my feet hit the staircase, I hear voices and see a couple sitting at the island with James. He's leaning on the glass counter, supported by his forearms, and he's now dressed in jeans and a black t-shirt to match the one I've just taken from his stash.
They're talking quietly, and my steps falter, my hand taking the metal rail. A couple, a man and a woman. I pull myself together just in time for them all to turn and find me hovering on the stairs. Uncomfortable doesn't cover it. James pushes himself up slowly, his laser stare holding me in place where I stand. I look away. Sorry to interrupt. Convincing my legs to move is a task, and I take the steps slowly, feeling terribly unstable, as I'm watched by all three of them. I glance at my work tools by the door, torn. I can't carry it all, so I gather what I can manage. I'll come back for the rest, and hit the elevator call button. "Beau," James says softly, and my shoulders rise, like tensing can protect me. The doors open, and I lift a foot to step inside. I don't make it over the threshold. He takes my arm, keeping me where I am, and I look at his long, capable fingers wrapped around my scarred flesh. "Let go of me," I whisper, not wanting to make a scene in front of these people. "Leave your things here." I swing a stunned look up at him. He thinks I can come back? I don't think that's a good idea. He takes everything from my hands and places them back where they were. Why? I look to the people in James's kitchen instinctively, while James keeps a firm hold of my arm. They're not watching now. They're looking at something together, a laptop. "That's Pierce and Michelle," James says, pulling my attention back to him. He's showing no expression, no emotion, giving me nothing to tell me what he's thinking or how he's feeling. Why does that irritate me? They track my private stocks. Oh, I immediately feel like a fool. He knew what I was thinking and that my thoughts were bothering me. "You're obviously busy." I gently try to tug my arm free, and his grip slides down to my wrist, catching one of the welts. I flinch. He doesn't miss it.
You didn't spend very long in the bath. He steps back, giving me space, and tucks his hands into his back pockets. You should have soaked a while. It would have eased the discomfort. I reach for the call button again, the doors, at some point during the past few moments, having closed. It's fine. I'll soak in the tub at home. I'd rather you did here. The doors slide open again as I show him my absolute confusion. Why? So I know you've taken the necessary measures to ensure the fastest recovery time. You were intimate with me. You didn't beat me, I say, louder than I planned, my frustration getting the better of me. He regards me quietly, still with nothing to read on his face. He looks over his shoulder to his people, and I follow his direction, nearly dying on the spot when I see they've stopped what they're doing and are looking this way. I'm sorry, I say quietly, humiliation engulfing me. I'll be going now. The doors have closed again, and I bite down on my teeth, smacking the button. I want you to get back in the bath, James says, moving in closer. I do not need to get in the very bath. Beau, let's not fall out over this, he whispers. My request is simple, and for your own benefit. I don't want a bath, James, I hiss, anger replacing the frustration. I take backward steps into the elevator when the doors open, and James follows me, backing me into the corner with his imposing frame. Why? He asks, his chest pushing into mine. Why don't you want a bath, Beau? My eyes climb his torso to his stoic face, his beautiful stoic face. Because I like the pain, I say through my clenched jaw. It's a pain I can deal with, a comforting pain, a pain that reminds me that I can escape, a pain that didn't suggest I was fragile, that I needed to be treated with care. Flogging, paddling, hammering, intense, welcome pain, everywhere. His eyes remain clear, his face straight, and he rests a hand on the wall behind my head, moving in until our noses are touching. My shakes are violent. Take a bath, he whispers. Soak off the ache. He kisses the corner of my mouth, and I close my eyes, breathing in deeply. Because we're doing it all again tomorrow. He takes my hand and places something in it, a small box. He's breathing in my ear, and it racks my body. Good night, Beau. He pushes away from the wall, backing out, eyes on my useless form. Sleep well. The doors close, and I slide down the wall until I hit the floor, in a complete state of shock, when I should really be angry. Angry by his persistence. He was so really insistent that I take a bath there, while he discussed business with his employees downstairs. So where is that anger? Why am I not fuming? I open the box and find a tube of cream and a small bottle of lavender oil. I laugh under my breath. Does he have these little care packages at the ready? Gosh. I drop it to the floor and rest my head back. What are you doing, Beau? I ask myself, just as the doors slide open. Goldie looks down at me where I'm on the floor. I don't need a ride home, I say before she offers. Her eyes fall to the box on the floor before slowly returning to me. I used to be smart. A handsome, messed up man can make any smart woman stupid. She offers her hand and I take it, letting her pull me to my feet. I don't miss her taking in the welts on my wrists. And a beautiful, messed up woman can make any smart man stupid. She says it so quietly, but I hear her. Is James being stupid? Who are you to him, Goldie? I ask, with no confidence she'll answer me. She steps inside and hits the buttons. Take it easy, Beau. The doors close, and I stare at myself in the mirror for too long. My cheeks are still flushed, my wrists red raw, my hair a crazy mess. I swallow, turn, and walk through the lobby in a haze, a complete muddle, collecting my keys from Otto as I pass. I brought your car up from the garage. It's on the street. Thanks. I make it outside and look up to the dark sky, gulping down air, trying to get my breathing under control. God help me. James. The figures on the screen all blend and blur, my concentration shot, as the people in charge of my fortunes tell me where it's stashed, invested, and how trading's going. Email me the reports, I say, eager to get them out so I can resume the complex situation that is Beau Haley. Sure, Michelle gathers up her things as Pierce shuts the laptop, and I see them to the elevator. Thanks for accommodating the late hour. The doors open, revealing Goldie. Her laser stare tells me I'm about to cop it. I turn and head to the drinks cabinet, seeking some backup from alcohol as she sees off my guests. I take my vodka to the foot of the glass pane that spans the side of my apartment and stare out across the city, my mind in chaos. Otto is with her, Goldie says from behind, and I nod, taking a swig of my drink. And the guy she saw last night? I ask. Agent Oliver Burrows, FBI and ex-fiancé. They shared a hug outside the store. Obviously, I don't know what they shared once they were at his place. I scowl at the window. Thanks. So the ex-fiancé is sniffing around again? Does she know yet that her appeal has been denied? Goldie asks. No, I answer with certainty, since Spittle confirmed the official letter has only just been sent. Do you know what you're doing? She goes on. Not a really clue. Want some advice? I laugh under my breath. My answer won't mean a thing. No, she doesn't deserve to die. I know. I turn to face Goldie. But I'm not the only one who needs her dead, am I? So you were intimate with her? That wasn't just intimacy. That was an experience. It seems like a better alternative to killing her. I raise a sardonic eyebrow, and Goldie rolls her eyes. It's nothing, I go on. Get over it. I need to keep her close until I know I'm in the clear. It wasn't nothing. It was everything. Like our darkness and torture blended, melded, and the weight of it wasn't so really heavy anymore. It was as if we shared each other's agony, and in those moments it wasn't as painful. The hurt, shared. Pain, welcomed. Scars, meeting. A connection. A messed up connection. And I'm really unsure if I know what I'm really supposed to do with it. I need to keep her close.
She has a purpose, but regardless, Beau Haley is a dead woman walking, because if I can't bring myself to kill her, someone else will. Beau, as I climb out of Dolly, I thank every god in existence that Lawrence and Dexter aren't home. My arms are bare, showcasing my new collection of welts. My scar is unusually on full display, my hair wild, and I'm wearing a man's t-shirt. I'm a walking box of guilty signs. I slip my key into the lock, pushing the front door open and flicking on the lights in the hallway. I come face to face with Lawrence. My arms instinctively go behind my back. "What are you doing here?" I ask, sounding as alarmed as I know I must look. "You're supposed to be on stage." Although he's Lawrence right now, he has the remnants of Zinnia's lipstick smeared across his lips. He looks me up and down, taking in the black t-shirt that isn't mine. "Are you okay?" he asks, as Dexter appears in the kitchen doorway behind him, his glasses resting on the end of his nose. His eyebrows get gradually higher as he takes me in, too. I'm fine. I edge past my uncle and take the stairs. I just need to get out of these clothes. "Why, of course you do, Beau," he calls, "because half of them aren't yours." "Lawrence," Dexter warns quietly. I stop at the top of the stairs and breathe in. "Where have you been?" Lawrence implores, ignoring his husband's warning. "Did you come home especially so you could grill me?" I ask tiredly. "I'm a 30-year-old woman, Lawrence, and when we spoke earlier, you asked me if I ever wanted to escape. You can't say things like that and not expect me to worry. You don't need to worry." I lock myself inside my bedroom, perching on the edge of the bed, my hands joined, my mind racing. Well, do it all again tomorrow. I bite down on my lip. Once was an experience. Twice, I'd be closer to it becoming a habit, and everyone knows habits are hard to quit. "Oh, God, Beau," I breathe, getting up and going to my bathroom. I run a hot bath, adding a few drops of the oil James gave me, and I strip. Climb in. Sink down beneath the hot, soothing water. Close my eyes. There are no flashbacks of my past assaulting me. They're only memories of today. There's no lingering, familiar pain. There's only the intense, unfamiliar ache of my body and sting of my wrists. There's him. Every word he said, every move he made, every look he gave me. I need another habit, one to replace my terrible habit of suffering, but I know that habit shouldn't be James. I sink deeper into the water, falling into a slumber. It's been a long time since dread hasn't monopolized my dreams. Too long.
I feel my mind shutting down, my body becoming heavy, a deep sleep upon me. Peace. Calm. James. I got what I asked for. Have you, though, Beau? I shoot up, startled, water splashing everywhere, my breathing shot. I'm freezing and feel incredibly stiff. Reaching across to the vanity unit, I grab my cell. Midnight. I glance around my bathroom as I drop it, bewildered, my eyes heavy with tiredness. I need to get out. Lying back, I plunge my head under the water, enduring the cold for a little longer to wash my hair. Jesus, I gasp, my teeth chattering, my skin riddled with goosebumps. I lift out of the water as soon as the suds are rinsed from my hair and grab a towel, wrapping it tightly around my chilly form. As I'm wiping my eye makeup off with a cleansing cloth in the mirror, my cell rings and my hand lowers slowly from my face as I see the screen. It's past midnight. I breathe in deeply, taking his call. I don't speak, but he does. Hi, he says, low and gravelly. It's me. I look at myself in the mirror. I'm smiling. It's late. And you're awake. Why? I can't tell him that I fell asleep in the tub and fantasized about him. It sounds as sappy as it is, and though I don't know much about James, sappy he's not. I don't sleep well, I admit. Me neither. Why? Too much on my mind. Like? Many things, he replies as I lower to the edge of the tub. One of those things today is you. Today. Perhaps not tomorrow or the next day. Just today. Why? I ask. Because I never imagined I would meet someone as messed up as me, he says honestly. And yet, here I am, living the dream. It's probably inappropriate, but I laugh to myself. He's being straightforward, and I appreciate it. I'm glad he's confirmed he's messed up, because I was silently beating myself up about reaching that conclusion. His kink shouldn't make him messed up. His scar shouldn't either. But his broodiness and apparently lack of emotion certainly pointed to it. Why are you messed up, James? Maybe you'll find out in time, and perhaps, in time, you'll feel comfortable enough to share your demons with me. My eyes dart across my bare knees. In time? How much time is that? Maybe, I murmur, quite certain that all the time in the world wouldn't be enough for me to be comfortable. But, in the meantime, he continues, his voice rough, let's just carry on dodging our reality. Isn't it unhealthy to bury your head? What's the alternative? I don't know, I admit. I've done therapy, seen shrink after shrink, taken medication, become a zombie because of it. Nothing worked. Nothing saved me from myself. Or maybe we just accept it, he says. I accepted it long ago. Me too. Then why are we having this conversation? I ask, a bit bemused. Because I wanted to hear your voice. I recoil, so much so I nearly fall back into the bath. That just doesn't sound like something James would say, and I'm thrown by it. His voice has been like ice brittle, angry, cold, arousing. He has elicited so many different responses from me, but I can't deny hearing his voice is settling. Because I wanted to hear your voice, like I needed to hear his. How are you feeling? He asks, probably sensing that I don't know what to say to that. I feel fine. Did you use the oil and cream I gave you? Do you give a recovery package to every woman you are intimate with? I get up and go to the mirror, placing my cell on loudspeaker and setting it behind the faucet. I take the cream and squeeze a little on each wrist. No. Then why me? I ask, starting to rub it into the angry welts. It's more for my benefit than yours. Why? To ease my guilt for hurting you. Why would you feel guilty? I ask, my broken skin seeming to get redder with each word he speaks. I'm a grown woman, James. I knew what I was getting myself into. That's a complete and utter lie. I had no idea of the places James could take me to. No idea at all. But I do now. And God, I want to go there again. Beau, he breathes, you have no clue what you're getting yourself into. My massaging fingers falter, my mind struggling for how to respond. He keeps alluding to this. It's like he needs to share something, but can't. Then tell me. There's a brief silence before he speaks again. Sleep well." He hangs up, and I stare at myself in the mirror for an eternity, coming to terms with the fact that I'm as much in the dark about him as he is about me. Treading murky waters. But will I drown in them, or just drown in James? James. She's home. That eases me, but I know I'd feel a really load better if she was in my bed. I place my mobile down and try to focus on the spreadsheet Michelle sent over. I can't focus. Not on anything, and that's really dangerous. I click out of my current screen and pull up Google. Type in a name. The results show me a good-looking guy, early 30s, well-built. Oliver Burrows. I sit back and study him, for the first time in my life considering killing a man for reasons less than worthy. He wants Beau back, and if he doesn't stop pursuing her, I can't promise I won't end him. I snap my laptop closed as Otto strolls in, Goldie on his tail. "You're gonna get a call," he says, slumping down in a chair and helping himself to the remote control on my desk. He aims it at the screens and pulls up ABC News. A reporter is standing outside the scrapyard on the docks, a swarm of police cars and forensic vans behind her. It made the news, I muse. The owner clearly has dollar signs in his eyes, Goldie says, joining Otto.
A phone rings, and all our eyes fall to the top drawer of my desk. My skin prickles as I slowly reach for the handle and calmly pull it open, swiping up the ringing phone, clicking to answer, and putting it on loudspeaker. I rest it on my desk. "Your men are dropping like flies," I say quietly. "Who really are you?" he breathes, and I smile. "You sound agitated. Well and truly pissed, actually." His nifty voice distorter can't disguise that. "You're hindering my business activities. Maybe you should move out of Miami," I say, kicking my feet up on the desk. "I hear hell is nice at this time of year." Translated, "You're a dead man. Really, you. This ends now." I smile. Is the big bad bear afraid? Most definitely not, but certainly pissed off. Apparently, he saw the demise of the Brit as an opportunity, thought he could swoop on in and mop up in Miami. It was rich pickings. The Russians out, the Romanians out, the Brit out. Shame, the enigma is in. "I will find out who you are." His words are a threat, and I roll my eyes. Good luck with that. In the meantime, I look forward to picking off your men one by one. I hang up and flick the phone away. "Ever thought about what you'll do once they're all dead?" Otto asks, and Goldie settles back for the show, obviously wanting an answer to this question too. "Why is it always about me?" I ask tiredly. "What would you two do?" "I'm going to walk in the park eating an ice cream," Goldie declares, and Otto laughs. I smile across at her. Goldie doesn't talk much about her childhood. I have minimal details. She was unwanted, was in foster care, jumped from one children's home to another. Her childhood was stolen. She's never strolled in a park for pleasure, relished the sunshine, listened to the birds tweet, and to eat an ice cream while doing it. For her, that's bliss. She joined the Royal Marines at 18 and seemed to find her place in the world, until some person gave her a stark, brutal reality check. She's a woman, and women are targets for rapists. Don't be greedy, I say, thoroughly enjoying the look of pure exhilaration on her face, just at the thought. Her nose wrinkles, and she looks to Otto. What about you? I'll buy a 10-bedroom villa on an island and fill it with women. Pig, Goldie mutters, and Otto chuckles. They both deserve those simple things and more. I'll make sure they have them. Otto served my father loyally for years before he served me. He knows only this life. He claims it's enough, yet I know his loyalty to my father won't allow him to walk away from me. I'm not the young man he knew. My father wanted my sister and me to build a life away from the crime that gave him his name and money. I'm more of a criminal than my dad ever was, and while I know Otto struggles with that at times, I also know he seeks vengeance for my family as much as I do. But he dreams of more. And you? They ask in unison, returning their attention to me. I think. Revenge, peace, death. There'll always be people to kill. I get up and leave them to fantasize about ice creams and endless women, calling spittle as I go. I need the report on Jazz Haley's death. I want to know who was on the scene, who filed it, who approved it. I can't access that information.
Can't or won't. I know the file has been compromised. I know what's in there is a pack of lies, which means the bear has someone on the inside. What seems to be really possible is getting the file to determine who has tampered with it. Try, I order, hanging up. There's a bright side here. If Spittle can't access it, then Beau hasn't a cat in hell's chance. But there's always someone else who can. This should be dead and buried. Gosh, very you, Beau. When I walk into the kitchen the following morning, the silence is excruciating. Dexter is nervously spooning Cheerios into his mouth, his face tired after his night shift, and Lawrence is wiping down the countertop with fast, furious swipes. Dexter shrugs when I throw him a questioning glance. I imagine he's had earache since he got in from work. Morning, I say, flicking on the coffee machine. Morning, Lawrence grunts, attacking the countertops with more cleaning spray. I think it's clean. He huffs and slams the bottle down. I thought you could tell me anything, he snaps. And Dexter sighs loudly, dropping his spoon and reaching for his eyes under his glasses, rubbing into his sockets. I collect the pot of coffee. I can, I reply, most of the time. Then why the silence now? I know something's going on. Nothing is going on. My words are robotic, my patience wearing thin. I abandon my coffee and throw my bag over my shoulder. I'm going to work. Where? You've not even talked about this new job. You always tell me what you're painting, where you're painting, what colors you're painting. You've not murmured a word about this one. I hurry toward the door, Lawrence on my tail. It's an office, I call back, the front door in sight, my escaped close. Beau, please, I'm so worried about you. Guilt grabs me and squeezes hard. Gosh, very guilt. I slow to a stop and face my uncle. The true concern splattered across his smooth face only enhances my shame. I go to him and wrap my arms around his shoulders. I hate making him feel like this. I really do. He and Dexter had a fabulous, easygoing life before Mom died. That was hard for them too, but then I crashed into their orbit with my pain and sorrow. They've taken me in, shown me nothing but unconditional love, and I am so extremely thankful for that. For them. I need their love, but I also need them to respect some boundaries too. I'm not a child, just a woman whose world imploded very suddenly. This thing with James, it's respite, like therapy. You've nothing to be worried about. I kiss his cheek. Promise. I break away and jolt when Lawrence grabs my wrist, pulling me to a stop again. My hiss of pain isn't avoidable, and Lawrence drops his hold fast, alarmed. I cringe, feeling at my wrist over the sleeve of my shirt. Gosh, tension floods the hallway, and I swallow, yelling at myself to leave. Get out of here. Go. Before... He lunges forward and yanks the sleeve of my shirt up, revealing the red, blistered skin on my wrist. His gasp is loud and shocked enough to bring Dexter crashing into the hallway. Beau? Lawrence asks quietly, looking up at me through glazed eyes. I can't bear the questions in his voice, can't bear the worry, can't explain either. I turn and rush out of the house, feeling shame I don't want to feel, and remorse that matches the routine feelings of secret self-pity. This is not how I want to feel. It's no good going through blissful escapism if your reality is going to be 10 times worse when you have to face it again. I jump in Dolly and start her up. She doesn't bang to life, but she does sputter a few times, and I don't will her to get moving as she starts to chug down the road. I have no words, not even to encourage my dilapidated old car. I reach the junction. I should be turning left to go to James's, to finish his office. Turn left to do it all over again. I turn right. After stopping at my regular florist, I go see Mom. It's a gray day, the clouds heavy with rain waiting to pour, the sun a dull haze a million miles away. I let myself through the rickety gate and tread my way through the long grass, weaving around the headstones to the far side by the derelict stone wall that separates the graveyard from the world. The tulips I left over a week ago look sad and droopy, so I set about changing the water and flowers, busying myself for over an hour, weeding and fiddling around Mom's grave. I ignore the texts that come in from Lawrence and Dexter. I'll talk with them later. Maybe. I also ignore 3 calls from James. He's undoubtedly wondering where I am. On his 4th attempt to get hold of me, I finished fixing the tulips. I take a deep breath and take his call. "Where are you?" he asks, sounding a little indignant. "I'm not coming." "Why?" "Because this can't last, James."
Not just whatever is happening between us, but the feelings he provoked in me. It's not sustainable. That's been proven this morning by my confrontation with Lawrence and the onslaught of messiness that followed. It would be a wholly unhealthy cycle of relief and shame. I'd be jumping out of the frying pan into the fire, setting myself up for a bigger fall. No, I need to call my therapist. James will have to find someone else to finish painting his office. And you need it to last, he says simply, with no judgment. I don't know what I need. What if I do? You could never even comprehend what I need, James. I cut the call and sink to my back on the grass, chasing the clouds with my eyes, willing them into various recognizable objects. I spot a car, a dog, an enormous heart. The clouds are being kind to me today. My cell rings again. Stop, I order him quietly, lifting my arm to see the screen. But it's not James. It's someone else. Another person I'd rather not speak to. But a mindless phone call every so often keeps him at a distance. I don't have to see him, face him, restrain myself from unleashing my anger on him. I answer. Dad, my darling girl. My teeth grate, my smile tight. How are you? I ask. I only have to look in a newspaper to find that out. You missed my birthday. I did. You can make up for it. Come to dinner with us. Us. Him and his girlfriend. I cringe. You know I can't do that. I'll book the entire restaurant out. It'll be just us three. You can't knock the man for trying, and usually I wouldn't have a problem declining, whether politely or not. But today? Can I think about it? What the heck? Yes, of course. I can't bear the hope in his voice, the happiness. I'll call you. I hang up and sigh in despair. I can't forgive. Won't. But surely that's a healthier option than this madness I'm going through with James. It has to be. I don't know. I honestly don't know. And that's why I hate this life. I don't know. I was never indecisive in the past. I was on top of life. Was. What am I now? Desperate? Bitter? Twisted? All of the above? Again, I don't know. I chase more clouds, these ones darker, and the sky finally relents, the rain falling. It comes hard and fast. I don't run to the church for cover. Instead, I lie there, being thrashed by the angry bullets of water, letting it numb my skin. The thunder clashing matches my loud, crowded head. Lonely? Always. It's getting dark by the time I find the will to move. There have been many days when I've sat with Mom for hours, but today is a record. I'm drenched through, my clothes stuck to me, my hair heavy. I trudge through the sodden graveyard and slide into Dolly, looking up into the rearview mirror and wiping under my eyes to get rid of the black smudges. Then I drive to Walmart. I grab a cart and start my usual route through the aisles, finally ending up at the alcohol section. I grab a bottle. I'm not following you, I promise. I glance to my left. You sure? I ask, as I place my wine in the cart. Because you look as guilty as sin. Ollie shrugs, stuffing his hands in his pant pockets. I didn't think you still did this anymore. Shopping? I question, and he rolls his eyes as I start walking. This habit of mine started only a week after I was discharged from the hospital. Everywhere just felt so crowded, even our spacious apartment with only 2 of us living there. But when Ollie would get home from work, the suffocating feeling would overwhelm me, so I'd come here. He found me on numerous occasions when I'd go missing, roaming the aisles. I arrive at the checkout and place my wine on the belt, and Ollie grabs a bag and flaps it open, slipping the bottle inside once the lady scanned it. Let me get this, he says, pulling out his wallet. I smile, but it's sad. I should never have had that coffee with him, should never have fallen apart on him. Definitely shouldn't have let him take me back to the apartment we shared. You don't have to. I want to. It's been a long time since I could buy you a drink. I don't have the energy to fight him, offering a small smile instead. He's just an additional element to my ever-increasing mind game. He pays and we walk toward the exit together. So, are you going to tell me why you look like a drowned rat? He asks, looking me up and down. I reach for my shirt and pull the cold, wet material away from my stomach. I went to see Mom. I got caught in the downpour. It's not rained since 3 o'clock. He looks down at his watch, as if checking it's as late as he thinks it is. I don't bother explaining. Any more dead bodies at scrapyards? Stop it, he warns, giving me a playful nudge. Just think, if you go back to work, we could talk all day long about the mutilated remains of various wanted men. So he was wanted? I ask, ignoring everything else. Ollie rolls his eyes. One of the Bears men. I blow out my cheeks. There's gonna be no more bad guys for you to lock up soon. He hums, thoughtful. Are we talking serial killer? He sighs, and I see him cave under my questioning, and perhaps just his need to keep my attention. Do you remember hearing about the Enigma? He asks, and I nod, knowing the name well. Assassin. Mom's nemesis, I confirm. She swore she'd catch him before she retired, or at least find out who he was. Yeah, he went quiet for a while, after your mom. Ollie looks down at me, pensive, nervous. Well, the last 3 bodies suggest he's back, or has been resurrected, or that we're now finding the bodies, given one was a few years old. Wow, I breathe, my mind racing. The Enigma. He was top of Mom's list. What would she think if he was caught? If it was me who caught him? Gosh, you sound like you have a lot on your plate, I say, getting my thoughts back under control. Nothing could make me return to the MPD. Nothing. Coffee? I slow to a stop, as does Ollie, and I hate the hope I see in his brown eyes. You don't want me back, I say, evenly but softly, because I just know where this is leading. Really, you don't. Don't tell me what I want, Beau. You did that when you left me at the church, too. That was 20 months ago, and I still want you. I'm a different person. You mean bitter? Twisted? I look away. I still love you despite that. You shouldn't. I return my eyes to him. He was a popular guy at the force, with his male colleagues and definitely with the female ones. I can't imagine that's changed since he's moved on to the FBI. He could have had the pick of the bunch, and he chose me. Mistake. I tried so hard to see our wedding through. I sat by Mom's graveside, in my dress, a mess of a woman, willing her to give me the sense and courage I needed to marry Ollie 4 months after she was taken from me. She didn't speak to me. I couldn't go through with it. I sigh and loop my arm through his, getting us moving again. How many women have you dated since we split up? He scoffs. None. You know I'm gosh at dating. I smile. He obviously hasn't improved since our first date. He was so nervous and the nerves made him clumsy. It was endearing and hilarious all at once. And aside from his fine build and handsomeness, it was one of the things that attracted me to Ollie. How together he was as a cop, and how utterly disastrous he was as a date. The two sides of him were contrasting and lovable. How many women have you slept with? I ask, wincing at the mere thought, wondering why the really vary. I'm asking such stupid questions. He stops us and turns into me, his expression irritated. Don't try and do that thing women do when they try to be your friend as a consolation prize. I'm not a consolation for you, Ollie. I'm a lucky escape. His hand drags through his hair roughly. You're so really self-destructive, Beau. Resentment is eating you up inside. I'm getting better, I say, unable to get angry with him. Anger is exhausting, like hate. I'm too tired right now to feel either. I really am. He sighs, and I see something in him settle. Defeat. I just need you to have peace again, he says. There are no questions to be answered, Beau.
It was a freak, really accident, and you need to move on. Move on. I hate those words. Only people who have never lost someone they love use those two insensitive words. Something doesn't feel right, I mumble, swallowing, and he exhales, pulling me in for a hug. I sink into his hard chest, my eyes closing. I need you to stop believing you can give me peace, I say, letting my arms hold him. This hug feels so final. Does he sense that? Let me go, Ollie, I order gently, opening my eyes. He doesn't ease up, and I don't reinforce my request, because something has captured my attention across the parking lot in the distance. James. He's standing by a silver Range Rover, watching me. Watching us. What the heck? I pull away from Ollie and step back, not because James is watching, but because Ollie is hoping. It's time for you to move on too, I whisper, reaching for his arm and giving it a squeeze. He nods slowly, beaten, handing me my wine and dipping to kiss my cheek. Take care, Beau. He turns and walks to his car, and the moment he's pulled away, I seek James out again. He hasn't moved. I wander over, feeling resolute and calm, but when I make it to him, just a few feet away, I can't seem to find the right words. "Who was that?" he asks. They're not the right words from him either, and definitely not a question I'm interested in answering. Why are you here? I must change my hiding places. 2 men have found me in 20 minutes. Who was it? You think you can show up here and demand answers to questions you have no right to ask? I sound calm. I feel anything but. He has the decency to look mildly ashamed. I didn't like it. What? You with that man, he more or less snarls. I didn't like it. Unbelievable. You're jealous? Is he serious? One night of madness and he's jealous? I didn't like it, he grates. I don't like the code language you use. He opens the door of his car. Get in. I gawk at him. Excuse me? Get in the car, he hisses. I have my own car. That's not a car, Beau. It's a really death trap. God help me before I slap his obstinate face. Tell me what you meant, I snap, squaring up to him. Your other name, what I'm getting myself into. Tell me. No. Then why the heck say it? His jaw twitches dangerously. I'm with him. Because I can't seem to control my really mouth when you're around. Tell me. No. Then I'm leaving. I back away. And you're going to. He inhales, gathering patience. I don't have much choice, do I? He shuts the door of his car, regarding me for a short time. You don't want it again? I take another step away from him, trying to escape the range of his magnet. No, I answer, not nearly quickly enough. His nostrils flare. You'll come back, he says surely, drilling into me with his intense eyes before he gets in and pulls away speedily, drawing the attention of a few shoppers leaving the store. I breathe out, deflating, my head spinning. I don't even know what the really hell just happened. He reached his peak, we yelled, and he left before I had a chance to. But he left apparently certain that we're not done. I don't want him to be right. But I fear he is. I slowly walk to my car, looking at the bottle of wine. Drink it all. Every last drop. I'm interrupted from my recklessness by my cell. I don't have the heart to ignore Lawrence's call, so I answer, getting in dolly, and turning the heaters up. I was with a man, I say when I answer. I'm a grown woman. I shouldn't feel like I have to hide this. Lawrence doesn't need the details, and he doesn't need to get excited about any future prospects, but he does need to know I was doing something relatively normal, like sharing intimacy. The sordid details beyond that aren't necessary. He's seen them on my wrist anyway. That's where I was last night, with a man. Lawrence remains silent, and I frown at the windscreen. It's the man I was working for. It just happened, and I didn't try to stop it. It felt good. He should love that. He should relish the thought of me feeling good, even if it was brief. There's nothing to read into it past that. It was a one-off. His lack of a reaction is starting to annoy me. Don't you have anything to say? A letter's arrived. My cell becomes heavy in my hand, my heart heavy in my chest. Open it. Come home, Beau. Open it, I repeat, turning off the heaters, suddenly roasting hot. Nervous, hopeful. Please, not until you come home. We'll open it together. He hangs up, taking away my options. Very you, Lawrence. I smack the steering wheel and pull out of the parking lot as fast as Dolly's capable, and I drive home in a haze of panic and fear, my body racked with shakes. Jumping out of my car and racing up the path, I ignore the scratches from the overgrowth, not bothering to knock them out of my way. Bursting through the door, I hear Lawrence and Dexter in the kitchen, and I make my way to them, my heart pounding dangerously. They're at the table, and they fall silent when I walk into the room. The letter sits between them, a harmless piece of paper waiting to ruin me or cure me. Lawrence jumps up and comes to me, taking my arms just above my wrists. "Promise me this is the end of it," he begs, stroking up to my shoulders and gripping hard. "Whatever is in that letter, it's the end. We put it to bed." I rip my eyes away from the letter on the table and look at him. I hate the doubt lingering on his face, the fear. I move past him and slide it from the table with a shaky hand. I work the seal open. Take a deep breath and pull out the paper, unfolding it. I read the first line. It's all I need to see. I loosen my grip and the paper floats down to my feet. "Beau?" Lawrence rushes to collect it, scanning it as I stare out of the kitchen window into the darkness. They're not reopening the investigation. I turn and walk out in a haze of devastation, feeling crushed, desolate, but most of all, angry. So really angry. "Beau!" Lawrence yells, coming after me. "Beau, wait!" He seizes me, swinging me around to face him more violently than is in him. "Where are you?" he asks, frantic. "Stay here. Stay with us. We'll meditate. We'll talk. I'll help you." I don't need meditation. I don't need to talk. I don't need pills or therapy or sectioning. I'm going out. I pull myself free and open the door. "To him?" he asks, his panic rising. "To the man who did that to you?" I look at my hand on the door handle. "Who is he?" he goes on. "Who did that to you?" "He did nothing I didn't ask for." I walk away, hearing my uncle crying my name repeatedly, and I look back as I reach the bottom of the pathway, finding Dexter has intervened, pulling Lawrence back, trying to calm him. "Let her go," he soothes. I've never seen disappointment on my uncle's face. Until now. "James." "She's heading toward your apartment," Otto says, as I dry off after my shower. I hang up and stare at myself in the mirror. I don't know what I hope to achieve in the car park of Walmart. Seeing her in the arms of her ex clouded my purpose in that moment. I aimed to stall her, to delay her finding out that her appeal had been denied, to delay the repercussions and to stall her grief, even if only for one more day. All I did instead was discover I have a jealous streak, and I'm shaken by that. But seeing another man soothe her? Rage. Rage spiked by jealousy, and that's really new. I reach for my jaw and rub a hand across my scratchy face, tilting my head back, but I keep my eyes on the stranger in the mirror. The face of a man I no longer recognize. He's distorted by grief, by a relentless need for vengeance, and by a heavy, misplaced sense of responsibility. He could cure Beau Haley. He could also end her. This isn't a case of fix me. I'm beyond that. Yet, scarily, I've discovered Beau certainly eases the torment, masks the pain. She also injects my black soul with fragments of goodness, purpose beyond my only purpose, and perhaps the growing guilt I'm feeling because I'm the reason she's lost. I'm the reason she's grieving her mother. I'm the reason Beau Haley is so utterly damaged, both spiritually and physically.
I can't ignore the opportunity to redeem myself. Maybe give myself some light relief in more ways than one. I pull on some boxers and go wait for her. Beau. When I walk into the lobby of James' building, Goldie is sitting at the reception with her legs up on the desk, a can of soda in her hand. She glances up from the computer screen, says nothing, and gets up, walking to the elevator and punching in the code needed to take me to the very top, to James. I enter, avoiding her eyes, and the doors close, the whirling of the mechanisms kicking in. I ride up, questioning for the first time if James knew I'd come. Goldie's reaction to my arrival suggests so, and I hate that. I hate that he was right. The doors open, and my eyes find him immediately, sitting at the bottom of the stairs in his boxers. My question is answered. He knew, but he doesn't know why I'm here. I step out as he rises to his feet, unfolding every glorious inch of his body. There he is, my path to oblivion. His hair looks darker, his eyes lighter, his physique sharper. The air sizzles in the space between us. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. He repeats with the other, and then places his palms on the insides of my thighs, positioning me intimately.
My arms curl back around our heads, and he turns his face into mine and kisses me softly. How he knows I need this moment of gentleness doesn't escape me. I certainly didn't expect it, not from this dark, complex man. The chemistry is electric, but I feel so incredibly calm. And yet, the desire between us was intense, my body responding. James reached for something on his desk, and the next moment, the screens before us came alive. We shared an intense, intimate moment, connecting deeply. The experience was unlike anything I had known. The intensity of the moment grew, a powerful connection forming between us. My body responded with overwhelming sensation, pushing me to the brink of release. I pushed my feet into the edge of his desk, my back into his front, my pants becoming loud, the fire inside raging. I don't know what I'm going to do if he pulls away, if he halts the climax building. My mouth drops open, more air needed, and I grapple for the arms of the chair, clawing my nails into the soft leather. James, I breathe, starting to shake, my body locking up, pinning down the rush of pleasure steaming forward. His touch intensified, more. My head is limp, my drowsy eyes struggling to keep focused on the screens. Tingles start to attack me, my skin hypersensitive. The sounds from the TV, mixed with my sounds, now a sensory overload. More, he persisted, circling his long fingers wider, pulling them free and spreading the wetness. My heart is hammering, my body blazing, my mind spinning. My feet push farther into the desk, sending us back a few feet in his chair. And suddenly, we're not facing the screens anymore. James spins us to face the wall of grass, and my feet instinctively find the window, looking for an anchor. I press my soles into the cold pane, my arms flying up to cradle our heads, our bodies moving in a rhythm of shared desire. The lights of the city meld and blur, creating a rainbow splash of color under the moon. Everyone miles away. The world miles away. Misery miles away. Freedom is here. Serenity. Detachment from the world. I turn my face into him and nuzzle his rough cheek, prompting him to look at me. Our connection deepened. My heart doesn't slow. He stares at me as he continues to immerse me in his incomprehensible capabilities, the real world gone. Because James can't be real. This can't be real. I want it to be, because this, here, us, how I feel, I don't know how I will survive life without it now. He moved forward, sealing our lips, and our passion peaked. I reached a powerful release, breathless and exhausted. The waves of pleasure consumed me whole, every last bit of it. His touch lingered, and he broke away, wrapping his arms around my belly, turning the chair so we were facing the screen again. Together, we shared the quiet aftermath, the track still playing, James' heavy breaths behind me, not a word murmured. I observed the final moments, and my eyes become heavy, both on the screen and in reality. I can't hold them open anymore. I sigh and give in to my tired muscles everywhere, and he holds me tighter in response to my body softening, tenderly kissing my cheek. "I'm glad you came back to me," he whispers, and I'm gone. James. It was all about her. I didn't reach my own release, didn't want to, but I desperately needed her to need this. Peace. Peace found in intimacy. It's new, unexpected, a bit like the jealousy that found me when I saw her with Oliver Burrows. I remain in my chair, Beau on my lap sleeping, and reflected on the night. And I thought about it again, my concentration split between her face and mine. Both are fascinating. Hers because of the sheer pleasure, mine because of the sheer pain. I didn't know what I was doing last night when we were together, but I knew I couldn't stop it. I'm hooked on her, on us, but she doesn't know me, and that will inevitably change everything. I engage intimately with women to be seen. I take them with an audience because it's the only time in my life that I can really show myself. I'm known as James Kelly, a private stockbroker, but no one knows who I am, where I come from, why I'm here. But Beau sees me, even if she doesn't know what she's looking at, and I sure as gosh see her. She's blinding, soft, and though she feels weak, she's strong. I have to show her that. My phone bleeps from the desk, and I gently ease forward to claim it, checking that Beau doesn't stir. I open the message from Otto. A picture of a well-dressed man appears on my screen, and I narrow my eyes on his chubby, cheerful face. He reeks bent. Swiping away from the screen, I dial Otto. "Who is he?" I ask quietly. "Judge Ferguson. He's taking backhanders from someone in exchange for the manipulation of evidence on a man. A man under the Bear's umbrella. Vince Roque," I hum to myself, otherwise known as the Alligator. Jazz Haley got him in cuffs before I got my knife to his throat. Could the judge know who the Bear is? No. Makes two of us, and it's as frustrating as anything. His movements? I'm on it. Thanks. I hang up and get the image of the judge back up on my screen, airdropping it to my laptop. I look down at Beau, dead to the world. Turning on my screens, I drop the judge's face into the mix, scowling at his photo. Otto was right. The Bear will always add to his army. Until I find the difficult person and end him. My eyes scan across the bank of TVs, landing on the last two. Blank screens. One reserved for the Bear and the other for who he's got on the inside, because that's a given. I look down at Beau's peaceful, sleeping face. Stop chasing the truth, Beau Haley, because that ends in death. I gather her up and take her to my bed, settling her down gently, fighting the odd compulsion to crawl in behind her. No, I have Gosh to deal with. Beau Haley is a complication, a big, really complication. She was before we became intimate. Now? Gosh, I mutter, scrubbing a hand down my face and backing out of the room. I head downstairs, coming to a gradual stop when Otto steps off the elevator. He holds up a file. The man works fast. The judge's schedule. He's a busy man. He drops it on the table and backs up into the elevator. "Can I ask you something?" "No," I answer, knowing that won't stop him. "Are you going to tell her who you are, what you do, what you did? Do you think she'll handle it?" He recoils and reaches for his beard, stroking it thoughtfully. There's no denying the worry emblazoned across his pierced face. It's the same as the worry I'm feeling. I'm inviting disaster. "You might not have to even tell her," he says quietly, glancing up the stairs where she's sleeping. In my bed. Cozy, warm, safe. Are you forgetting something here, Kel? I don't know, am I? Probably. My head's completely bent. She's an ex-copper boy.
And a talented one at that. Just because she's quit doesn't mean her instinct has. Once a cop, always a cop. You think she'll hand my rear to me on a plate? You'll have to kill her before that. I swallow and retreat before Otto can bend my head further, going up to my dressing room and dragging out a case ready for Goldie. I check the contents, pull out a few parts, and polish them until they sparkle before slowly piecing the rifle together. I admire my work, slowly turning the gun in my grasp. Beau Haley is searching for an answer, and she's sleeping with it. I'm breaking the really messed up scale. Beau. The stretch of my muscles is something dreams are made of, the delicious pull lengthening every one of my limbs blissful. The warm, soft sheets radiate James' heady scent, creeping into my nose, waking up my senses. I open my eyes to a soft, hazy apricot glow in his room. It's quiet. The room and my mind, both quiet. I sit up and tug the loose hair tie from my waves and pull the sheets around my naked body. He's not here. Shuffling to the side of the bed, I get up and go in search of him. I start in his office. No James, at least not in the flesh. But the screens are frozen on our sleeping forms in his bed. I reach up to my lips. They don't feel sore or bruised. My body doesn't feel tender and damaged. This time was a very different experience, but the result was the same. Blitz, my mind clear. I pull the door closed and make up way down the stairs. I hear him before I see him on the couch, tapping away at the keys of his laptop. He's pulled on some lounge pants, but left his chest bare. It's quite a welcome. How can something so dark be so beautiful? He looks up when I reach the bottom step, and his laptop is forgotten. He blindly reaches for the screen and pulls it down, placing it on the footstool by his feet. Then he sets an elbow on the arm of the couch and props his chin on his hand, his finger brushing thoughtfully over his Cupid's bow as he watches me pull the sheet in tighter around my body. My move seems to amuse him, and the hint of a smile moves the corner of his mouth. As a result,
I risk a smile too. I was going to eat, he says, rising from the couch. Are you hungry? I don't know if I'm hungry, to be honest. I can't feel anything past the peace. And then, will you bathe me? I ask, making his eyebrows rise a fraction. He doesn't answer, but instead collects me from the bottom of the stairs, walking me to the island and lifting me onto a stool. He bends and leans into me, and I find myself reclining back, if only so I can keep his entire striking face in my sights. His lips purse. He leans in more, so I recline farther, and his head tilts, his expression curious. And he comes closer, prompting me to lean back even more, to the point my stomach muscles are screaming and I'm parallel to the floor. He's looming over me now. Do you want to be on your back for me again, Beau? He asks, reaching for the front of the sheet and pulling it open. Just say the words. His touch became intimate. My breath undeniably hitches, meaning refusing him would be laughable. Who are you? I ask out of the blue, the question surprising us both. He recoils a fraction, but quickly gathers himself. Taking my hands, he pulls me back up to sitting. Those aren't the words I was expecting. I'm sleeping with a man who's an enigma. His eyes dart to mine, cautious for a fleeting moment before he corrects it, rearranging the sheet around me, his focus set on his task. You didn't Google me? He asks, his eyes fixed on mine, reading my reaction. He knows I have, and it makes me wonder if he tried the same with me. He won't have found much. The FBI will have made sure of that. Does it matter who I am? He asks, stepping back. Does it matter who you are? That soon wins him back my attention. His questions are loaded. Could the answers be an explosion? But at the same time, I'm wondering if it really does matter. Do I need to know who he really is? Do I want him to know the dirty details of why I am who I am? Because I'm sure as gosh he knows what I am. Because he's told me. Broken. Why did you come back to me tonight, Beau? He asks, sounding harsh, judgmental. Because I love where you take me. I'm honest. That much he can know. How did you know I'd come back? Because I know you love where I take you. He steps into me and lifts my chin, making sure he has my full attention. He has. From the moment I set eyes on him, he has. But what he doesn't know is what he's taking me away from. That shall remain undisclosed. We seem to have a mutual connection in that area, he whispers. Then we're both safe, I murmur, repeating his words. Safety is an illusion, Beau. He kisses my forehead, lingering for a long time. I'm happy to provide that illusion. I swallow and let the warmth of his mouth sink into my skin. See? I whisper. An enigma. He speaks words I don't understand, looks at me in a way that baffles me, like I'm his redeemer, and at the same time, his ruin. You make no sense to me. I don't need to make sense to you. Feeling my nape, he massages gently, and despite my whirling mind, I loosen under his touch. Accept this for what it is. What is it? He lifted me from the stool and placed me on the countertop. My body responded in a nanosecond, tingling back to life, ready for intimacy. We came together in passion. This is beauty amid endless pain, Beau. A palm pushes into my chest, forcing me gently down to the counter. He started torturously moving around my flesh. Oh, God. I arch my back, willing him on, the wildfire inside back with a vengeance. Passion peaked. And isn't it really beautiful? He asks. The flames are fanned, the burn intensifying. I cry out, clawing at his forearms, trying to find my anchor. And that's the thing with James. There is no anchor. Nothing to keep me grounded when he's got his hands all over me. And that feeling of absent control is cathartic. It's deliverance from evil. It's the therapy I need. I look at the ugly scars on my arm as James continued our intimacy, bringing forth constant cries of ecstasy from me. They're not there, he grunts, and I shoot my eyes to his. They're glazed. His jaw is tight. He looks almost angry. They're not there. He moved with intense speed, connecting deeply. They're not there, he whispers, retreating, his touch gliding with ease. I look at my arm again. The scars have gone. I don't see them. Don't feel the pain that's so fresh in my mind. He makes all the terrible disappear and replaces it with magic. Look at me, he demands, moving a hand to my throat, laying it there. I do as I'm bid, and the sight will never leave me. He was nearing his peak. I wanted that moment for him, for me. The sight of him staring at me, holding his breath, his body rigid, every last muscle in his arms and chest protruding. I lift my arms above my head, finding the edge of the counter behind me, and grip it tightly. I'm going to need it. Reach your peak, I order calmly, and he roars at the ceiling, his pace reaching maniac territory as he moved repeatedly and mercilessly. I've never seen anything so spellbinding, never heard anything so poetic. He's out of control, and I am in my element. I don't need to reach my peak. I just need to watch him. Gosh, he chokes, sucking back air, his body vibrating violently, his skin slick with sweat. He collapses onto one hand, his head hanging, and he starts to move firmly, hissing his way through his peak. I go limp, staring up at the ceiling as the sensation of our deep connection, of his body pulsating against mine as he reached his peak, overwhelms my body. It doesn't matter, I say quietly, heaving, fighting for breath. Who you are, who I am, it doesn't matter. I don't want details, don't want to give them either. I just want this. What if I ever want to tell you? He asks, bringing his front down to mine. His head lays on my chest, and I look at his dark waves. If it'll change this, I want you to resist.
Is that a condition? Of what? Of you continuing to see me? You want nothing, just this. Just this, I confirm. You sound like most men's dream woman. I'm no one's dream, I whisper. I'm their nightmare. So yes, this agreement works for me, because if I don't know about him, he can't know about me. And as if he understands, he takes my deformed arm and kisses my scars. Such a gentle move, and I'm unsure whether I like it. But I'm not most men, James says, turning his stare up to me, holding his mouth to my arm. I look away, avoiding him seeing whatever it is he's looking for in my eyes. What about opera? I frown and look at him with curiosity, his chin's now resting on my chest. Opera? Yes. Is opera allowed? Along with intimacy? With intimacy, he confirms, deadly serious. Or escaping, or disappearing. Call it what you will. I'm bemused. Opera? When I first met this man, he was frosty, unreadable. Now? Are you asking me on a date? James doesn't seem like the kind of man to date. Opera? Yes, I can see it. But dating? Do you want to call it a date? No, then no. But you want me to go to the opera with you? Yes. Why? Don't tell me he's short of women ready to let him lavish them with his expert intimacy and a touch of opera on the side? His head drops tiredly, and he sighs. Why not? Because it falls outside the scope of our relationship, and I can't be in crowded spaces. James swallows, and it looks like a patience-gathering move. Fine, no opera. He pushes himself up, and we both hiss as he slips free of me. Here. He unravels the sheets and starts to wipe the inside of my thighs meticulously, and I study him as he does, my fascination growing. But fascination should be avoided. It could lead to questions I don't want answers to. He finishes up, adjusts his pants, and takes the sheet into a room off the kitchen. I retrieve my shirt from the floor by the elevator, and just as I'm fastening the buttons, the doors slide open. I freeze, a deer caught in the headlights, when Goldie appears. Her gaze travels from the tips of my toes, up my half-naked body to my wide eyes. She doesn't bat an eyelid. I smile awkwardly, backing away, making sure the shirt covers as much of me as possible. Evening, she says, looking past me. I turn to find James by the island, motionless, watching me wilting on the spot. Evening, he says, his face straight, almost angry. Give me a second. He disappears up the stairs, leaving Goldie and me alone with a lingering, unbearable silence. Good grief, I can't stand it.
I reach for the tails of my shirt again and tug them down. She catches it, smiling out the corner of her mouth. "Still being smart?" she asks, her smile turning wry. I laugh under my breath as I back away. "What does your gut tell you?" I ask, motioning down my naked legs. I don't listen to my gut, only my head. "Okay, what does your head tell you?" It tells me to brace myself. I withdraw, surprised, my backward steps slowing to a stop. "Brace yourself?" What does she mean? What for? "Here," James says from behind me, interrupting. I swing around, finding he's holding out a fancy briefcase to Goldie. The black leather is highly polished, the gold latches sparkling. She takes it on a nod and goes back to the elevator. "Enjoy the rest of your evening," she says dryly, giving James eyebrows so high they're blending with her sharp hairline. I cast a look over to him. He's not scowling at Goldie, but he's not far from it. "I will." He heads to the kitchen, and Goldie dazzles me with a smile that's as sarcastic as could be. Everything about the past few minutes is making me highly regret my silent vow to not ask questions. "It's time to feed you," James says, opening the fridge and pulling out a dish. I look from him to the elevator doors a few times, my mind reeling. What exactly does Goldie do for James? She's always just here. And Otto? He's no concierge, and he doesn't work for a security firm. But security is definitely involved. My brain starts to burn. I should probably go. He wants to feed me, and what will we talk about? Because I can think of nothing other than the millions of questions gathering at the front of my mind. Questions I should file away forever. But that's the problem. My mom raised me to question everything. It's innate. She taught me by osmosis how to put puzzles together, and it's why I was a good cop. Something about this glass world that James hides within deserves a lot of questions, but I will resist. I'll do anything to keep this calm. James slides the dish onto the counter, his move slow. Everything this man does, he does deliberately, thoughtfully. His mind is reeling too, which means I should definitely go. I head for the stairs, mentally locating my jeans, but I get no farther than the first step, my body jolting when it meets some resistance. I'm backed up against the wall a moment later, James's bare chest compressed to mine, my eyes on his throat. I'm shocked, stunned. But I'm still breathless. "What are you doing?" "Convincing you not to leave." He moved closer, pressing against me. "You could have just asked," I breathe, my mind lost. "I'm asking." His hand moved under my shirt, brushing across my flesh. I moaned. "Are you staying?" His touch intensified, and I whimpered, pushing myself farther into the wall. "Because I believe I owe you a moment of intense pleasure." "Yes." "Thought so." He kisses my cheek and moves away, and I stumble forward with the sudden absence of his support. My hands meet his chest, his arm curling around my waist to catch me. I look up at him, my lips parted, my breathing shot. He blinks slowly, his lashes fanning his high cheekbones. "Shall we eat before we come together passionately again?" Senseless. It's apt. "I think you've chased away my sense for good." "Same," he whispers, turning me in his arms and placing his hands on my shoulders. He guides me to the kitchen and puts me back on the stool, and I watch quietly as he makes his way around, collecting various things and placing them on the island. "Wine?" he asks. "Why not?" I murmur. It's not like alcohol could make me any more stupid. My rational side is warning me that I'm getting myself into something I shouldn't be. But what? And yet my impulsive, desperate side is goading me, willing me to take the medicine James offers. I just hope that medicine doesn't turn out to be poison. Safety is just an illusion. "Do you mind if I make a call?" I ask, accepting the glass he hands me. "Do you need some privacy?" I smile over the rim of my glass. "Is that chivalry?" "Yes. I'll take this to the couch. Join me when you're done." He starts collecting the plates and dishes from the island, and I follow his back across the vast space to the rug in front of the window. I find my purse by the door and retrieve my cell, dialing Dexter. "Is he okay?" I ask when he answers. He is she right now, and she's wailing like a banshee. "Where are you, Beau?" I look over my shoulder. James is on the rug, his back against the couch. With a man. Who is he? I don't know. Just a man. Do you know what you're doing? No. I think so. Dexter sighs. You think so? Will you let him know I'm okay? Are you? Okay. I don't know. Yes. Don't wait up for me. I don't know if staying meant staying. Fine, he breathes. Be safe, Beau. I smile and hang up, making my way over to James. He looks up at me. Everything okay? I nod and lower to the rug next to him, scanning the mini feast. This is all very romantic. Have you decided yet whether you hate me or want to be intimate with me? He asks, and it's tactical. James isn't romantic. He's simply feeding me. Then he'll probably be intimate with me again. I take a sip of my wine, ignoring his question. It's been answered a few times now. But what will we talk about, since we don't want to actually get to know each other? How long have you lived here? I ask, gazing around the glass box. 5 years. You were born in England. Yes. How long have you been in the States? 5 years, he answers swiftly, sounding wholly uninterested.
Who was that man? My wine glass pauses on its way back down to rest on my thigh, and I shake my head, silently telling him we're not going there. He regards me coolly. A friend? A relative? James? An ex? Okay, I'm going. I stand and step over his legs, going to find my jeans. We've got nothing to talk about. Nothing that falls into the safe box, anyway. This was a mistake. Going? Or running away? I screech to a stop, staring at the steps before me. He sounds so critical. I signed up for freedom, not condemnation. Picking up my feet, I keep moving, unwilling to get into a fight with a man I hardly know over something he has no clue about. I find my jeans and shoes and slip them on. James is standing at the foot of the glass panel opposite the elevator when I get back downstairs, looking out across the city. I stop and take in his naked, mutilated back. You choose to run, Beau, he says to the glass, before turning to face me. His hard stare could turn me to ashes. Does, to an extent. This is the James I want, the one who is intensely passionate, the one who strips me of hate and replaces me with craving. The ice-cold man. Maybe I'll get tired of chasing you. I've never asked you to chase me. And there's the problem with us, he whispers, while my jaw ticks dangerously. There are many problems, many things we should ignore, except I'm finding that easier to do than him. Probably because I need this more than James. And that's dangerous. It means I'm at his mercy. And what is that, James? What's the problem with us? You think you have bigger secrets than I do. My mouth snaps shut, my legs taking me back a step. My other name. Do you, though, Beau? I know there's more to James than meets the eye, but I'm not ashamed to admit that I've been ignorant to it, pushed my insane curiosity back, because, God help me, there is a lot more than meets the eye with me. Add the fact that knowing too much about him might find my lost sensibility, I've been, and will carry on being, blissfully ignorant. Until he ruined it. You keep your secrets, James, I say, turning and leaving. And I'll keep mine. So you're running again? I pause. This isn't running. This is choosing to walk in an alternate direction. I don't look back. My admiration just turned into hate, more hate to stir into the pit of my demons. James, I need to be rid of this incessant need to make her talk, to tell me things I already know. It's driving her away when I need to be luring her closer, and not only because of this really messed up desire for her. I text Otto, watch her. The elevator opens, revealing Goldie. I'm not up for being nagged, I warn, glancing at my phone when it dings. I ignore the message from Beth. Not tonight. Tough. I'm taking Beau to the opera. I push my phone away and head toward my gym. Since my method of relaxation has just left the building, I need to relax in another way. Are you crazy? Insane, I murmured to myself. Why? Why would you do that? Because it'll look really odd if I'm there solo, I retort, turning when I reach the top of the stairs. Goldie has made her way to the bottom, and we'd look a bit weird together. Yes, I'm sure people will think you're punching way above your weight, you arrogant jerk. Such a lady, I mutter, getting on my way. Make sure Otto got my message. He just left. I want updates. In case she sees her ex again?
My interest in that is only because he's a copper. Of course, she practically sighs. And while you're balancing in the gym, can you try to balance your really head as well? I laugh to myself. I'll try. God knows why Goldie's still so really loyal to me. I'd never let anyone hurt her, she knows that. Although she's learned a lot from me since I stepped in, a total stranger, and ripped that low-life rapist off her in that alley in London. She can defend herself, but this, me, my life, is now all she knows. She has a purpose now, beyond her time in the military. She has people, albeit limited people, who respect her and value her. She feels like she owes me. It's been a long time since she's seen me do something so contrary to the plan. Her anger is understandable. She won't allow herself freedom until I find it for myself, and Beau Haley is seriously screwing with that plan. I push my way into the gym, heading straight for the horse. I take the handles, flexing my fingers, getting the best grip, and slowly pull myself up, bringing my knees into my chest before unbending my arms and lengthening my legs until I'm vertical, my body straight. Blood rushes to my head, my balance faultless, and I remain in a handstand, arms at full length, my eyes closed, just focusing on remaining steady. And, inevitably, with the absence of Beau here to distract me, my thoughts turn to a past I've tried and failed to forget. To the shell who mourned his lost life for years after his family was wiped out. To the hollow man who drowned in alcohol and drugs. To the pitiful, broken mess who attempted therapy, battling, and not defeating, his black thoughts. And to the monster who was eventually born. The monster I am now. The monster I will always be. Beau. Sleep feels like a slow, unending torture. I close my eyes, I see him. I wipe him clear, I see Mom. I wipe Mom away, I see fire. Smell the stench of burning flesh. Hear her screams. Hear my screams. I fight it all from my dreams and see the letter denying me the answers Mom deserves, the answers I need. I don't need anything, except that. A movement at my door pulls my attention to the wood, and I see the handle move ever so slightly. But Lawrence doesn't come in. I sit up and grab my cell, checking the time. It's 7. I've been lying here for hours at war with my head, battling with sense and reason. I pull up Nath's slumber and dial, falling back to the pillow. The sounds of a bustling coffee house seeps down the line when he answers, the gurgling of the machine, the scrapes of chairs on the floor. They denied my appeal, I say mechanically. Nath's silent for a brief moment, and for the first time I consider that he already knew. Beau, did you know? A brief silence. A sigh. I knew. I reach up to my forehead and try to rub away the headache that's threatening. Of course he knew, and Ollie probably did too. Why didn't you tell me? I ask for the sake of it. I know why, and it isn't only because it would have been top secret information. Nath knows as well as I do that my life's been hanging in the balance for 2 years, unable to move forward until I've found my peace. I'm trapped, caged. Beau, you have to move on. To what? I ask. What do I have to move on to, Nath? Anything you want. Anything I want? I want my mom back. I want my life as I knew it back. I want faith and hope and daily justice. I can have none of it anymore. The MPD would have you back in a heartbeat. You've got too much potential for them to lose permanently. You mean enough potential to stir more gosh? I ask. There's only one reason the Force would have me back now, after my relentless attempts to prove Mom's death wasn't a tragic accident, to keep me close, to keep an eye on me, to keep me quiet. No, I won't let this rest. Someone knows something. Nath, you're out of options. I close my eyes and swallow hard, refusing to accept he's right. But there's a power far greater than me at play here. I can't beat them, but it'll finish me off if I give up hope. You free tomorrow? He asks softly. Let's push the boat out, and you lunch as well as coffee. Sure, I mumble, getting up and pulling on my robe. It's not Nath's fault he works for an institution of liars, and he's a good friend, one of the only ones I have now. Mom trusted him with her life. I trust him too. Let me know what time and where. I hang up and stare at the door. I can feel the tension in the house, even locked away in my room. I can't bear it. I look at the piles of apartment brochures on the sideboard. Perhaps it's finally time to get my own place. A big glass box on top of a building, all spacious, peaceful, and light. Maybe. Is that what I need, or is it simply the glass man inside? No. I take a deep breath and leave my room, forcing my feet to take me to Lawrence before my head has a chance to foil my plan. I push the door to his bedroom open, finding him lying on the bed in his silk robe that's embellished with flamingos. He's twiddling his thumbs, chewing his lip. You'll get scabs on your lip and your lipstick will clog, I say, pacing over and dropping to the mattress beside him. I turn my head on the pillow to face him. You need a shave. He reaches up to his jaw and feels, grimacing. I was too busy whittling about you last night, I forgot. Reaching for my hand, he pulls it to his mouth and kisses my knuckles. The arm of my robe slips down, revealing my welts. They're still red, still fresh. I don't rush to cover them. Tell me about him, he says, shuffling down the bed and mirroring me. I indulge him, if only for his sanity, even if it might send me over the edge. His name's James, and he has more secrets than me, which pretty much makes him the most enticing man I could find, and his allure made him all the more tempting. We spent the first few days of our professional relationship avoiding each other's eyes. That's a lie. I avoided. James goaded. And then, one evening when I was leaving, he said something that triggered something in me. Triggered what? Laura. Lawrence gasps, and I nod. He knows what I'm capable of. He knows I'm lethal when I put my mind to it. Did you disengage him? Yes. I can't help secretly smiling as I recall our intense encounter. He played me at my own game. I frown. It wasn't my game. It was totally his game. We shared a powerful connection, and then he kissed me. Lawrence reaches for my wrists, wincing when he turns them over. I fall to my back and stare at the ceiling. James wasn't talking about our intimate encounter. He was talking about something else, and I'm so really furious that it's playing on my mind. You think you have bigger secrets than I do. It was nice. To be that lost, it felt freeing. While we were together, my mind was wiped clean for the first time in a long time, I admit. It can't be healthy, Lawrence whispers, and I turn my head on the pillow to find him. And this is? I ask, motioning down my body. This invisible cage I'm trapped in? The relentless need for retribution? The never-ending cycle of hate, pity, and anger? That's healthy, is it? My time with James made all of that vanish, if only temporarily. Not that it matters. It's done. James and I are done. I lean over and peck my uncle's cheek. I'm not seeing him again, so you don't need to worry. Why? If he's all that to you, why aren't you seeing him again? I get up and go to the door. Because he started asking too many questions. Because he could become a habit. Because I'm a little bit afraid of who he is. Because, I say on a smile, pulling the door closed on high, cheeky eyebrows. And as soon as the wood is between us, my face muscles give in to the effort it's taking me to smile. Beau? Dexter calls from downstairs. I lean over the banister and find him at the front door in his blues, a box across his arms. Delivery for you. I frown and make my way down, pulling the lid off while it's still in Dexter's arms. I'm greeted by a pile of black lace. My frown deepens as I reach in and pull it out. Dexter breathes in as the material unfolds, tumbling to the floor. A dress. Good grief, he says, taking it in. Do not let Zinnia see that. It'll be gone forever. I'm still staring at the gown, my mind blank, when I hear thundering footsteps coming down the stairs. Too late, Dexter sighs. My God, would you look at that? Lawrence swoops in and seizes the dress from my hands, holding it up. Italian, I just know it. He looks for the label and sings his joy when he discovers what he's looking for. I've never seen anything so beautifully made. I can't see his face, the dress is concealing it, but I can hear his utter glee. I peek in the box, spot a card, and seize it while Lawrence and Dexter are distracted. Of course, I know who it's from, but I don't know why, or what the heck I'm supposed to do with it. I wander to the kitchen while my uncles drool over the lace gown, pulling the card from the envelope. Secrets are only secrets if no one knows about them. No one knows my secret. I frown down at his handwriting. No one knows my secret. Therefore, it is, in fact, a secret. Is he suggesting he knows my secrets? What? I murmur to myself, so really confused. But more than that, intrigued. And isn't that his point? Intrigue me, lure me back to him. But why? Really this? I mutter, marching out of the kitchen. The dress lowers, revealing Lawrence's and Dexter's stunned expressions, their wide eyes following my path. I stomp up the stairs, find my cell, and dial him. I pace. Around and around I pace. He doesn't answer, and I growl, dialing him again. No answer. Gosh, very you, James. I throw my cell on my bed, frustrated, and so very angry. He knew what he was doing, and I've given him exactly what he wanted. Everything okay? Lawrence and Dexter appear at the door, both looking a bit sheepish. Fine. Oh, okay then. Lawrence takes a few, cautious steps into my room. I'll just hang this up. Be ashamed to get it all creased. No, I snap, sounding harsher than I intended. I can't help it. I'm mad. You keep it. What? Lawrence clutches the dress to his chest, like he's scared I might change my mind and snatch it back. I want you to have the dress. I go to him, encouraging him to turn, and then gently and firmly guide him out of my room. I shut the door before I'm questioned, as my cell beeps from my bed. I don't rush over, despite my curiosity going through the roof. I take calm, measured steps, hoping my temper settles as I do. I see a text from him and open it. Tomorrow night at 8. My secret won't be a secret anymore. You bastard, I breathe. The manipulative, immoral, clever jerk. I dial him again, intending on telling him exactly what I think of him. He doesn't answer, and I picture him staring at my name flashing up on his screen, his face impassive, satisfied. My thumbs lose all control and start hammering away at the screen. I don't want your secret. I just want him. No, I just want his gift. Outside the Ziff Ballet Opera House at 8, I drop to the bed. His evasion of my statement is warranted, because we both know my claim is utter crap. And as if my conscience is joining the persuasion party, it reminds me that I haven't thought of anything else but James in the past 10 minutes. It doesn't matter if those thoughts are infuriating. I look at the marks marring my skin. His mark. The angel on one shoulder is screaming at me not to do it. Don't bend. Don't play his game. The devil on my other shoulder is daring me to extend the distraction. I startled when my cell bleeps the arrival of another message, but this time there are no words, only a video. I open it and stare at a piece of footage from our first encounter. I can only see his profile, but it is heart-stopping all the same. He knows that's what I want. He knows that's what I need. His dark, fierce intimacy. Merciless. Glorious. Bastard, I murmur. The beautiful, depraved, dangerous bastard. He's stunning, and I simply do not want to resist watching. My desire grew. I wander to my bathroom, shrugging off my robe and letting it fall to the floor. After flipping on the shower, I step into the stall, resting my back against the tile. I don't feel the shock of cold. I slide down the wall, skim my hand down my stomach. I inhale, my head falling back, but my eyes never leave the screen of my phone. I reached my peak on a murmur of his name, and on the screen, he reached his peak with me. Beau. I stand outside the diner the next day at noon, staring in through the window. It's busy, too busy for me. Only half the tables are taken, but still too busy. I glance left and right to the free tables outside on the sidewalk of the quiet back street. You can do this, Beau. I whisper to myself, taking a deep breath and pushing my way through the door, batting down my climbing heartbeats. I hurry to a table at the back and sit, pulling out the brochures of apartments for sale and setting them in front of me. Distraction. Focus on the brochures. I start flicking through the one on top, a 2-bed, top-floor apartment overlooking the ocean. Good afternoon. Can I get you a drink? the waitress asks, setting a menu on the table. I look up at her on a smile I'm forcing to within an inch of my life. Just a sparkling water, please, I say, rolling my shoulders, so uncomfortable. And a Coke with ice. No problem. She leaves to fetch my order, and I return my attention to the details of the apartment. It's too perfect. I need something that requires a full redecoration. I discard it to the bottom of the pile and begin on the next, a converted factory on the west side of town. My cell rings. It's Nath. Hi, I say, looking past all the people to the sidewalk outside. As I expected, he's standing there looking up and down the street for me. You gonna be long? He asks. I'm here. Where? Inside, I reply, and he turns and looks through the window, confusion rife on his face. I wave, and he cocks his head, going to the door. Don't make a big deal of it, I warn as he approaches the table, doing exactly what I did, counting the amount of people in here. There's 30. Too many. One person for every beat of my heart per second. I won't, he says, taking his jacket off and hanging it on the back of the chair. But, well done. I give him a tired look, vehemently ignoring the fact that this isn't about sitting in a semi-busy diner. It's a step in the right direction, yes, but a backstreet diner isn't quite the same caliber as an opera house. The waitress sets our drinks on the table and tells us she'll be back to take our order. Nath clocks the piles of brochures before me. The poor man must be wondering what the hell is going on. I'm wondering myself. Just looking at my options, I tell him, pushing them aside. Lawrence and Dexter's place was supposed to be a temporary solution. He smiles. I bumped into Lawrence yesterday. Did you get an earache too? A bit. He just worries about you. As do I. He takes a sip of his Coke. And Ollie. Ollie needs to move on. And you? I show the ceiling my palms, taking a quick look at our surroundings. It shuts Nath up. Good. The waitress returns and I pick up the menu and scan the options. Cajun salad, please. And a BLT on white for me, Nath says, collecting my menu and handing it to the waitress. So who's this guy you've been seeing? I sag in my chair. Lawrence needs to stop gossiping. I fiddle with the straw in my water, wondering if the gossiping stopped there or if he went into explicit details. My gaze inadvertently goes to my wrists, and I reach to pull the sleeve of my shirt down a little more, checking to see where Nath's attention is. He's staring at my wrist too. I clear my throat to say something, anything to break the uncomfortable quiet, but no words come to me. So, who is he? No one you know, I quip, looking at Nath in a way that suggests I'm not game for this conversation. Name? You gonna run checks on him? I don't know. Do I need to? Nath's question oddly spikes a few goosebumps, and I rub over the sleeve of my arm. I don't know. Does he? Regardless, I'm not giving him his name, because he absolutely will run checks on James. Why does that bother me? Because he might find something. I fall into thought, staring at the silver fork on the napkin. The police database could shed light that Google can't. My other name. My heart beats a little faster. Beau? I blink and look up, and Nath smiles, though it's hesitant. What? I ask. Will you? He asks, his smile turning into a grimace. Will I what? Take me to the dealership. I'm lost. Why do I need to take you to the dealership? My car's in for a service. I need you to drop me back at the dealership to collect it. The dealership. It hits me like a brick, a memory. I stare at Nath across the table, my face blank, as I dig deep for every scrap of the moment in history I can find. My heart's pounding now. It is way beyond my control, and my eyes dart across the table. Her car was at the repair shop, I murmur, the conversation coming back to me, all of it, every word spoken between Mom and me. Where has this memory been? Why is it only coming back to me now? What? I look up at Nath, and he moves back in his chair, obviously not liking the expression on my face. They said Mom missed the routine service on her vehicle. She didn't. I called her about an appointment we had the next day for my dress fitting. She sounded out of breath because she was walking to collect her car from the dealership. She said that? Yes. It was a fleeting part of the conversation, forgettable, as proven, just a little joke made on the side of the subject at hand, my wedding. She said she needed to up her cardio game, but I remember it now like we had the conversation 5 minutes ago. It was a couple of weeks before she died, I whisper, my head about to explode. Nath is silent, pensive, looking at me like he's unsure if I'm insane or a genius. They say there's a fine line between the two. It must be on the records. I reach forward and seize Nath's hand. Her car was fine. Beau, you must have your dates wrong. I don't. I shake my head, adamant. Nath, please, just check the records. Maybe then I can convince them to reopen the case. I can see he's torn, and I hate putting him in the middle, but he's my only hope. Please. Jesus, he mumbles, closing his eyes briefly. Okay, I'll check. He thinks I'm mistaken. I'm not. Mom's car was fine, which means I'm not going insane at all. I don't know whether to be relieved or afraid. James. Watching Beau go into the diner threw me, and those brochures she was looking at, I'm not so sure I like where that's going. Neither did I like that she met Agent Nathan Butler. After learning of the news that they're not entertaining Beau's appeal, that could mean only one thing. Beau Haley is about to dig. Really, I wish she'd stop. This is getting a bit too close for comfort. I laugh, mentally awarding myself with a medal for supreme idiocy. This got too close for comfort the moment I invited Beau Haley into my world. Because the truth needs to remain buried if Beau is going to live and I'm going to remain hidden. I sit idle by the curb and watch her leave the diner with Nathan Butler. They get in her old, battered Mustang. I shake my head to myself. She lives a simple life, appears to have no desire for material things. She has the money. I know she has the money, not to mention a father who's famously loaded. So why does she really drive that old banger and risk her life? The answer isn't one I'm comfortable with. I pull out and follow her at a distance, to a dealership a mile or so away. Nathan Butler gets out and smacks the roof of the car, and she drives away, the car chugging and spitting all over the place. I answer my mobile when Otto calls, keeping 3 cars back. All okay for tonight? I ask. Yeah. Where are you? Surveillance. You mean following the girl? She's business, and you're a tool. She's digging, Otto, and there's nothing that can be found. We've been over it 100 times. Someone knows something, and Beau's suspicious. If she gets too close, she's already too close. She'd die. I see the signal light of Beau's car start blinking, and a quick scan of the area tells me she's pulling into a Walmart. It's early afternoon. The store will be packed. What in the world is she thinking? I've got to go. I hang up and follow her into the car park, parking on the other side, out of sight. But I see her. She sits in the driver's seat for an age, looking at the store. Then she makes a call. To whom? I rest back, watching her closely, hoping she'll change her mind and drive away. This is too much in one day. The diner, the store, the opera tonight.
But she gets out, pulls her bag onto her shoulder, and walks with purpose toward the entrance. I don't know if my increasing heartbeat is because she's exposed or because I am. What in the world is she doing? Beau. After I drop Nath off at the dealership, I head for Walmart, trying desperately not to pin all my hopes on my newfound recollection. Nath has a point. I could have my dates wrong. I could be clutching at straws, making small things into big things, or even nothings into somethings. I'm driving myself wild going over the conversation that happened over 2 years ago, reciting it word for word, trying to iron out the sketchy parts. I keep coming back to the same thing, Mom's breathlessness. The parking lot is packed when I pull into it, the afternoon shoppers out in force. This has got to be on par with an opera house, hasn't it? Or maybe worse. People at opera houses are considerate and dignified. There is nothing dignified about fighting your way around Walmart on a Saturday afternoon. It's each person for themselves. Survival of the fittest. I park and call Lawrence. Do you need anything from the store? I ask, my mind blank, even the essentials disappearing. Huh? I'm at Walmart. Why? Because I'm preparing myself for a trip to the opera. I got my period. I need Tampax, I mutter, and cringe immediately with it. Really, Beau? I know your cycle. It's like clockwork, and you're not due for a few days. Besides, you have a stash in your bathroom vanity. You've been through my bathroom vanity? I needed some tweezers. I sigh. It's all I could think of. Put Dexter on. Fine, he grunts, and the line muffles as Lawrence tells Dexter who it is and why I'm calling. Milk, Dexter says softly, soothingly when he comes onto the line. We always need milk, and bread, and wine. Keep going, I order, putting him on loudspeaker and pulling up my notes, starting to compile my list. Coffee. Make sure it's not decaffeinated, because what's the point in that? We chant in unison, and I laugh a little. Tea bags, eggs, and some personal care items. Because those are essential in our house, we say together, both laughing again. Thanks, Dexter. Block it all out, Beau. You can do it. He's not making a big deal of it. God, I do love that man. He's the calm to Lawrence's chaos, the logical to Lawrence's irrational. They balance each other perfectly, and their love, the richest kind. Lawrence's favorite story always begins, "Let me tell you about the time a cop walked into a drag bar." I jump out of my car, mentally repeating Dexter's mantra as I collect a cart. A basket would do, but I need some kind of armor, some protection. On that thought, I pull out my earbuds and pop them in, finding my music app and putting on some opera. Perfect. Paille Jus starts to serenade me as I push my cart through the doors of the store. I immediately have to dodge a woman who stopped in the middle of the busy entrance, and then someone else who abandons their cart and dives across the aisle to grab something off an end display, and then a kid who spots the toy aisle. It's bedlam, total chaos, and my lack of hearing the madness doesn't lessen my building stress. Jesus, I breathe, taking it all in, alarmed, my muscles becoming tenser by the second. I walk in a zigzag, navigating the store carefully, stepping left and right to avoid crazy shoppers, constantly stopping and starting to avoid being knocked down. Lord, what was I thinking? I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't handle the chaos. It's too much. I turn up the volume and round a corner, finding a man racing toward me with arms full of groceries, looking harassed. I stop in the middle of the aisle, frozen, the shopper's face morphing into fear rather than stress. And he's suddenly not alone. He's joined by a stampede of frantic people running scared. I blink, shaking my head violently, clearing my vision and my flashback. I see the harassed shopper again. He's alone. No stampede. I really can't do this. I release the handle of my cart, trying to convince my legs to move. I need to get out. Leave. Go. I turn on the spot, my lungs tight, my heart tighter. Get out. Get out. I jump out of my skin when my phone screeches in my ear, and I reach up quickly to yank my earbuds out. I shouldn't have. The bustling noise of the supermarket hits me hard, and I scan my surroundings frantically, searching for the one thing that might get me through the impending panic attack. A paper bag. No paper bags. Gosh. I look at the screen of my phone, starting to hyperventilate. "James," I murmur, answering it quickly as I shove my buds back in. "Hello," I yell, making an old lady startle as she casses. "Hi, it's me." James's deep voice sinks into my ears. "Why are you shouting?" I close my eyes for a moment and listen to his breathing. "Beau," he says calmly, and for some extremely strange reason, his voice eliminates everything. Everything. My heart slows. My breathing settles. I look at my hand that was trembling moments ago. Steady. "Where are you?" he asks. I look around me at the unrelenting bedlam. "Shopping." I locate my cart and seize the handle with both hands, anchoring myself. But it's not the cart quietening my demons. It's James, and that's a frightening thing to admit to myself. Why, Beau? He's right. Why would anyone tackle Walmart on a Saturday? Least of all me, with my phobia of chaos. "Because I wanted to make tonight easier," I murmur, not holding back. I haven't got the mental capacity to lie. Anything has to be easier than this. I chance a risky peek around me. God, it's getting busier.
Focus on James. You're there because of me? He asks, surprised. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for myself, although I'm wishing I hadn't. Superstores at night are far nicer places to be. So you'll come to the opera with me? I close my eyes. What do you think? I'm not braving Walmart in the middle of the day on a Saturday for my health. You stormed out Thursday night. I've answered your call, haven't I? Even if it was a little selfish. Besides, his message insisted. Is he surprised I'm complying? Are you saying we should never hold grudges? I smile, and it's unstoppable. If he only knew of the grudges I hold. But with him, he's offering me too much respite. I have a list, I say, changing the subject. What's on your list, Beau? My mind blank, I locate my notes and reel off my list. And what have you got so far? He asks. Nothing. Shall we start with milk? Nice and easy. What? I'm coming shopping with you. What? Turn around. I slowly pivot and lose my breath for all the right reasons when I see him at the end of the aisle. My lip wobbles. Why is my lip wobbling? My heart gallops. I don't need to ask why that is. I disconnect the call and pull my buds from my ears, my focus on James and James alone. The store and all its crazy disappears. He looks perfectly rugged and unshaven, his messy hair poking out of a baseball cap, his body casually covered in some sweatpants and a zip-up hoodie. He's perfectly calm, perfectly impassive. It's James on a weekend, and I like it. I force a smile, as if to assure him I'm okay, and he shakes his head, looking almost angry. It's me who should be angry. I know he must have followed me, but it doesn't weird me out. I'm too relieved he's here. He strides toward me, and once he makes it to me, he takes the handle of the cart with one hand and tucks me into his side with the other. He walks us to the milk aisle without a word, while I gaze at him in wonder. He's like a shot of Valium, a balm for my tortured soul. Does he know that? Part of me hopes so. Another part of me hopes not, because I shouldn't offer him more ammo to use against me. I collect a gallon of 2 milk, a mango, eggs, coffee. Bread, I say quietly. He hears me, and that's where we head, collecting each thing one by one. He's quiet and patient. His presence is powerful, attention falling on him from all directions, and yet he's unassuming, oblivious. It's as if he's walking in a world where nothing else exists to him. Surroundings. People sounds. I'm envious, so envious of his ability to blank out everything. He looks down at me, nestled into his side, and pulls me in tighter. I exist, and I'm in so much trouble. Yet denying myself this feeling is impossible. It would be cruel, almost barbaric. I'm done punishing myself. At the checkout, I unload while James packs, and I discreetly watch him, unable to stop my small smile. Is me packing groceries amusing? He asks without looking up, his focus set on his task. I pay, joining him at the other end. You following me is amusing? You weren't supposed to know I was following you. Then you need to work on your stealth skills. He smiles lightly as he slips the milk into a bag, and it's a vision to behold, clearly. He collects my shopping and we head for the exit, and when we make it outside, I stop and look back at the store doors, where the chaos continues inside. Chaos that I was apparently immune to with James by my side. I mustn't read too much into that, and I can't be proud of myself, because those kind of shopping trips, ones only with James, aren't viable. Beau? I pull my eyes from the crowds and notice he's stopped a few feet away. His casual form renders me unable to move for a moment, my eyes happy to admire him, my heart hammering for the right reasons. So much trouble. I swallow and join him, beating back the swirling questions because I promised myself I wouldn't ask, and beating back my awe because darkness shouldn't be admired. We make it to my car, and James slips the bags onto the passenger seat. You don't lock your car? I don't think anyone would steal it, I say on an ironic smile. He looks up and down the battered length of dolly a few times. You should lock it. His eyebrows slowly rise, a clear sign of him wanting my agreement. I think if James asked me to walk on hot coals mixed with broken glass in this moment, I would do it. I'll lock her, I confirm, falling into the driver's seat. James is crouching by me in a second, assessing the inside of Dolly. The threadbare seats, the worn carpet, the ripped cloth of the roof lining. She's sentimental, I tell him. My mother bought her for me. His eyes soften, and I quickly look away, quite stunned by my openness. Her? He asks. Dolly, I say on a shrug. We named her after my uncle, his stage name, Zinnia Dolly Daydream. I expect an unsure smile from him, but instead, his heavy brows become heavier. Something comes to me, something that's been playing on my mind in between all the other gush I'm dealing with. James, the video you sent me, of us, how many are there? How are they stored? How do I express my concern? Ask? These questions? Just for you and me, he says, not needing me to ask. You have my word, Beau. It's all I can expect or ask for, I suppose, so I nod, oddly trusting him on that, and start Dolly's engine. Bang! I jump, alarmed, but my fright is forgotten when James all but dives on me. His arms are wrapped around me like ivy, so tightly, my face buried in his chest. A few seconds pass, me wondering what the hell just happened, and James breathing heavily. Gosh, he whispers, gingerly releasing me and breaking away, refusing to look at me. Is he embarrassed? She shouldn't do that anymore, I say quietly, studying his profile, his cut jaw buzzing from the force of his bite. Reg replaced her engine, but Dolly's returned shouting habits are not my main concern right now. Are you okay? She's loud. He seems to shake his head to himself, once again assessing the exterior. You get used to it. That's a lie. For years, every time I've started Dolly, I've had a mild heart attack. But driving her offers me a comfort that I've failed to find anywhere else. Until now. James nods, thoughtful, and gets himself together, rising, then leading in and kissing me straight on my lips. It's chaste, but I still solidify in my seat. Drive carefully, he says seriously. Are you going to tell me your secret? My words are so quiet, hardly decipherable, but he hears loud and clear. He nods, but why does it feel like a reluctant nod? Has he changed his mind? Tonight. He shuts the door of Dolly and steps back, giving me room to pull out of the parking space. Except my feet won't work, and my brain won't enlighten me on which pedal does what. I stare at the dash. Tonight. My forehead becomes heavy, and I grab the lever on the door and wind down the window. Just really, I reiterate, whether that be for me or him. Just really, Beau. He strides off, and with those few words exchanged, James knows I'm not only going to the opera with him because I'm curious. I'm going because... Oh, God, I murmur, slamming Dolly into reverse and pulling out of the space. No, Beau, I cannot develop feelings for a man, especially a man like James. Which is what? What is James like? Apart from brooding and sexy and a huge, really comfort? An enigma. He's an enigma, and I want him to stay that way. James. I give Otto the nod when I pass his car, and he pulls out immediately, tailing Beau out of the car park. I get into my Range Rover and stare at the wheel, shell-shocked. Not only because Beau might have just unwittingly shared something, but because I am getting wholly obsessed with her. Just really. I close my eyes and breathe out. I see me. All those years ago. It's me. Lost. No purpose. No outlet. I'm giving her an outlet. Gosh. My phone rings and I answer to Goldie. The exchange is arranged for tomorrow evening at South Beach, she says. A case will be left between two beach chairs. Look for yellow towels. Sounds clean and simple, huh? I thought the same. And nothing is ever that clean and simple in my world. I start my car and pull out of the car park fast. I have a new name for you to search. What? Dolly Daydream. She laughs, and I don't blame her. Are you kidding? It sounds like a porn star. Not quite. Then what? Why all the questions? Gosh, since I met Beau, it's all I'm getting. Question after really question. You're pissing me off a lot lately. Did you know that? Go away. She hangs up, and I clench the steering wheel tightly, anger brewing. Because for the first time in forever, I wish I didn't have to kill a man tonight.
And such a perverse headspace is more dangerous than my need to continue my never-ending killing spree. Beau. As I unload the groceries in the kitchen, I try to pluck up the courage to find Lawrence and claim back the beautiful black lace gown. He's going to be devastated, and not only because he loves the gown. I put the milk in the fridge and face the door to the hallway, taking a few steps toward it. I can do this. Play it down. It's no big deal. I'm a joke. I pace to the bottom of the stairs in assertive strides and take the first step. That's as far as I get. I hear a door open, followed by a breathless sigh, and then Lawrence appears at the top of the stairs. As Zinnia, in the dress. Gosh, isn't it a showstopper? She sings, picking up the bottom and flouncing down the stairs. My God, I'll be the talk of the circuit. I look lethal. I move aside to let her pass, my heart sinking. Gorgeous, I murmur, just as Dexter comes through the front door in his uniform. His face is a picture. Wow, he blurts, and Zinnia squeals. I know. She breezes to the other end of the hallway where the floor-length mirror hangs by the kitchen door, swishing the skirt of the dress dramatically like she could have just walked onto the stage. I'll wear it tonight. She turns around and inspects the back. It's like it was made for me. My shoulders drop, my whole being sagging. What the hell am I going to do? I can't break her heart, and I have absolutely no opera-worthy dresses. It's uncanny. I smile tightly, playing it cool, while mentally carving out a plan. It involves an emergency dash to the Midtown shops on a Saturday afternoon. I start to sweat, and the shakes take hold, and my breathing goes to mess. I can feel the panic attack looming, ready to trap me in its claws and bring me down a peg or two.
I walk to the kitchen, my legs like lead, and start yanking open drawers, searching for where Dexter might hide those paper bags these days. Here, one appears in front of me, and I grab it, scrunching that around my mouth and taking long, deep breaths as I find a chair and flop into it. Well, Zinnia says, sitting opposite me and taking my hand. I look at her over the ballooning bag. When I said I look lethal, I wasn't wrong, eh? I shake my head, feeling so incredibly beaten. I did the diner, which was nothing compared to Walmart, but I only survived the store because of James. I'll do the opera again only because of James. And then what? When there is no James? I pull the bag away. I need that dress back, I tell her calmly. I don't know what happens beyond this minute, so trying to figure out tomorrow or next week is a waste of time and energy. Today is now. I have to do what I can and hope I can keep up the momentum when James inevitably isn't around anymore. Zinnia's shoulders push back, her palm resting on the intricately detailed lace covering her chest. She looks horrified. Oh. She clears her throat, and I peek at Dexter, who's holding back an epic grin of both amusement and delight as he pulls the belt out of his blue pants. And may I ask why? You know why, I counter quietly, hoping she's not going to force me into details. That man. I place the bag down and draw in some courage with air. That man was the only reason I made it around the store at a peak time today. That man is the only reason I haven't thought nonstop about the letter I received denying me a chance of justice. That man is a walking, talking mystery, and he could be the only reason I make it through the latest gosh news about Mom's death. I won't be sharing my earlier memory of the conversation I had with Mom, not until I know if it's something worth sharing anyway. His name's James, I say, giving Zinnia my eyes. I thought you said it's not sustainable. It's not, but if he's helping her now, what's the harm? Dexter pipes up, joining us at the table. He reaches for my hand and squeezes, and I cast him a surprised look. What's the harm? It's a loaded question with endless answers. I don't know what the harm is, but I do if I don't see him again. Which makes this all very easy, really. I'm going to an opera with him. What? It's just opera. To everyone else it's opera, Zinnia says over a laugh. To you, it's hell on earth. Not with James. She recoils, flicking worried eyes at Dexter. And then those worried eyes fall into the realms of sadness. I've offered to take you to many places. Dexter lets out a bark of laughter, and both Zinnia and I jump. But not to heaven, right, Beau? He gets up, his eyebrows rising with him, and for the first time since I can remember, I blush a little, evading their eyes. Heaven? Zinnia questions as she reaches for the sleeve of my shirt and pushes it up. Really? I quickly pull away, yanking it back down. I don't expect you to understand. How can I when I hardly understand this craziness myself? All I know is James is a much better alternative to everything else. I smile lamely, silently praying for her blessing. She looks sulky. It doesn't suit the vivacious Zinnia Dolly daydream. So can I have the dress back? Don't have much choice, do I? I shake my head. No, she doesn't. And neither, it seems, do I. Beau. At 7:30, I stand in the hallway gazing at myself in the mirror. I don't recognize the woman before me. She's elegance personified, perfection. I've let Zinnia at me with her bottomless supply of makeup and hairspray, and I'm beginning to regret it. Not because she hasn't done an amazing job, she totally has, but because it's been a long, long time since I've seen this woman in the mirror. A long time since I carried a dress like this. I'm not sure if I know how to anymore. I peek down at the strappy Jimmy Choo heels that haven't seen the light of day in 2 years, and at the YSL purse that's been stuffed at the back of a drawer for as long. Years ago, I walked out most weekends in heels like these for drinks with friends or work colleagues. Now, I don't know if I could make it to the kitchen a few feet away. It's like riding a bike, Zinnia says, pulling my attention to the bottom of the stairs. She's halfway ready for her evening on stage, her hair and makeup on point, her body wrapped in a tropical kimono. I offer a small smile, silently thanking her for not mentioning where I'm going and with whom again, but rather concentrating on getting me ready for where I'm going and with whom. I'm so thankful for them. Zinnia must see my gratitude because she matches my smile and comes up behind me, smoothing my French pleat again before attacking it with more spray. "You are gorgeous, Beau," she says on a massive sigh, and I see her inside conflict. This is the old me, at least the old me when I wasn't in uniform. She's pleased to see me again, and yet the circumstances of my transformation are less than comforting for her. "The taxi should be here by now," I say, glancing down at the sleeves. Long lace sleeves. James has me covered, literally. "And will you be home tonight after your date?" I flick a knowing smile up at Zinnia as I brush my front down. I hope not. I want to walk the path to nothingness with James. A car horn sounds outside, and I take an air, silently chanting words of encouragement. "Have a good show," I say, dropping a kiss on Zinnia's cheek. "Be careful, Beau," she whispers. "Just promise me you'll be careful." I promise. I pull the front door open, glaring immediately at the bushes closing in the pathway. We really need to get these bushes trimmed. If you're going to get ready, darling, you should do it before your date. I gasp and fly around, finding my aunt leaning against the door jamb with a wicked grin on her face. And now Dexter is with her, laughing like a hyena. I can only shake my head in dismay. "Good night," I say as they back up, closing the door. I walk carefully and slowly down the path, trying not to catch my dress on any of the bushes. Evening. I glance up, surprised, finding James leaning against the side of his car, in a beautiful black suit, crisp white shirt, black tie. My knees go weak under my dress and my tummy flutters as he takes me in top to bottom, all very slowly. And I do the exact same. Every inch of him I explore, sending my insides further into bedlam. "Evening," I murmur. I was expecting a taxi. He pushes off the side of the car and wanders casually over to me, his hands deep in his pockets. He comes to a stop before me, and my eyes rise to keep contact with his. "You look out of this world," he whispers, removing one hand from a pocket and reaching for the edge of a sleeve, brushing delicately over the material. I swallow, unable to return the compliment while he's touching me. "Do you like the dress?" he asks. "I do, thank you," I all but whisper. He doesn't smile, doesn't ditke. He looks pensive. "Is everything okay?" "No," he answers, letting his touch slip to my fingers. My heart sinks, dropping into my belly, seeming to dislodge the anxiety and questions. Very me. I don't want to be curious about him. I want to be ignorant. I just want to feel and not think. I step back, and James frowns, moving in closer. His fingers weave through mine, his eyes watching them closely. "Just feel," he murmurs, as if reading my mind, placing a fingertip on my collarbone and circling it slowly. My skin is instantly ablaze. My breath catches, my body folding. He watches it all, remaining expressionless. "We'll be late," he whispers, dragging his fingertip down to my breast. "We will," I reply, swallowing hard, my insides twisting and turning. I'm dreading the opera for a very different reason now. Resistance. "Are you ready?" That fingertip turns into a flat palm, and it falls slowly to my stomach. "Ready." He takes my hand. Me too. Now he swallows hard, and I go dizzy with the intensity of his presence. We're standing on the sidewalk, a powerful connection forming between us.
My body was alive with desire. My lips were parted, my sight hazy, my skin tingling. I don't want to go to the opera. I want to go to paradise. I look up at him, pleading with my eyes, and I see the same level of want in him. He takes my hand and brings it to his mouth, kissing the tips of my fingers. I watched us, I admit, me too, on repeat, and I wondered why I was really watching when I could be doing. He reaches for my nape and hauls me into him, slamming his mouth over mine and kissing me greedily, his grip of my neck harsh, his tongue exploring mine with intense passion. It doesn't help our cause, but I'll be very surprised if I can stop it. My body melts into his, my breasts aching against his chest, my body alive with anticipation. It's a long kiss, but not long enough. He groans and pries himself away, his eyes closed, his forehead pushing into mine as I pant in his face. He looks troubled, angry all of a sudden, and I'm wary of it. I shouldn't ask. I won't ask. The sound of the front door opening has James's eyes snapping open, and he stares at me. He heard it too. I can feel her eyes nailed to me, and I swallow, pulling away and peeking cautiously out the corner of my eye. Zinnia is a statue in the doorway, staring at James. I squirm, the silence awful. "Hello," James says, after clearing his throat, obviously deciding someone needs to break the ice, and it's not going to be me or my aunt. James Kelly. Zinnia's face is a picture of indignation, and it kills me. God, this is horrible. I will her to find it in herself to be polite, to push away her grievances. But my aunt remains a statue at the door. And me? I continue to die, not knowing what to do. Her acceptance was short-lived, just an act. "We should go," I say, taking James's arm and gently tugging him back. "Is there a problem?" he asks quietly. "No, no problem." I smile awkwardly when he looks at me, trying to force him away, but he remains unmoving. Then his stare drops to my wrists, and understanding floats onto his face. His jaw ticks as he looks up at me, and I mildly shake my head, begging him to leave it. He shakes his in return, and I know in that moment that he won't. He faces my aunt again. "It was consensual? Nothing happened that Beau didn't ask for," Zinnia finishes, her nose high. I fold, giving up on trying to get James moving. He's unmovable. "Indeed," James replies, reaching back and taking my hand as Dexter joins Zinnia at the door. "I said, leave her," he whispered hisses, taking Zinnia's arm. "She's a grown wo—" He catches sight of us on the sidewalk and freezes, taking us in. I smile lamely. "Yes, this is him. It was nice to meet you, Zinnia." James turns us both and leads me to his car, and I look back, seeing Dexter now trying to get her back inside. I throw a pleading look that my aunt misses, or ignores. I fear it's the latter. I've never seen her so hostile. Yes, she can be a diva, or even a difficult person when she wants to be, but never hostile. And I'm not 16, for goodness sake. Come on, Zinnia, this is too much. Our eyes meet as Dexter pushes the door closed, and I hate the anger I see swirling in her usually happy gaze. She shakes her head, disappointed, and then she's gone. And I feel like utter gosh, like I'm committing a terrible sin, like this is wrong. James and I are wrong. Stop, James says when we get to the car, his tone warning. He opens the passenger door but prevents me from getting in, holding the top of my arm firmly. I look at his fingers wrapped around me. You showed her? He sounds angry. No, not voluntarily. Does he think I offered the information, gave her a detailed account of that night? His jaw ticks harder as he stares at my welted wrist for an age, silent and brooding. Don't tell me he feels guilty now, because I certainly don't. But when he reaches for my arm, brushing a thumb over the start of my scar, I realize he's not looking at the damage he caused, but the damage caused by someone else. You think you have more secrets than I do. I can hear his mind spinning. He wants to ask me so many questions. I desperately don't want to know anything, and he wants to know everything. We'll be late, I say, withdrawing from him, pulling the material back into place. He glances up. We will. His arm gestures to the open door, and I slide in, my head in turmoil. It started so well, and now I'm full of shame and hurt, anger, judgment. Wasn't the purpose of tonight to avoid that? James. I'm trying to figure out why I'm so bothered, and why she is now mute. The car feels like it could explode. The tension is so powerful. I need to clear my head, get in the right frame of mind. Going in for a kill with anything less than composure isn't wise. I look across the car to her. She's here, but not here. And I think about the look on her aunt's face. And her partner's? His was equally disgusted, shocked, disapproving. They don't like me. It was as plain as Beau's withdrawal now. If they knew me, I'd understand. But they don't know me, and they won't know me. Why do you live with your uncles? I ask, digging for information I already know. Because my mother is dead, my father is a jerk, and I left my ex at the altar on our wedding day. And she doesn't want to be alone. You were going to get married, I mused quietly, as if it's news to me. It's historic. To the man outside the store? She turns her eyes onto me. They're cold and empty. She doesn't need to tell me to back off. Every fiber of her being is yelling at me too, and I should. Beau. When we arrive at Ziff Ballet Opera House, the unbearable atmosphere between us hasn't shifted. He asked some questions, I answered. That's all he's getting, and I know he must sense that because he's been silent since. Silent and thoughtful. Angry. He pulls the door to the lobby open for me, and I stand stock still on the threshold, taking in the bustling space. My feet feel like they're blocks of concrete, my pulse booming. James's black mood isn't helping. I'll never get through this without him helping, and he looks in no mood to help, which means I can't do this. I pick up the bottom of my dress and turn, walking away. Calm, finding me the farther away I get from the building. Or is it because I'm getting away from James? I hate my final thought. Hate it. Beau, he calls, but I keep on walking, unable to shake the awkward vibes or the displeasure on Zinnia's face. I could endure it, maybe even disregard it if I had any kind of reward. But her revulsion, James' mood, and now this gosh atmosphere has me wanting to do what I've become a master at, hiding. My pace increases as a result, and I see the road approaching, the bus stop within reach. Beau, I step into the road. Beau, look right. Beau, stop. But I don't look left. Beau, I whirl around, seeing a car coasting toward me, and I freeze, paralyzed by shock. I'm grabbed and hauled back onto the sidewalk as the car zooms past, and I look up at James, startled. His face, it's grave. God, Verret, Beau, what are you really playing at? I blink, swallowing. Why are you running away from me? My eyes drop like stones to his chest. Why are you angry? I ask quietly. I'm not angry. He breathes out heavily, as if trying to expel that anger. I'm tangled. Tangled? Inside, he goes on. I'm in really knots, Beau. I look up at him. Why? He closes his eyes briefly, as if gathering patience, like he doesn't understand why I don't get it. His hand slips onto my neck, his thumb circling my cheek, his spare hand on my hip, encouraging me closer to him. He dips and places his lips over mine, and the storm inside settles. Soft James. I want to get to know you, Beau, Haley, and that's come as a massive really surprise. I jolt in his hold, shocked. What? It's all I can say. Being curious about me is one thing, but getting to know me? Pulling back, he makes sure he has my eyes, and he stares so deeply into them, I fear all my secrets can be seen. It makes me look away, makes me feel vulnerable. This wasn't part of the plan.
I've fought my curiosity, so he needs to too. I feel like I've been derailed. He wants to get to know me. Does that mean he expects me to spill my dirt? Offload my demons? And then what? We live happily ever after? And all of this is before putting mind to the fact that the first time I saw James, he was stark naked with a woman while a man watched. "Why are you pulling away?" he asks. I step back, and his hands fall to his sides. "This won't work," I murmur to my feet, feeling like I'm dying on the inside. "You, me, it can't work." A veil of bricks falls around me, protecting me. "You've really affected me. You know everything I want you to know." He lets out a puff of laughter. It's a laughter of disbelief, and it's as condescending as could be. The hollows of his cheeks start pulsing, his stare hard and unforgiving. I wonder what comes next, but before I can start hedging my bets, he seizes my hand and starts pulling me toward the opera house. "What are you doing?" I ask, unable to pry my hand from his vice grip. "James." He continues to ignore me, pulling me, my feet moving fast to keep up with him. "James, let go of me." He yanks the door open and pulls me through. The foyer is quieter now, only a few people milling around, everyone having taken their seats. I'm more than happy about that, but not so much about being manhandled into the building. "Sir," an usher says, approaching, his eyes flicking to me. "Can I help?" I can hear the sounds of a tenor in the distance. James goes to his inside pocket and pulls out some papers, virtually slapping them in the man's hand. "Which way?" The usher looks down at the tickets. "A box?" "Yes, a box. Which way?" He points to the elevators on the other side of the foyer. "Top level, farthest on the left." His eyes fall onto me again, and then to my hand being squeezed by James. "Are you okay, ma'am?" he asks, flicking a nervous look to my rattled companion. She's fine," James grunts, snatching the tickets back and pulling me on. When we reach the elevator, we're escorted to the top level and then to the very end. "Thank you," James says, sending the usher on his way as he opens the door to the box. "Inside, Beau," he orders, releasing my hand. I flex my wrist, pushing back the emotion clogging my throat, and I step inside. "James." My phone vibrates, and the timing is really gosh. I take a quick look. I don't need to open the message. What I can see of the preview tells me everything. I found a record from 2 years ago at the mid-bank for a safety deposit box under the name Dolly Daydream. I stuff my phone in my pocket. This news is a bombshell to be dealt with another time. There's a safety deposit box. Does Beau know about it? And what is really in it? Really, gosh. I don't give her a chance to appreciate the unrivaled view of the stage. No chance to absorb the exquisite sound of the orchestra. I push her into a chair and fall to my knees in front of her. I need her back with me, in every sense, especially after that really shock of a message. My palms land on her knees, and I stare at her as I slide her dress up until it's gathered around her thighs. "What are you doing?" she whispers hoarsely, despite there being no chance of being heard over the overtura, a dramatic instrumental of the theme from Phantom of the Opera. Her fingers claw into the plush velvet arms of the chair, her body pushing back. No escape. She doesn't really want to escape. She stepped into this box of her own free will. She glares at me, and if I didn't know better, I would say she hated me. She should, and I hate myself for not wanting her to. "James." "Shut up, Beau." Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. The fourth, a fraction higher than that, makes her arms jerk, the metal clanging. The fifth on her inside thigh makes her head limp. The sixth, just shy of her entrance, makes her stiffen. We shared intimacy, eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless, calm. It's mine again. After a delicate kiss, which brought a shiver, I reach for her dress and work it down her thighs. She looks at me, dazed, drowsy, as I anchor my hands into the arms of the chair and push my way to my feet.
I lean into her, close, kiss her delicately, sharing the moment. Desire was strong, but the moment called for restraint. That is why we won't stop, I whisper, and she closes her eyes, swallowing. She gets it. I'll be back. I lay a palm over her cheek, and she nuzzles into it. She really gets it. Then I turn and walk out, leaving her cuffed to the chair. Beau, he's gone, and I'm left alone, still restrained, in more bedlam than I was before. The sound of the music is almost haunting, so sad, and despite James taking me to paradise, my mood matches the solemn echoes of the soloist who's currently singing to the heavens. I zone out, disappear completely from this box, from the opera house, from life itself, and I walk through every minute of my time since I first heard his voice. Then saw him. Has the universe finally delivered my savior? One wrong phone number, and here we are? It feels too convenient. The song is finished, another has begun, and the stage setting has changed. I look over my shoulder to the door. Where is he? As if forgetting I'm restrained, I shift my hands, wincing when the metal rubs into my sore flesh. I'm going nowhere, unless I want to open the existing wounds on my wrists. Was that his plan? I return my attention to the stage, my options limited, and I watch, allowing myself to become captivated by the story playing out before me. I'm serenaded by another performance, and with each minute that passes, I become increasingly worried about where James could really be. I'm just considering the merits of calling for an usher when the door opens and James strides in. He doesn't look like he's cooled off. In fact, he looks angrier. We're leaving. He dips behind me, and a few moments later, my hands are free. It's not finished, I say, looking at the stage, rubbing at my sore flesh. Neither am I. My hand is taken and I'm pulled up. He spends a few moments checking my wrists. You fought the bonds, he whispers, stroking over my skin, looking into my eyes. Never fight the bond, Beau. He doesn't give me a chance to reply, turning me and resting his hand on my hip, leading me out. Bond. Never fight the bond. At a loss for words, I let him guide me to the elevator in silence. We travel down in silence, walk through the lobby in silence, but our bodies are screaming. I look up at him, seeing his focus set firmly forward, his face cut with so many emotions. Stress, anger, craving. We cross the deserted lobby, and I look over my shoulder, feeling eyes on me. The usher who met us when we arrived is observing us quietly, and what he's undoubtedly assuming bothers me. So I consciously smile, leaning into James, resting my head on his arm, a silent message to the worried man that I'm fine. I'm not fine. I don't know what happened in that box. I don't know what James's point was. That I'm a fool for attempting to walk away, for fighting the bond? He could be right, because now, as he marches us out of the opera house to finish what he started in private, the thought of walking away is inconceivable. I'm alive. I return my focus forward, but quickly shoot my eyes back when something catches my attention. What? She looks left and right, pulling in her suit jacket with one hand, because the other is holding a case, the same case she collected from James's glass apartment. I frown. Just as she spots us by the door, my body slowing automatically. Her face noticeably drops, and then she walks swiftly through a nearby door, and I watch her disappear, coming to a stop, making James halt too. Beau? The door closes. She's gone. Goldie, I murmur, turning my gaze onto James. I saw Goldie. He looks across the lobby. Goldie? Yes. My arm lifts, pointing to the door. She left through that door. It's only now I notice the sign above it saying restricted access. You must be mistaken.
He claims my hand, and I glance up at him, cautious and really suspicious. If not mistaken, she looked me right in the eye and made a very speedy exit. But something tells me that information would be wasted on him. He left me alone in that box, handcuffed to a chair, for over 20 minutes. Men don't take that long in the restroom. What's going on? As James leads me away from the opera house, I realized he never said he was using the restroom. I just assumed. So if he wasn't, then what was he doing? My mind's spinning. Why really was he with Goldie when he asked me to the opera, played me into submission, and then left me? And what in gosh was in that briefcase? I'm too really curious for my own good. Who are you, James Kelly? James, I've really messed up.
Leaving before the opera ended was a monumental mess-up, and Goldie is about to go psycho on my rear. Beau seems to make me consistently mess up. Gosh, I played her claims down, told her she was mistaken about seeing Goldie. She wasn't buying it, wouldn't have even if she wasn't hailed the most exciting thing to enter the training academy in years. And that's my problem. I keep neglecting to remember that Beau Haley was on course to become one of the FBI's best agents. She's Jazz Haley's daughter, after all. I killed a man tonight, put a bullet clean through his corrupt skull. I'm not concerned that I might get caught. I'm concerned Beau will figure it out. And that begs the really question why I even bought her here. The answer is hard to admit. I can't let her out of my sight, but more than that, I don't want to. Close. I need her close. I want her close. I want every pain she shoulders, every hate-filled thought she has, and I want to free her from it all. It's messed up, considering I'm the reason she's here in the first place. Totally, really messed up. I put Beau in the passenger seat and reply to Goldie's earlier message as I round the back of the car. Get me all the details. I'll call you ASAP. I get in my car and glance across to Beau. She vehemently looks away, staring out of the window. I need to get her talking, get her comfortable, make her want to share. So then when I spill my messed up truths, maybe she won't be as shocked. And maybe I'm a really jerk. Beau, when we arrive back at James's apartment, my mind hasn't quieted down, and James and I still haven't murmured a word to each other. He's still brooding, I'm still really curious, and Goldie is at the desk in the foyer, her head down as we pass. I drill holes into her, willing her to look up, to face me. She doesn't, and James doesn't even bother asking if she was at the opera house this evening, because he knows she was. Curiosity, suspiciousness, I don't want to feel either, but it's the lost cop in me. Or is it simply James? I'm put in the elevator, and as it carries us to James' glass box, he starts unraveling the knot of his tie, staring forward. I can't deny the intense sensation, or my shortness of breath. Even moody, he's stunning. Even when he's not touching me, anticipation is churning my stomach. Even feeling enormously uncertain, I still want him. The doors open, but neither of us exit, and he slowly drags his tie from around his neck, still staring forward. "Take off your dress," he says quietly, starting to roll the material of his tie into a tight coil, his focus never wavering from the space before him. Crazy as it is, mad as I feel, there's only one way for us to speak in this moment. I step out of the elevator and drop my purse to the floor as I walk, reaching back for the zip of my dress and dragging it down. I come to a stop at the foot of the stairs and pull my arms out of the sleeves, letting the lace plummet to the floor and pool on my strappy shoes. I step out of it, everything inside of me thrumming, but everything completely stable as I climb the steps one by one, feeling him close behind me. "Following," I murmur, removing my bra and dropping it on the steps. Naked, I cast my hungry gaze over my shoulder. He's halfway up. Bare-chested, his face a masterpiece of craving, his torso a blanket of dense muscle. He comes to a stop, kicking off his shoes, letting them tumble down the steps to the bottom. Then he starts to undress, his stare concentrated, burning through me, his lips straight, his cheeks hollow. I return my eyes forward and pick up my feet, taking myself to his bedroom. I push the door open and gaze around, to the wall, to the cabinet, to the bed. Cold water music by AIM is suddenly pouring from the speakers, drenching the space. My shoulders roll and I swallow. Talking, without talking. I pad across the carpet and crawl up the sheets, turning onto my back and settling, my legs bent, my heels pressed into the mattress. He appeared at the door, pushing his trousers down his thighs. His trousers and boxers hit the floor. My desire hit the roof. I didn't know what I was doing, why I was doing it. It was all just happening, and I had no inclination to stop it or to even take a moment and consider the consequences, because by doing that, I'd be kicking off a war between my body and my mind, and I was truly scared which one would come out the other side in one piece.
I was here. James was here. The insane chemistry was here. We were both at its mercy. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Afterwards, breathless. And his eyes, the entrance to the land of freedom, to another me. He turned into the door, resting his forehead on his arm, breathing erratically. James Kelly post-intimacy was a hypnotic sight. James in his magnificent, vulnerable state. And I did that. I made him fall apart. The power I feel in this moment, not helplessness, not dependence, not pain, is as dangerous as the sense of escape he provides. Full control. And I haven't had full control in years, not of my body, my emotions, or my pain. I turn my head on the pillow and gaze out of the endless glass to the world beyond, a world I never thought could be good for me again, a world I thought I couldn't fit into. But in this glass box, I fit, and it feels good, irrespective of the secret shrouding us. You said you wanted to get to know me, I say to the dusky skyline, my body still settling in the aftermath of our intimacy. I do. What about other people? I turn my head, finding him still propped up by the door, his head still buried in the crook of his arm. Do you want to get to know other people? No. What about being intimate with them? Do you want to be intimate with other people? Silence. I don't know how we arrived at this moment, but it's time to share some truths. I saw you, I say, my voice strong, unashamed. More silence, leaving my statement hanging heavy in the air. I don't need to extend. He knows what I'm talking about. I watch him using too much effort to stand on his own, pushing his body off the door jamb. I know, he finally says, facing me. How? He turns, giving me his disfigured back, and walks away, not telling me to follow. But as I'm learning with James, he doesn't need to speak for me to understand him. I edge to the side of the bed and reach down to unfasten my shoes, kicking them off and following him. He enters his office, and by the time I make it to the threshold, his vulnerable body is propped against one of the window panes. He points at the wall of screens. I'm filling them. Every single one of them is the same footage of me, and I'm standing in the doorway to his bedroom watching him with that woman. I don't know if I'm immune to shock now, but I feel nothing. No surprise, no annoyance. He's known this whole time. Why do you do it? I ask, looking away from the TVs. Release, wildness, the thrill. He picks up the remote control and points it at the wall, and the images of me standing in the doorway to his bedroom are replaced by images of me sprawled on his bed at a moment of intense emotion, 5 minutes ago. But my past encounters, he says quietly, pale compared to what's on these screens now. I feel him approaching, and he takes my hips, holding me. You have cameras everywhere? I turn my eyes up to the ceiling, scanning, but I see nothing. They're hidden. Why? Surely, if this was a security issue, he'd have them on full display to deter people. They're an eyesore. That's not the reason, I reply without thought. No, it's not. He circles me, putting his imposing body before me, and I tilt my head back to look at him. Now I am surprised. I don't know how I knew he wasn't being honest, but I knew, and that's adding to the scary that's building. But you don't want to know my secrets, he reminds me quietly. You just want this. His fingertip meets my nipple, and they respond immediately for him. I inhale, my knees instantly weak. Don't you, Beau? Confusing emotion creeps up on me. I feel like he's holding me hostage, playing with me. I don't know what I should want. He removes his touch, and it's painful, so painful. I'm not stopping you from leaving. Is he for real? Yes, you are, I breathe, my voice wobbly. You know exactly what you're really doing, and I don't know why you're doing it. I need to get out of here, collect my thoughts, find space to find reason. I back up toward the door, mentally locating all my things as I go. Beau, he says, if I go now, will you leave me alone? No. He reaches for me, and I swipe my arm out fast, knocking his intended touch away. Why, James? Why won't you leave me alone? Because you need me. Infuriation flames. I can't control it, but I keep backing up. And what about you? What do you need? I need you to stop really running. I halt at the door, incensed. Then start being honest with me. I don't know what I'm saying, anger fueling me, driving me. You want that? He asks. Do you, Beau? Because I already tried being honest with you, and I've spent the rest of the evening trying to stop you from walking away from me. Then stop trying, I say calmly, turning and hurrying away, not knowing what the gosh I'm doing. Do I want to go? Do I want to stay? My head is a mess of I don't knows. I reach the stairs and grasp the handrail, my feet taking the steps fast. I only make it halfway down before my wrist is seized and I'm swung around. Pain radiates up my arm, his hot skin heating my wounds, and I hiss. I expect him to drop his hold. He doesn't. I expect him to apologize. He doesn't. I look up at him, very tears clouding my vision. Maybe you're right, Beau. He takes a few steps down, maintaining his hold until he's looking up at me. Let's just be intimate. Every morning, every evening, all day, let's just be intimate. Gosh, I whisper, my treacherous body singing for him, begging. So you can build a library of videos of us? I didn't hear you complaining when I brought you to a peak while we watched it together. I bet you weren't complaining when you found release through intimate touch when you watched it alone. I blink, looking away. Don't turn away from me. He grabs my cheeks and forces my face to his. His eyes are raging, his body poised, ready to pounce. It's time to show your hand, Beau. What do you want from me? Escape. Why? My teeth grind under his fierce grip. I want escape, and I don't want to be forced into explaining why. What do you want from me, James? Peace. I recoil, stunned, and my eyes fall to his shoulder where his scarred skin ends and the perfect, flawless flesh of his chest begins. What happened to you? I whisper. I got caught up in an explosion. My body jolts, staggering back, and I grab the handrail to keep me upright. James's hand falls from my face, and I gaze at him, shocked to my core. An explosion. My arm is suddenly burning, my head invaded by screams. And in James's eyes, I see a replay of the scene, of frantic people running, escaping the fireballs bursting up to the nighttime sky, escaping the vicinity of the car I'd got out of only 10 minutes before, the car where my mom burned to nothing. I look at my scar that pales in comparison to the beast coating James's back, and shame grabs me, shame I can't bear. How? I whisper. He removes himself, stepping down a few more stairs, putting too much space between us. Right place, wrong time, he replies stoically, and I can see with perfect clarity that he's struggling to talk. Do you want to know more? He asks, offering to kill my curiosity with information that I honestly don't know if I want, or selfishly, can handle. And again, will I be expected to reciprocate? I know nothing right now, nothing at all, except one thing. I extend my hand, my lip quivering, and wait for him to accept it. And he does, slowly, watching as our bodies come together again, albeit only our hands. It doesn't matter, it's still earth-moving. I move in, taking the steps down to meet him, and curl my arm around his neck, burying my face there. It's not an answer to his question. James knows that. I'm simply instigating what we both need, to give each other control. He lifted me to him and carried me back to his room, placing me gently on his bed. They came together intimately, sharing a deep connection. My hands circled his back, stroking over his scars as he drew faint lines up and down my damaged arm. I doze off to the sound of James's light breathing close to my ear, his lips on my throat, his soul blending with mine. Beau. I wake with my cheek on James's chest, the sun rising over the buildings, the weight of my thoughts still heavy on my mind. I gently ease myself up, being careful not to wake him, and I stand at the edge of his bed watching him. He looks so peaceful, so serene. Every muscle on his face is relaxed, smooth, nothing cutting his features or tarnishing his handsomeness. Last night, something altered between us. Understanding. Yet, ironically, I don't think either of us know what we're trying to understand. Pulling my eyes away from him, I find a t-shirt and pull it on as I go down to the kitchen, collecting my strewn clothes and purse as I pass, checking my cell, certain I'll have plenty of missed calls from Lawrence. I'm wrong. There's nothing. My mind wanders to the standoff outside the house last night, to my uncle's face, the disappointment, the judgment. I sigh, flicking on the coffee machine, looking out of the window. Following the path of a bird that flies across the tops of some nearby buildings, gliding gracefully, swooping and climbing. Swooping and climbing. So free. The machine churns in the background, and I rest my forearms on the counter, my eyes circling, following the bird. Its moves seem to become more elaborate, its swoops lower, its loops bigger, like it's aware I'm watching. My own private performance. I'm mesmerized. And then the coffee machine beeps, and I'm yanked from my trance, seeing steam rising and dissipating. I look back to the view. The bird is gone, flown away. Fly away. I glance around the kitchen to the endless frosted glass cupboards and start opening them in search of cups. The first reveals stacks of glass plates and bowls. The second, endless glasses. The third, glass coffee cups. Glass. So much glass, so much transparency. Is it indicative of the man asleep upstairs? I got caught up in an explosion. I feel awful for wishing he hadn't told me. It makes it all too real, makes me more curious. It also deepens the connection that I'm feeling, and that's not good. His burn is of a similar severity as mine, but bigger, so much bigger. A deep, partial thickness burn. One layer of skin away from destroying nerve endings. I often thought that would have been a blessing. No nerves, no pain. Instead, we both endured excruciating agony and now unsightly scars. We're the same. I bite my lip, pondering that, as I make 2 coffees, finding my way around his kitchen with relative ease. When I make it back to the bedroom, James is still sound asleep. I place his cup on the nightstand and take mine to the window. I feel like an ant surrounded by giant buildings. Not seen, but so very exposed.
I hear movement behind me and turn with my cup to my lips, finding James propped up against the headboard. I smile mildly over my coffee. He swallows, casting his eyes to the side, finding his own. "Did you sleep well?" he asks, raking a hand through his bedhead before reaching for his cup. "Too good." I pad over and settle on the side of the bed, unable to resist a leisurely jaunt with my eyes up his bare chest. "You?" He takes a sip of his drink, resting back. "Too good," he replies, taking me in, quietly observant. "What are you doing today?" "I don't know. What are you doing?" He releases a hand from his cup and takes one of mine, caressing the back of it slowly. "I have a few errands to run. You could hang out here if you like." I should probably go make peace with my uncle. His lips twist a fraction, but he nods, if mildly. "And later?" I study him, unable to hold back a small smile. I feel like he's taking the long route to where he wants to be. Where I want to be, too. "Would you like to do something?" I ask, looking at his thumb circling the top of my hand. "Like?" "Opera we won't watch," I say, peeking up for his reaction. "Or dinner we won't eat?" Naturally, there's no reference to Goldie. "Or asking questions we won't answer?" He hitches a brow, and I discreetly roll my eyes, pulling my hand free and standing, setting my cup down. "I saw that," he says lowly. "You were supposed to," I counter, heading into his bathroom. "What errands do you have to run?" I ask, the question falling out of my mouth. I stop at the threshold of his bathroom and frown to myself. I can feel his eyes on my back. Never mind. "I have a safety deposit account I need to close," he says, almost tentatively. "Why?" "Because I don't need it anymore." Do people even have safety deposit boxes these days? I do. I turn to face him. "And what do you keep in it?" He raises his brows at my annoying curiosity. "Personal effects." "You don't have one?" A safety deposit box? No, I have nothing sacred worth hiding in a safety deposit box. I pick up my feet and go to the sink, splashing my face and roughing up my hair as I take in my reflection. I look, rested, which defies reason when my mind is racing with endless questions. As I pat my face dry, James appears past me in the mirror, his coffee in his hand. He holds my eyes as he sips. I don't like the assessment I'm under, the judgments being made. I feel like he's taunting me, goading me, tempting me. The air around us feels awkward, and that's not what I'm here for. I'll leave you to your day, I say, placing the towel on the unit and approaching him. He doesn't move from the doorway, his big body filling it, blocking me. I stop before him, virtually toe-to-toe, and I tilt my head back to get him in my sights. Excuse me? I sound assertive. I feel anything but. His gaze lingers on me for a while, until he slowly moves aside, letting me pass. I collect my shoes and hurry down the stairs, locating my dress and shimmying it on. I press the call button as I fasten the zip, and the doors open. I step in. Turn around. He's in the elevator with me, his imposing frame crowding me. I step back until my back meets the wall. I can feel the pounds of my heart in my stomach, can feel my skin sizzling under his closeness. Dipping slowly, eyes glued to mine, he pushes our mouths together and moans. I give him immediate access, opening up to him, speaking in a language he understands. His warm tongue is soft, his lips firm. I taste coffee. I taste all man. This kiss has purpose. It has meaning. My body reacted with overwhelming desire. Just as the intensity peaked, he pulled away, panting, and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, leaving me stumbling back into the wall, dazed. This is what I crave. This freedom from pain, from thinking, from grieving. This profound connection. Call me later, he orders softly, backing out of the elevator, tilting his head, waiting for my compliance. He doesn't need it. The doors close, and I urgently pull air into my lungs. I will, I say to myself. Of course I will. I've never stood outside Lawrence's house for so long, just staring at the door, dreading what's waiting for me inside. This house has always been a haven. Now it feels like a cage of discrimination. On a needed injection of bravery, I slip my key into the lock and turn it tentatively, pushing my way inside. I hear them in the kitchen, knives and forks scraping their plates as they eat their breakfast. I glance up the stairs. I could go straight up, hide, delay facing their looks of disapproval. No. I drop my keys in the glass bowl on the table, making a loud clang, and the sounds of metal scraping on plates stops. I wander down the hallway into the kitchen and go straight to the fridge, and their eyes follow me the whole way. Morning, I say. Morning, Dexter replies, sounding tentatively. Nice evening? I grab a bottle of water and twist the cap off as I turn to face them. Lovely, I reply simply, and mysterious, and curiosity-inducing, and enlightening. Uncle Lawrence regards me for a few uncomfortable moments, taking in my lace dress. Then he goes back to his breakfast without a word. The silent treatment. I give Dexter tired eyes, and he smiles tightly. You could have been civil, I say, taking a seat at the table, my focus on Lawrence. If he wants to be a child, fine, but I won't be a child with him. Dexter shifts on the chair, setting down his cutlery before standing. Lawrence pretends like I'm not even here. Lawrence, come on. Don't ask me for my blessing. He pushes his plate away. I tried, but I cannot bless. He fades off and turns his eyes onto my wrists. One of the things I love most about you is your open-mindedness. I get up from the table, knowing I'm fighting a losing battle. He needs to stop being so unreasonable. But right now, you're behaving like my father. I turn and walk out, just catching sight of his horrified expression and Dexter's blank face. I am nothing like your father. Then stop being so narrow-minded, I call, taking the stairs. I'm a big girl. I know how to say no. Then say no, he yells, sounding unusually frazzled. There must be better ways to let loose. Better? I laugh. I know where you keep your bondage gear, Lawrence. I turn at the top of the stairs, hearing him scuttling down the hallway. I do not have bondage gear. No? I ask. No.
I shake my head and make tracks to their bedroom, letting myself in and zooming in on the French cabinet I shifted not too long ago so I could decorate. I yank a drawer open and swipe up the leather crotchless panties. No, I ask again, waving them over my head. Then I grab the bra that sports more spikes than a porcupine. No. He lands in the doorway and assesses my finds. They're zinnias, he barks, marching toward me and swiping them from my grasp, stuffing them back into the drawer and slamming it shut. I guess this is too? I ask, seizing a whip. Don't tell me this doesn't cause injuries. He gasps, his mouth falling open. That's Dexter's. Hey, leave me out of it, he calls from downstairs. Don't judge me, I warn, sidestepping him and leaving the room. Next time you see James, be nice, I order, turning at the door, following up my words with a stern look. I've never seen my uncle shrink before. It's a novelty. So you'll be seeing him again? Maybe. His nose wrinkles. I don't know why you can't date a normal man, like Ollie. Kind, sweet, normal. Are any of us normal, Lawrence? I ask. Do you consider men who never dress as women and don't have a stage name normal, Lawrence? Are you not a prime example of someone who can accept and enjoy things that others cannot? He sighs, looking down, probably trying to find the perfect counter. Everyone is a certain level of really messed up. Leave me to be blissfully really messed up, will you? Because you don't understand what connecting with someone who isn't into conventional intimacy gives me. It might only be temporary, but I'm taking it because it gives me moments where I'm not lost or grieving or angry.
And surely I deserve that. Surely. His entire being shrinks. I'm hearing you, Beau. I just want you to be okay. I love you. I love you too. And Dexter, I'd be lost without you both. You know that. But judging me or the men I see is not supporting me. It's just making me feel like, gosh. He looks ashamed. I'm sorry. I nod and carry on to my room, shutting the door, and start wrestling my way out of my dress, turning in circles to find the zip. My eyes land on the piles of apartment details. I forget the zip and drop onto my bed, scooping up the stack and starting to flick through. And weirdly, most of the properties I'd previously dismissed suddenly aren't so bad anymore. One in particular is giving me good vibes. A lovely two-bed, top-floor apartment in Biscayne Bay. I pout when my stomach performs a little flip. Excitement? I grab my cell and call the agent. Hi, my name's Beau Haley. I'm interested in viewing a property you're marketing. Sure, the guy replies. Can I ask what your position is? Anything to sell? Nothing. And are you financing through a bank? Mortgage? I'm a cash buyer. Available this afternoon? I smile and stand, reaching back for my zip again. I'd prefer late evening, and not only because it'll keep me busy while I try to avoid gravitating back toward James's apartment, it's time to take some positive steps, on my own. James, what is she doing there? I ask Goldie as I scan the beach, watching the busy space as I sit, relaxed, sipping a coffee, my laptop before me. Right now, she's admiring the water. She's not at home, she's not at the supermarket, she's not at the diner or at my place. She's out there, exposed, and that makes me feel immensely uncomfortable. I don't think Beau knows about a safety deposit box. She must know, Goldie says. Her mother surely left everything to her. Well, I pressed as best I could without rousing suspicion, and got nothing. What if Beau doesn't know Jazz left a key for it? What if she's completely unaware? Watch her until I get there, I order, my eyes falling to the two beach chairs not too far away, each with a beach towel laid across them and a suitcase nestled in between, closely. Got it. How's it going? I'm watching. I look up when a man approaches my table, his feet shuffling, his face overgrown, his clothes tattered. I've got to go. I set my mobile on the table, scanning the area. Got a spare smoke? He asks, motioning to my full packet of Marlboros on the table. No, I answer flatly, going to my laptop. I feel tense, and it isn't because of this exchange with my new contact. You have, right there, look. I glance up at him. You want a cigarette? I ask, picking up the packet, passing it from hand to hand. Yeah.
I hold them out. Here. He falters, unsure, and slowly takes them as I cast my eyes across the sand. I reach into my pocket and drag out some notes, slapping them on the table and setting my lighter on top. You want this too? He slips the smokes in the pocket of his tatty coat. What are you, my guardian angel? I smile. One good deed deserves another. There's 2 beach chairs down there with yellow towels. Bring me the suitcase that's in between them. Simple. His greedy eyes rest on the pile of money. That's it? That's it. He shrugs and leaves, ambling down to the beach, and I rest back, collecting my coffee and sipping, watching him. He plods through the sand, moves in on the case, and starts to drag it away from the chairs. And, as I predicted, 2 guys nearby abandon their volleyball game and move in, flanking the down and out on either side, escorting him from the beach. My lip naturally curls, I snap my laptop shut, swipe up my cash and lighter, and leave the cafe casually, dialing Goldie. Trap, I say, not looking back. Surprised? Not at all. A criminal that's not in the bear's pocket seems to be a rarity. So I'm rare, but frankly, the Russian, Sandy, is the least of my worries right now. Knowing Beau's out there is making me uneasy. Her predictability has been a comfort. And while a sense of pride fills me, because she's getting braver, more like her old self, I never considered how that might make me feel. Nervous. I have a purpose to rid Miami of the sewer rats. I don't feel like control has ever slipped from my fingers, and yet, as Beau stirs back to life, I feel like I'm dancing on a double-edged sword. Either way I fall, it'll be the end of me. Beau. I stand on the edge of the bay at 7:15, leaning against one of the railings, taking in the magnificent sight. The walkway lining the water at the foot of the apartment block is wide and spacious, the people still milling having plenty of room to hurry to wherever they're going. Little cafes and a few restaurants spill out onto the pedestrianized area, and benches are dotted sporadically along the route. The water is peaceful, boats chugging up and down, and the chaos of the city seems so far away.